I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 24-25 and related documents for the Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry portfolio. The committee has before it a program listing agencies relating to matters for which senators have given notice, and the proceedings today will begin with an examination of corporate matters within the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. The committee has fixed Thursday, the 19th of December 2024 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat by Thursday, the 14th of November 2024. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and Mr Adam Fennessy, PSM, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and the officers of the department. We will begin proceedings with the department by hearing evidence from Corporate Matters Division. Assistant Minister Chisholm, you wish to make an opening statement?
I do, thanks Chair. Thanks Chair and thanks committee members for the opportunity to provide an opening statement. Of course this committee is not new to me. I was here about 12 hours ago, but I'm here today as the new face in the repping the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. It was a privilege to be appointed Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry by the Prime Minister a few months ago. The Albanese Labor government knows the agriculture sector is critical for trade, economic resilience and jobs in regional Australia. That's why we're committed to protecting and growing the industry. It's an exciting time for Australian agriculture, fisheries and forestry. The latest estimates by ABARES shows that, including fisheries and forestry, production in the gross value of production is forecast to rise to $92.1 billion in 24-25, the third highest on record. And I've been pleased to be able to visit a number of these producers and their representatives in the time I've been Assistant Minister, and I thank those people who've made time for that. In the time since the committee met at May's budget estimates, we've continued to deliver across the government's key priorities of protecting Australian agriculture through strengthened biosecurity, growing the sector by taking advantage of trade opportunities, building the agriculture workforce of the future, and delivering on our climate and sustainability measures. As the officials here will be able to tell you, a strong biosecurity system is absolutely critical to Australian agriculture. The Albanese Labor government has delivered on our election commitment by investing over $1 billion in a sustainable, broadly based biosecurity funding model. And we are continuing to invest in our protection against future threats with over $100 million invested across government to prepare and protect the nation against H5 bird flu. The Albanese Labor government is focused on opening doors for Australian agriculture and processing industries to grow and diversify their overseas markets. Our agriculture trade is now the most diversified it's ever been, thanks to the Albanese Labor government. We have achieved 88 technical market access achievements last financial year, and achievements continue this year with new access for plums to Vietnam and expansion of grape exports to Japan, to name a couple. And we have significant runs on the board stabilising the relationship with our biggest trading partner in China. In particular, since the last estimates, we achieved agreement between the Prime Minister and Premier Li on a timetable for the full resumption of live rock lobster trade in time for Lunar New Year. These outcomes have put billions of dollars back in the pockets of our agriculture industry, proof again of the Albanese Labor government's delivering for farmers after inheriting over $20 billion in trade impediments. On the phase-out of live sheep exports by sea, the Albanese Labor government is providing certainty, time and support to the industry with a legislated end date of 1 May 2028 and a $139.7 million transition assistance package. This includes $97.3 million of funding specifically allocated to assist sheep producers and supply chain businesses to transition away from live sheep exports by sea and take advantage of the rapidly growing demand for sheep meat, with exports currently valued at around $4.5 billion a year. Our government is working with the Western Australian government to deliver key elements of the transition package, including processing capacity grants and community wellbeing support. We are also committed to working with industry through a co-design process to prioritise the assistance that producers and supply chain businesses need to plan, respond and adapt. The Albanese Labor government continues to bring employers, unions and government together to tackle the workforce challenges impacting Australia's agricultural and processing industry. I was pleased just last month to attend a meeting of the government's Agriculture Workforce Forum, which brings together employee and employer groups to work towards solutions to better skill, attract, protect and retain workers in the sector. Because of the Albanese Labor government's investment in fee-free TAFE, we have over 20,300 enrolments in agriculture-related fee-free TAFE courses from 1 July 2023 to 30 June 2024. We're getting on with the job of delivering the agricultural workforce of the future. Yesterday, our government released its detailed response to the final report on future structure and governance arrangements for the APVMA. Our response outlines our reform agenda for the APVMA, which also includes reforms already underway, which were needed after serious allegations were raised in Senate estimates early last year. Our government has taken a pragmatic and mature approach to reforming the APVMA after the forced move to Armidale in 2016. Our response demonstrates our commitment for a modern, fit-for-purpose and independent chemical regulator that builds public confidence in chemical and food safety. Most importantly, our response provides the stability the organisation needs to continue to be a world-class regulator. Thanks again to the committee for the opportunity to make an opening statement. I, along with the representatives from the department, look forward to answering the committee's questions about these and other portfolio matters. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Fennessy, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do, Chair. Chair and Senators, thanks for the opportunity to make a short opening statement and to give evidence today to this committee. My focus as the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry continues to be leading an efficient and focused department that delivers on Australian government priorities and, importantly, on the needs of Australian agriculture, fisheries and forestry. Our significant departmental transformation program is continuing. We've engaged staff internally to lift our capabilities across a range of areas, and the department is now on a sustainable financial footing. Since my last appearance at this committee, we have published a statement of strategic intent for the department. This statement sets out our high-level strategic goals as we look towards and beyond 2030, including how we work closely with our partners across industry, community and other governments to grow Australian agriculture. Our strategic objectives cover supporting the growth of the agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors, both domestically and internationally, strengthening our national biosecurity system and increasing sector resilience and sustainability. I would like to thank all our staff as well as our agriculture, fisheries, forestry, food and fibre industry partners and stakeholders who were involved in bringing this statement together. over 1,600 staff and 40 stakeholders engaged through the process. I can table the statement of strategic intent for the committee, and it's also available on our website. Reflecting on our international opportunities and challenges, we're continuing to navigate increasing geopolitical complexity to expand and diversify international market access for our agriculture, fisheries and forestry exports, particularly into Southeast Asia and Asia more broadly. In the 2023-24 financial year, the Department recorded a total of 88 technical market access achievements, including 29 actions to maintain and 5 actions to restore existing markets. These actions protected markets worth $4.6 billion and opening 10 new markets and 44 improvements to existing market access. Market access gains are continuing in the 24-25 financial year with the announcement, as mentioned by Senator Chisholm, of new access for plums to Vietnam and removing varietal restrictions on grapes to Japan. Industry estimates that the expanded grape variety access, for example, will grow by approximately $30 million, reaching $50 million over the next few years. We're pleased with the stabilisation of relationships with key markets, especially China. The Department continues our technical engagement, which supports removing remaining trade impediments. I want to acknowledge the dedicated work of our staff and our overseas posted agriculture trade counsellors, alongside our government and industry colleagues, to support these outcomes and continued technical work. The recent example of this work, as mentioned by Senator Chisholm, was the agreement between the Australian Prime Minister and Chinese Premier Li to recommence the live rock lobster trade by the end of the year and in time for Lunar New Year. We are continuing to work through technical matters with our Chinese counterparts to support this trade resumption, and we're happy to speak more to the agriculture policy and trade outcomes under Outcome 1. As also referred to by Senator Chisholm, Parliament has now passed legislation that sets an end date to phase out live sheep exports by 1 May 2028. The Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Julie Collins, recently announced an additional $32.7 million for a transition assistance package, which allows us to tailor the package to the needs of industry in Western Australia through a co-design process. This brings the total transition funding to $139.7 million. My team and I will be happy to answer further questions on progress in implementing the transition plan as part of Outcome 1. Our biosecurity system is crucial for protecting Australian livelihoods and strengthening the environment and economy, including in agriculture, tourism and trade. Biosecurity risks are growing, and with significant investments by the Australian Government, we are focusing on how we better prepare for, anticipate and respond to these risks, as well as provide stronger national leadership of the biosecurity system. One of the significant risks to our industries, economy and wildlife is high pathogenicity avian influenza, HPAI, and in particular the H5N1 variant. This variant is now in every continent except Australia. The Australian Government recently announced more than $100 million in investment to support preparedness for a potential incursion of this strain of avian influenza through a One Health approach, with initiatives to protect Australian agriculture, boost environmental measures and strengthen public health preparedness. We'll be happy to answer questions on biosecurity as part of Outcome 2. And finally, I have been Secretary of DAF for just over 12 months now, and I continue to be proud of the hard work, expertise and passion of our staff in our 86 sites across the country and internationally. Our staff provide frontline services at airports and ports, support agricultural policy development, regulation and international capability development, maintain and grow overseas markets and provide internal corporate support, working together as one DAF. We have prepared a list of issues by outcome to help guide the committee's questions and ensure we have the relevant officials available. We appreciate and understand the important oversight role of the Parliament and parliamentary committees and stand ready to answer the committee's questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr Fennessy. Before I go to my colleagues on my right here, I just want to ask, is Dr Anna Somerville here today?
She will be coming today as a witness for the trade under Outcome 1.
Good, okay, because a few weekends ago I had the pleasure of joining Minister Farrell with the live export industry, representatives from Western Australia, South Australia, Victoria and New South Wales, and their glowing affection for Dr Somerville and her work is just incredible, and they wanted me to pass on to you just how grateful they were to have the backing of the department, the government, but particularly Dr Somerville. Yeah. And one of their comments was that they hope that they never, ever, ever have to go through what they went through for the last 2.5 years. And want to make it very clear to politicians in this building not to play with their livelihoods. So if you could do that, and I'll do it when Dr Somerville comes.
Yeah, thanks you, Chair.
Thank you.
We'll pass that on.
Can I get those? Could we get those opening statements tabled?
Yes.
Yeah, I've just got to get a clean copy. I've got.
Okay. All right. That's fine. We can wait. Thank you. And I think, Chair, with your indulgence, Senator Mackenzie would like to kick off.
Oh, sorry,
Thank
Senator
you.
Mackenzie.
Mr Fennessy, Secretary, you will have been aware of the Anthony Galloway story in Capital Brief about the cabinet documents that went missing. I hope you're all over this because they were your documents. So others couldn't help us yesterday, but I'm hopeful that you can. This is on the way or returning from FAO? That's a question.
So we're aware that in July 2023, a departmental officer working in the previous minister's office, the previous Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries,
yes,
misplaced documents while they are transiting through Doha. The officer reported the incident immediately and made efforts to recover the documents. We work through the Protective Security Policy Framework, which sets out the rules for carrying documents of different classifications. And we have here today, through Tess Bishop, our Chief Operating Officer, we also have our Executive responsible for security matters, Mr Tim Simpson. So we can get Tim to answer questions of detail.
Yep.
What I will say as Secretary is the department takes security very seriously. Once notified, we undertook an investigation into that incident, noting it was before my time and before Ms Tess Bishop as our Deputy Secretary for Corporate Matters before Tess's time. But what I'm advised is, as a result of the investigation, relevant staff were reminded of their obligations in respect of government information security responsibilities. So we undertook that process at that time.
Okay.
We can answer more questions of detail if you like.
Yes, I do have questions of detail. So if Mr Tim Simpson would like to come to the table. Right, so as I hear your evidence, Secretary, it was the transition through the Doha airport. It seemed that it may have been left on the flight, which, according to this report, had come from an Indian airline. But you're confirming this was somewhere in the Doha airport.
Transiting through Doha.
Transiting through.
That is
excellent. Now, you've launched an investigation. I'd like to just go through, and I'm sure Mr Simpson has a nice little neat timeline in his folder, just in terms of what happened, when, where, investigation launched, etc. Just the timeline first, please, Mr Simpson.
Thanks, Senator. So, Mr Tim Simpson, I'm First Assistant Secretary for People, Property and Security Division.
The perfect guy for this time.
Indeed. So, as the Secretary said, so the incident occurred in early July, 7th of July.
7th of July?
Yep. The department was notified of this by the travelling party. And it was...
What time frame? How quickly was the department notified?
I don't have specifics of that. So I guess what I would say is it happened before my time as well. So I have seen the investigation report, but some of the specific detail I'd have to take on notice and go back and talk to those who did the actual investigation. But I do have the high-level details. I will say as well that the investigation report itself is classified, so there'll be portions I would need to take on notice as well and come back to you on. But it did happen. The department was notified quite quickly after,
Yep.
I believe on the same day.
Yep.
And then we worked with our colleagues to review the incident. As the Secretary said, that aircraft that it was left on was
So it was left on an aircraft. It wasn't in the Doha air transitioning to?
It wasn't. It was on the aircraft. And it was an aircraft from India to Qatar, so it was left there on the aircraft, and it was notified from the report quite quickly or almost immediately once they departed the aircraft of the incident itself, and then the department investigated. So what I can confirm is that it was carried, the documents were carried in an appropriate container under the PSPF and secured correctly for the classification. And then, as the Secretary said, that it was investigated and the staff members involved and the department more broadly were reminded of their obligations when travelling.
Obviously, excellent. These incidents tend to do that. So my first question is the classification of the documents. You say that they were carried appropriately in an appropriate vessel, a container, for their classification. So, and that's the bag that's locked? Yes?
That is, yep. So it's a secure bag, yes.
Secure bag. So that's cabinet docs?
Yes, they were. So I think a lot of this was, and if you want to talk specifics about the cabinet classification, obviously I refer that to the PM&C, discussed that yesterday as well. But they did reference that they were our docs, yes, but they were cabinet or full cabinet.
They were, sorry?
They were cabinet documents, yes.
Before cabinet, they weren't old cabinet documents?
No, they weren't, no.
Draft cabinet documents, they were cabinet documents?
To my understanding, yes.
Yep. And to do with, obviously, the agricultural portfolio? Yep. Was this staff member travelling, going through Doha to head to Italy with the minister?
I'd have to take that one on notice, but my understanding was they were returning back to Australia from a visit, so they were on transit from India back to Australia, but I will...
India, so India, Doha, Australia. Wasn't the minister going to the FAO?
He may have been, but I'll come back and confirm the exact staff member involved.
The Department of Agriculture can't answer these questions, Secretary, was extensively canvassed with PM&C and the transport. So you knew these questions were coming. Was the minister going to the FAO or was he returning from FAO? Secretary?
I think, as Mr Simpson has answered, we will certainly...
You don't know? No one's given the three of you a timeline on this incident to come to estimates with.
From my perspective, this happened last year. My questions were, did we follow process? Have we worked with Prime Minister and Cabinet? Which is the approach we will take, and that is the information that we've got today.
What was your minister doing on the 7th of July?
On the 7th of July, the minister was travelling with his office. I commenced my role in September. So
no, I appreciate that, Secretary, but I know this department very well, and I know they keep records. And it doesn't matter that you started after this incident. You are responsible for this department. So I know that you do know what the minister was doing on the 7th of July. And if you don't know right now, someone will be able to tell you that he and his party were on their way back from FAO. They're on, you know, like it's not a tricky, it's not a gotcha question. But I am absolutely now concerned that you don't know quite basic questions, so I'm very concerned you won't know the technical questions that I've got.
My questions as the Secretary are, what was the responsibility of the department in terms of the passage of the documents? What happened to the documents?
Secretary,
did we investigate? So they're the questions I
appreciate what your questions would have been as the Secretary responsible, as the Senator and as a Shadow Minister and a former Minister for Agriculture. I have a different set of questions that I'm entitled to ask, and you need to be able to answer them.
Yep.
Because no one else, these aren't anyone else's in government's documents, they're yours. Do you have an answer, Mr Simpson?
I don't specifically know about where the minister was travelling to.
Could someone send a text, please?
The questions that we were prepared to speak to were what happened to Cabinet documents. We can we can ask our
The
colleagues in Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Honestly, no. Was your minister on the way to FAO or not? Mr Fennessy.
We can take that on notice and get advice on that. Unless Mr
I'll wait
Simpson
for
can
it.
add to
I'll
that.
wait for the advice. Thank you. I'll wait for the advice.
Like, no more questions to you?
No, until I get the advice.
The answer. Does anyone else have any questions while we're waiting?
For corporate?
Oh, I do, but
There you go.
a bit of ways, but how long is it going to take?
This is going to be a long day. Still, I've got good news. It ends at 11 o'clock tonight.
How long do you think it will take, Secretary?
Mr Simpson, do we...
I'm just chasing it down through mine. Sorry, I don't have specifics of the minister's trip, just about the security incident itself, so I'm just
Someone
texting
in
to
the
try
department,
and get...
there's 5,000 people in this department. A lot of people will have prepared briefs for this trip. You might have even had your own staff travelling with the minister, as we found the one that left the bag on the plane. So I'm confident that you have the information somewhere, and once you get it, I'll be happy to prosecute it.
So just so I'm clear with this Mexican standoff at the moment, we got other questions,
Yes.
Senator Canavan, you would like to ask while we're waiting? Okay.
All right. Still waiting?
We understand, and we can confirm this in more detail, but we understand they were on their way home or on their way back to Australia from the FAO in Rome.
Right.
Yep.
And they were travelling, the minister was travelling with his office and with obviously departmental support.
I believe Senator Tess Bishop, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Enterprise and Engagement and Chief Operating Officer. The officer was on secondment from the department in Minister Watt's office at the time.
Yep. And travelling with the minister
Travelling
and
with the
his
minister.
office to FAO. It's a great experience.
And returning.
And returning home. And were they on the Indian airline from Italy because they were heading?
No, the flight that it was left on was from India to Qatar.
Okay. So they went Italy, India, Qatar, Qatar, home.
I don't have those specifics, only the fact, because it's related, my information is related to the security incident itself, so I have the leg that it was actually found on, which was the Mumbai to Qatar piece.
Mumbai to Qatar. Thank you. All right. So were there any top secret documents in this bag?
No.
No? Only cabinet documents?
Only those documents relevant, yes, the cabinet documents.
Has that matter passed? Was DFAT contacted? Was our embassy contacted?
So DFAT were contacted in country, yes, to advise of the incident, as well as PM&C.
Well, sorry about that.
PM&C were also contacted because it was a cabinet document.
Okay. On the 7th of July?
Yes, according to my records, yes.
So why did DFAT officials, did they express concern?
I'm not aware. I didn't discuss it all with DFAT, and the investigation report for us relates to obviously the department piece of the document. So it was more about for us looking at the controls that went wrong from our side and advising kind of the owning organisation. So any engagement with DFAT didn't happen from the department side.
So what actions were taken to retrieve the document?
To my understanding, they immediately notified staff on the ground and contacted DFAT in country and attempted to get the documents back.
From the plane?
Yes.
And why weren't we able to get those documents back? I've left things on planes. Can usually get them back.
So according to the report and at the time, the documents weren't there when they were able to get back on and look for them. So the documents
So what was the time difference between, because it sounds like the officer did the right thing and very quickly let people know that they'd left confidential classified documents on a plane?
So they have. They're notified very quickly after. So it's, from the report, it's about kind of 10 to 15 minutes.
Right.
They notified once they're off. I don't know if they're able to get immediately back on board and look for them, but that's when they started to notify and attempt to look for the documents.
Yeah, so Mr Simpson, my question is, you've rung the embassy, we've pressed go on rescue the documents on an Indian plane. What efforts were made to actually retrieve the documents?
So so immediately the staff member notified and attempted to look for the documents.
Yes.
I'm not
You
sure
don't
what.
know.
No, well, not from what DFAT side. So I think for us, it's about what happened kind of post incident, because obviously once we found out the incident already occurred, so we looked at it, and then I don't have the specifics of what was done by other departments in their efforts to try and find the documents at post.
And so there's been no kind of conversation post incident to look at what went wrong, what we can do better, why couldn't we find the documents? You've done a report, all dust and dusted, officer did the right process, we never have to think about this again. That would be a very odd way to conduct a process like this, but if that's what's happened, I'm prepared to.
No, I definitely don't think it's as simplistic as that, Senator. I think to that degree, there's obviously this one's somewhat complex because there's varying different angles because it was done offshore or lost offshore. So DFAT would have to comment on the actions that they took to retrieve the document and what they did in their instance. From our side, what we looked at, as I said, once the document was back,
But why don't you know? Hasn't there been any sort of round back?
Well, I suggest there has, but because of the timeframes for us, we're still playing and reviewing the document investigation report itself. So it happened some time ago, and from our perspective, the notification happened, the retraining occurred with staff, the kind of advice occurred, and the owning organisation were notified. So from our side, the investigation report was closed and actions taken.
Done and dusted. Secretary. Have you had a chat with Mr. Is it Moriarty? Who's in charge? No. Who's in charge of DFAT?
Ms Jan Adams.
Righto. Have you had a chat with Secretary Adams about this?
Well, as I was saying before in my evidence, once...
Sorry, Secretary, I just asked you a question.
No, I
Have
haven't...
you spoken to Secretary Adams about losing classified documents on an Indian flight?
Senator, I haven't. We've undertaken the investigation with DFAT at the time and PM&C, and my questions were, have we acquitted our responsibilities?
No, I get you've made that very clear.
So
the evidence stands. We don't need to repeat it 100 times. So PM&C, DFAT, was it a joint investigation?
It wasn't a joint investigation.
No, sorry, the Secretary seemed to suggest we did an investigation with...
No, I think from our side at the time, the teams did talk to a degree, but very separate aspects of it. So, as the Secretary said...
Yes, everyone's in their silo. Yes, got it. So, at Department of Ag, what did your officer do? Did she ring the right people? Blah, 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 blah. Was it in the right pouch? Yes.
Also about the potential risks, obviously, with what the compromise of the document meant organisationally, and notifying any kind of other parties were involved, such as you say, PM&C, making sure DFAT were aware.
Was there anyone else other than PM&C and DFAT that were required to be contacted as a result of losing this document?
I'd have to take that on notice, and I say that in the context of the advice yesterday from PM&C is that we don't discuss cabinet documents or cabinet business, even though the document is now publicly released. So I'd have to take that one on notice and come back to you, Senator.
And you haven't spoken to the Secretary Adams about what they've found or where the document is or why they couldn't find it?
Senator, as per my earlier advice, I wanted to make sure that we had acquitted our responsibilities and we had worked with
I've said
DFAT.
I don't need to hear it for the 11th time. Is Mr Simpson in charge of this, Mr Fennessy? Or is there someone... Is there anyone, and Mr Simpson and his team, obviously, but who does Mr Simpson directly report to?
Mr Simpson reports to
Have you had conversations... Sorry, my eye. Miss Blake? Bishop? Sorry, my eyes.
Bishop, yes.
Bishop, sorry. Ms Bishop, have you had discussed this with your counterparts at DFAT?
No, Senator, I have not.
Mr Simpson, have you?
I haven't, no, and I say that in the context of both probably myself and DAF at the moment, is the fact that the matter was closed, reviewed and closed back in August last year as an investigation occurred.
So the person who was in your role, would have it been reasonable to expect them to have had a conversation
I'd
with
suggest
their counterpart?
potentially my role or people that work to them who look after security would have spoken to DFAT to a degree, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. There will be a lot on notice, and Secretary,
Senator Kennedy.
try and be prepared next time.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to start with the development of the new National Water Initiative. Has the department been involved at all in discussions with, I believe, the Department of Climate Change on the development of a new National Water Initiative?
In terms of that issue, we would have a lot to discuss under outcome 1. From a corporate perspective, it's not something that happens within the corporate group. That's more our agriculture policy and our ABARES people.
Fair enough. Just traditionally, I thought this section had been corporate and cross-portfolio. That's the reason I'm asking it here, because, as I say, this particular initiative is being led by another department, I realise. But
yeah, Senator, very happy to talk about it later on. But
so you'll be able to talk about it in outcome 1. I won't miss my opportunity.
You will not miss your opportunity
to do so.
Yep. All
right. Well, we'll move on, and this might be the same then for some of the other questions I have. I did want to give credit to the department and their officials about the EU deforestation win that I think our country has had.
Yes.
It very much concerned me, along with many in the beef and cattle industry in particular. But maybe just start with an update then on where those proposed deforestation regulations from the EU are now at.
Yep. And again, Senator, that's both a trade and a policy issue. So, and it may have been historically cross-portfolio policy issues were in corporate, but as the department stands, that's in our policy area.
So you're happy to come back to that
later? Very happy
to
come back under our.
All right. Likewise, I had some questions about there's I believe a bill in the US Congress around kangaroo skins. Is that also something for later?
that is outcome 1 as well, Senator.
This one might be more in here. You might have seen a number of concerns recently expressed about the costs of the government's new carbon reporting standards on farmers.
Yep. So that is outcome 1 as well.
So you'll definitely have people there in outcome 1 that tackle that?
Definitely will, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Senator.
All right. I suppose what I would like to cover, though, before we do move to the outcomes is on the funding issues, and particularly the biosecurity costs. Now, again, I'm sure some of this will come later, but the government has obviously not proceeded with the biosecurity levy. What does that mean for the finances of the department?
That is one we can talk about as it relates to the finances of the department. And I'll call our Chief Finance Officer to the table. In terms of my opening comment is in terms of the impacts on the department's finances, it doesn't change the department's financial position, because that was more in a whole of government budget context, how that money would be handled by the whole of government budget process. So the department's got the funding for that, and there was a cost recovery approach that was articulated in the biosecurity protection levy. So there's no impact on the department. I'll just see if Mr Geisen needs to add to that.
Senator Matthew Geisen, Chief Finance Officer. The Secretary is correct. So the funding is built into DAF's baseline. That levy would have been collected as an administered receipt and returned to consolidated revenue. So that is something that we are having discussions further on.
Right. So there's you are funded for biosecurity activities at the moment. It'll just be a hit to consolidated revenue, to the underlying cash balance. Okay.
And that would be a decision for government.
So that, but right, in the financial year we're in, and there was expected to be this revenue this financial year, I understand. you're fully funded.
Correct.
From the whole of government perspective. You need to now go back on an annual basis and ask for this funding, do you? Is that how it will work going forward?
Senator, the way the budget measure was announced was that the appropriation is provided to DAF across the forward estimates,
Right.
along with the administered receipt of the biosecurity protection levy.
Okay, so you've actually got agreement to fund what you need over the forward estimates.
That's the budget decision.
Okay. But each year you do go through a budget process anyway, and funds are only appropriated from the Parliament a year ahead. Is that right?
That's
For
correct,
these
Senator.
sort of activities, even though they're in the forward estimates, you still have to come back to the Parliament. Okay, all right. Now, just on this issue, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but we in the opposition have been seeking some clarity from the Parliamentary Budget Office about how to fund biosecurity activities. My understanding, we've got a lot of detail questions that I believe the PBO have asked for information from the department. My understanding this was due back in October last month, but has that data been provided to the PBO?
I understand we're up to date with all of our PBO requests, Senator.
Right. So this is just, there's a lot of I don't want to read all these questions in, we'll be here all day, but we're asking things like how much international sea cargo arrived last financial year, how much was organic produce, how much was bulk produce, those types of information. Are you familiar, have you returned information to the PBO about that recently?
Senator, I might need to check with my colleagues in biosecurity because it'll be dependent on which official led that within the organisation.
Okay.
But certainly happy to confirm that.
All right. Well, if you could try and confirm that today, I know you could take on notice, but then we won't get it back for a while, and obviously this is relatively urgent. And look, I mean, just finally, I mean, given what we have gone through, are you fully cost recovering your activities at the moment then? In accordance with the cost recovery implementation statement?
Senator, in biosecurity, yes. And I think previously I've spoken to the committee around the exports cost recovery that we have, and that through MyEFO last year, government made a decision to cover the existing pressure that we have in exports. So back in 2021, the busting congestion measure put stepped increases into the export prices, legislated those, and the rate, the indexation rate that was used was a lot lower than what we have seen historically now as CPI. So there is a deficit there, and we have received supplementation for that through MyEFO last year.
Right, okay. Now, but can you explain to me, if you are fully funded, if you're fully cost recovered at the moment, why do we need the biosecurity levy?
Senator, that was part of the budget decision that was taken by government.
But you're already fully funded, so from cost recovery, you're already recovering your costs through fees. So why do we need the levy on top? That'll just be a tax then.
Well, I think those people producers who are benefiting from a strong biosecurity system would be expected to contribute to it. That's what the government's been working towards.
They're already contributing it to it. This is a cost recovery framework, so they're being charged at the moment. They pay for it. I know I talk to many of them. They don't like it, but they pay for it. And that's already fully funding the activity. So why do we need the levy on top? It's a pretty simple question. What?
It's certainly under, as it relates to biosecurity under outcome 2, we're very happy to go into more detail. I think from the Chief Finance Officer, our budget position, we have the funding, and then it goes to those questions of government around how it's funded more broadly. So happy to talk about that in more detail under outcome 2, Senator.
Okay. Well, just in a general sense, what percentage of the department's overheads and corporate activities are recovered from industry fees?
So I will ask the Chief Finance Officer, because it is a matter of detail, but in principle, about half of our funding is from appropriation and the other half from cost recovery, although the exact percentages will be more specific than that.
Yes, Senator, I might need to take on notice to get you the exact percentages, but broadly speaking, just over 40% of our funding base is received through cost recovery across biosecurity and exports, and then an appropriate, I would back of an envelope estimate of that 40%, it'd be 40% of the corporate overheads. It'd be proportionate.
Right. Just trying to think about that. So, your total cost base includes the operational expenses, if you like, on the border and doing biosecurity things. Is that right?
Yes.
And they're sort of somewhat contingent on how much volume of goods come through and what have you, not necessarily overheads per se. And then you allocate a percentage of the department's overheads to be recovered through the biosecurity charges as well.
Yeah, and that's done through an activity-based costing methodology, Senator, and cost drivers, so that we make sure we have the appropriate costs going to that cost base.
So industry fund 40% of the
I'm happy to get the precise
okay.
percentage for you, Senator.
All right. Well, maybe if you could take that on notice. If the biosecurity levy comes in, what does that figure go to?
Senator, so the biosecurity levy is an administered receipt, so that goes back to consolidated revenue.
Yeah, but effectively they're paying for it. I mean, I suppose what I'm asking is, what's the denominator there of your 40%? How much are your corporate overheads right now on an annual basis?
I'm not sure I have the precise amount of our corporate overheads on me, Senator.
That should be something that could be found, couldn't it? I mean, presumably you've got to use this figure as input into the cost accounting modelling. So
yes.
Could you give me the figure today? I mean, I don't.
I'll attempt to, Senator.
Okay. And how much was the biosecurity levy going to raise a year again?
I think it was just over 50 million.
It was 50 million.
50, that's what I thought.
And that is in the context of, I mean, broadly speaking, about a $1.3 billion budget.
Total. That's the total budget. That's not corporate per se.
No, that's right. That's whole of department, everything we do.
Okay. All right. Do you have sustainability targets in place?
Senator, for our operations,
or any environmental, financial?
we have, well, firstly, financial sustainability is my number one priority, but that's so that we aim for a balanced budget. But if you mean sustainability for our operations, such as how we run the business, I can ask Tim Simpson to comment on that.
Okay.
As the head of our property in particular and fleet.
So, Senator, if you're talking about our net zero 2030 strategy, we have submitted that to the Department of Finance as required by all public servant agencies.
Right.
And that's available on our public-facing website, and we have looked to commit to, I guess, or drive to a number of goals by that period.
Okay, so it's not long away. So what does that mean? Like when the guys out in the field doing the biosecurity work, driving to and from places, otherwise using, if they've got to use diesel generators or something, does that all have to be offset by 2030? The emissions of those people?
Well, I'd probably leave the finer details to the Department of Finance who own this, but for us...
But it's your plan, though. You've submitted to them.
We are
so
working
what's the plan say?
So part of our strategy is, where we can, we're not operationally impacted to transition to low-emission vehicles, but we're conscious, obviously, organisationally of that operational requirement. So we do caveat with that, but we have made we are looking to make commitments to transition where we can to low-emission vehicles.
It's a net zero by 2030 plan. So will you be net zero in 2030 under the plan?
I don't... By the plan, I'd have to come back to you and take that on notice, and I can today.
But it is called, what's the headline of it? Like, is it?
Well, it's a reductions emissions plan, but it's part of the government, like we're working towards the government's net zero 2030 strategy.
But you're not, under your plan, you're not going to be net zero by 2030?
Well, I'd just have to come back to you to confirm the definitive piece on that, Senator, yes.
Right. And so, obviously, some of these activities... Well, I'll take a step back. Do you have plans to offset any unavoidable carbon emissions, like, for example, the use of vehicles? You have plans to buy carbon credits or anything of the like under the plan?
Not at the moment. So for us, we are looking at ways to reduce emissions through solar power and the like through our electricity. Low emissions vehicles, yes. But there are no plans at the moment to buy the carbon credits.
Okay. Some of those things then might cost more money. Will that, if they do, will that mean that the charges to that people, to exporters, to farmers, have to go up? So, I mean, under the cost accounting model, so say you have to buy an electric vehicle, and they're quite a little bit more expensive normally than petrol-based vehicles. The cost of that, will that, in your cost accounting model, flow through to the biosecurity charges?
Potentially, Senator,
Right.
depending on the cost drivers.
Do you think it's fair that, Minister, do you think it's fair that farmers have to pay
Well, I
an
don't
extra
think
cost?
that's
for
necessarily
this?
the case, Senator Canavan. I know that there are cheaper models on the market, and I'm sure the department do what they can to keep costs down. As the Secretary said, that's a number one priority.
Do you have any low emission vehicles in the fleet at the moment for biosecurity officers?
We do have them in the fleet. I'd have to take that on notice if they're used by our biosecurity officers or not.
Oh, okay. So what's your fleet? What do you have some vehicles that departmental officials use?
We do.
How many cars do you have, or vehicles, I suppose?
So currently our fleet is 502 vehicles. 329 of those are passenger vehicles and 173 are light commercial vehicles.
Okay. And how many of them are low emission?
For us, 25. Oh, sorry, we've got 25 on order. Sorry, 1 second. I'll just confirm the numbers. Sorry, Senator, I'll come back to you shortly with that one, the total numbers of low emissions.
Okay.
I've just
All
received.
right. And I also after what are the types of low emission vehicles you have, or have on order, whatever.
So we have 29 low emissions vehicles.
You have them now. They're not
We have,
order. You have
we
29.
have 29,
Okay, so
and I'll come back to you with the type shortly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have you installed any EV charging at departmental facilities?
There are EV chargers at some departmental facilities. Given our lease arrangements, majority are installed by the actual building owners. But I'll come and confirming now just the breakdown between what, if the department has installed any versus what's installed by the actual building owners.
Have you had to pay for the installation either through direct payments to the owners or increased in lease costs?
And I'll confirm that with you as well, whether that's direct payment or through lease.
If that does happen, if you had to increase costs, again, under your cost accounting model, does that flow through to biosecurity charges through the overheads, the 30 odd 40% of overheads going through? Would that flow through to biosecurity charges? They're not, are they? My question here really is, are you somewhat segmenting that and saying, okay, these are priorities that have got nothing to do with biosecurity? I mean, okay, we can have an argument about whether installing coal-fired power charging systems in buildings is worth it or not for the environment, but it's got nothing to do with biosecurity. I'm trying to ask, is that being segmented then and saying that's a separate strategy and we're not going to sheet home the costs of that to farmers? Is there any, well, I suppose independent of what the prices are, or is there any policy in the department to say the costs associated with EV charging, with other aspects of our net zero plan are not excluded from the cost accounting for biosecurity charges?
Not that I'm
There's
aware
no
of.
such
I'm not
policy.
aware of that policy, of a policy of that kind, Senator.
Right, I think it's particularly unfair for farmers to pay for the ideological obsessions of a government that they don't control or certainly didn't vote for.
I wouldn't characterise that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, fair enough. You got to. It wouldn't pass muster under any proper cost accounting principles. Those EV charges, are they who pays for the actual charging? Are they cost recovered themselves?
I would have to come back to you on that one, Senator.
Surely someone knows. Do you have one of these in Canberra?
We don't have any currently usable in Canberra, no,
Okay.
in Ag House. I can provide you, sorry, if you want the breakdown of the vehicles, the 29.
Okay, let's go back to that.
So we've got 3 Polaris Ranger all-terrain vehicles, 2 Bigfoot burden carriers, 4 Hyundais, 3 Kia...
What model of the Honda? Sorry.
The Iconics.
Okay.
3 Kia EV6s, 16 Mitsubishi Outlander plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, and 1 Ford Escape.
Ford Escape's a hybrid, is it?
Is a hybrid, yep, plug-in hybrid.
A plug-in hybrid, okay.
And they're spread out across the country.
I mean, the Kia EV6 is, I've been looking at buying an electric car. I kind of like the idea of coal-fired power cars. But unfortunately, we can't get the tax benefits that I voted against, so I can't complain. The Kia EV6s, they're like 90 grand, aren't they? It's 80, 90 grand.
Oh, I'd have to take the cost for the individual vehicles on notice.
I mean, yeah. It's a lot. So I just want to know, you haven't got an answer for me yet whether that cost of buying that Kia is being sheeted home to farmers to pay for. You've got to check that, but it doesn't sound like it is. Yep. All right. Yes. Now, just coming back to the question, I think I didn't get an answer to: who pays for the charging? So these EV chargers you've got installed in Department of facilities. When someone, presumably staff, rock up and plug their car in, are they paying for the power?
I'm just following that one up to confirm. I haven't used the facilities, and so at the moment we have, I can tell you the sites, and I'm chasing up the costs, but we have 2 sites where it's been departmentally installed in Adelaide, one in Adelaide, and then there's 2 that landlords have installed, and that's at the Port of Brisbane and Fremantle.
Did you say the Adelaide ones you've installed? Or
the department has installed,
You paid for those then, obviously?
Yeah, I'm just chasing up the costs.
Okay, if you're chasing the costs of those, and obviously the other ones, if you've had to pay through lease arrangements or some such. Okay. Right. I just wanted to, before we move off this, what is the government's plan for the biosecurity levy? Are you still pursuing that?
Still working, looking for a solution, working with the industry and stakeholders on that, Senator Kennedy.
Right, so that's not been withdrawn as such. You haven't not progressing legislation, obviously, but you're not
still working on
a plan for a tax on farmers.
That's not the way it works.
Now, just before we move off corporate, I'm sure you're aware that a large collection of farmers came to Canberra a couple of months ago. Did anyone from the department or the minister or any responsible ministers meet with farmers that came here for the National Farmers Rally on the 10th of September, either on the 10th or around that date?
Thanks, Senator Kennedy. My understanding is that Minister Collins said that she was happy to meet with a group of representatives from those who came over as part of that, but they declined that opportunity.
Right, okay. Did anyone from the department meet with farmers?
I'm not aware on that day that anyone met with them. We certainly meet very regularly with some of the organisers, so the National Farmers Federation. I think I met with them the day before, but not, to my knowledge, farmers on the day.
Obviously, I was out there and...
Sorry, Senator Campbell, can I just add the Minister did meet with the NFF over the issue, though.
Right, okay.
It was just the Keep the Sheep group that declined the...
Okay, all right, the NFF, they met. I mean, I've got a quote here from the NFF President, David Yohinki, that for too long, decisions that affect agriculture have been made without adequate consultation with those who benefit the land best. Farmers' voices are increasingly being drowned out. What is either the government or the department doing to try and make sure that farmers feel like their voice are being heard? They obviously don't feel that at the moment.
Well, we are always open to constructive meetings, Senator Kevin. As I said, the Minister did offer representatives of those who were here as part of that meeting. They declined that, which is obviously their right. I know that the Minister was in Western Australia recently and met with a group of farmers while she was there. And I continue to go around and meet with farmers as often as I can. I was in Shepparton last week and met with dairy farmers and also a farm involved in produce as well. And I know the Minister gets out and about and does that at the same time. So we're always happy to engage. I've been certainly encouraged by those people who make time. I'm very appreciative of that because I know if they're talking to me, they're often not out there on the land working, so they're giving up something to do that. But they obviously see value in it, and I get a lot of value out of it when I'm doing it as well. I
mean, I don't know if have you seen the NFF's Farmer Priority Survey?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So you're probably aware that in that, 73% of farmers believe that federal government policies are harming the sector, and only 10% believe the government understands and listens to farmers. Do you think you need to do better?
We can always strive to do better, Senator Canavan. I don't think any government would rest on its laurels, but That's what I think we've delivered really strongly for them in terms of our biosecurity funding, getting that to a sustainable level that the department have talked through today. Obviously, the achievements that we've made in trade are significant, and we continue to work with the industry on those really important issues for farmers, given the important role they play for the economy, but also broader for society and regional communities as well.
All right. Okay. Well, clearly there does need to be a response to those shocking figures. Just finally, in corporate for me, the annual report, apparently that was only released last week on the 31st of October. When was it provided to the Minister?
The annual report, as part of the process, we finalised the drafts. Ms Bishop, I'll see if your team that's responsible has got information on that.
I'll just have to get the precise date for you, Senator, on what day it was provided to the office.
All right. I mean, I've got here the 2nd of October. Does that sound right?
I'll just quickly find out.
All right. Well, okay. There's not been a lot of answers this morning. Okay. All right. Yep. Well, it sounds like that was on the Minister's desk for a month, basically, before being released. It would have been much nicer to have that a bit before estimates, particularly given that the department had done the work. Okay. All right. I've got nothing else, Chair, on corporate.
Thank you. So we'll move on now. So, officers for corporate, you can head off. Thank you very much. And let's go to outcome 1.
Oh, actually, can I ask one more? Sorry, just to make sure before I lose you, the additional funding for live sheep what's the funding profile of that? Like the annual amounts, just to make sure I don't lose any finance people who might be needed to ask that.
Senator, just on your previous question, I understand it was provided to the office on the 3rd of October.
3rd of October, okay. So we're 1 day out. Yep, sitting in the inbox for a while. So yeah, I'm just after, I mean, I don't know, over forward estimates, 10 years, whatever you distributed the $32 million. You got anything next for outcome 1?
Senator, I've only got the total on me at the moment, but I'll endeavour to get that to you and make sure you have that.
So you're not going anywhere? Because I'm just about to go, that's all. And I'm about to move on to live sheep anyway.
Yep.
But you'll still be around
Senator,
to
I'm sure
provide
the
that?
officers will have the profile.
Okay, well, with that agreement, I'm happy to move on to the next outcome. But the question's clear, right? What I'm after?
Yeah, just the profile across the forward.
Yeah, and presumably, I suppose I'll ask you for both. I mean, is this a separate package or being treated as a separate package, or is it supplementing the original 107 or whatever it was?
I think in the portfolio budget statement, Senator, there is a reference to the measure that there was. I'll get this.
Although this funding was announced after the budget, isn't it? The 32. So it wouldn't be in the PBS, I don't believe.
No, not the actual spend. Not the dollar figure won't be, no, Senator.
Yeah. So what I'm after is I'd like the funding profile for the entire assistance to live sheep, which I presume now is around 140 odd million, but also broken down, if I can, the 32 as well, how that's been allocated since its announcement. All right, well, I'm happy to move on, Chair, providing we can get those answers.
Okay, thanks, Senator Canavan. So I think the officers are all at the back of the room for outcome 1.
Chair.
Yes,
Chair, through you, I just need to correct the record. Previously, I said the official who was travelling with Minister Watt was on secondment. I understand they were not on secondment. They are from the department, but they were on the ministerial and parliamentary services employment at that point in time.
Okay. And I hope the poor devil's got over it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All good to go? Okay, thanks, Mr Fennessy. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask how many farmers are involved in the live sheep trade, or have been involved in the last year, whatever the most recent metric is?
So, Senator, I'll ask Ms Tina Hutchison to address that, and we also have Mr Andrew McDonald, both of whom have been closely involved in this process.
Thank you, Senator. Tina Hutchison, Deputy Secretary, Agriculture, Trade and Regulation Group, and I'll ask Andrew McDonald to provide you with some detail to your question.
Hello, Senator. Andrew McDonald, First Assistant Secretary, Plant and Live Animal Exports, Welfare and Regulation Division. So, in Western Australia, there were 37 broadacre farms that had a flock of more than 100 sheep, and I don't think we've got stats on how many actually supplied the live X trade, but around 10 to 12% of turn-off of sheep from WA farms end up in the live X trade, Senator.
So we don't know how many live sheep farmers there are?
Well, sheep producers don't just supply the live X trade. They're either wool producers, they supply domestic abattoirs, and they also supply the live X trade. Sometimes, and more often than not, you've got the rural supply companies, the rural agents who aggregate do the buying for live exporters. So producers sometimes might be supplying a nutrient type of company that would be aggregating for the live exporters, who could be aggregating those sheep and selling them into different markets, different channels as well. So we don't collect as the regulator how many producers are actually supplying into the export market, but we do know that between 10 and 12% of sheep sold off farms end up in the live X trade at the current time.
I thought, though, I'm just a bit shocked. I mean, well, first of all, how did you design the transition plan funding if you don't know how many people are affected?
Well, they were the transition plan and the assistance was decisions of government based on the recommendations of the independent panel. The assistance measures were designed to be consistent with the recommendations of the independent panel, and when we were doing costings, they were agreed in the usual way through the Department of Finance, and various assumptions would have been made around the total aggregate of sheep enterprises in WA and enterprises in the supply chain, and assumptions around eligibility, Senator.
Okay. Well, what were those? I'm sure, yeah, but what were those assumptions then? That's what I'm asking. What were in that design of the transition package? How many farms were assumed to be exposed to live sheep trade?
Well, it's not around how many were exposed to the trade. It would have been assumptions around uptake, and those are matters done through cabinet and budget processes, which we don't typically release, Senator.
Well, I'm not sure why that can't be released to this committee. Why can't you tell us how many you assume were exposed to live sheep trade?
Well, I'll take that on notice to see what we might be able to provide, Senator.
All right. I'm pretty sure that, I'm just trying to find it, I'm just surprised you don't have the number, but the independent panel, what was this other report? What was it called again? There was another consultancy report done? Detail?
I think you'd be referring to the report by episode 3, which was commissioned by the independent panel.
Yeah, that's it. I'm sure they had a number. for how many?
They did have a number, Senator, and a lot of their work was based off work that was done by a company called Mercado that did work back in 2019, which had different demographics and numbers to what exists now.
Just for another question. Sorry, it's in the caravan. Just we've got the media in the room. Everyone, you all happy? Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Go for it, mate.
So, okay, so what was their number?
I'd have to take that on notice.
I mean, surely I can't believe don't have that number in the top of my head, top of your head, given how important this issue is to farmers. But okay, you're saying that number's wasn't reliable. Is that what your evidence is? That the Phase 3 report was too dated?
What I'm saying is that we rely on numbers that come from the Australian Bureau of Statistics in terms of enterprise numbers. What we do with any sort of report is look at what the assumptions and multipliers might have been, and we look at the time series that would be based on those numbers, and some of the data that they had went back to previous reports.
Okay, so what are the numbers from ABARES? ABARES are here. What numbers do they have for how many?
Well, ABARES relies on ABS figures for number of enterprises, and as I said before, Senator, in financial year 22-23, there's 37 broadacre farms in WA that had a flock of more than 100 sheep, and I can say that 3,700 broadacre farms with a flock of more than 100 sheep, and within that, 1,700 enterprises are reporting that they're specialist sheep producers, which means that there's around 2,000 farms that are mixed enterprises of sheep, beef and grains or cropping.
There's only 37 farms in WA with more than 100 sheep. Is that right?
No, 3,700, sorry. So 3,700 broadacre farms with sheep.
I thought I heard you say 37.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I heard wrong, but yeah, okay, that makes more sense. But you don't have a figure for how many of those 3,700 derive income from the live sheep trade? Don't even have an estimate of it?
No, Senator.
Not at all. Seems remarkable. Does ABARES have a number? Maybe ABARES could come to the table.
Good morning, Senators. Jared Greenville, Executive Director of ABARES. Just to confirm what is the evidence has been in place, yes, when we do our survey, we don't ask the disposal where you're selling it to, so we don't have a direct estimate of how much trade, how many producers would be selling into the live export trade. But I think it would be fair to say that the price impacts and so forth that you would across that a number of producers do, and are influenced through prices. When we've looked at this issue, there's a number of sheep specialist farms, which you would assume that Mr. Othel has already pointed out. There's 1,700 sheep specialist farms, and that those are the ones which are more exposed to sheep revenues for their financial performance, and those are the ones which would be, I guess, the key group that would be most affected or most influenced by the changes in the market.
How often do you do a survey of sheep farmers?
We do it annually. So it's part of our broadacre survey that we run, and we've just finishing up in the field at the moment.
Right. Okay. And so you haven't bothered asking farmers the question when you survey them, do you derive income from live sheep exports?
No,
we've never asked that.
We've never asked that. We've never asked the pathway to market, whether they sell direct through to suppliers, whether they sell through local stock markets or sale yards and so forth, whether they sell into live export. We do understand from our survey collectors that the live trade is part of the business mix for a number of producers, and particularly as they look into their risk management, which I think we've reported on in the past, as they, depending on seasonal conditions, the same also with the interstate trade. which we don't collect direct figures from the producers themselves, but we do observe quite the figures of interstate trade when they occur.
I mean, that might have made some sense, I suppose, back in the day where everything was hunky-dory. But it seems a little strange, given the government now has had a plan to shut down the live sheep trade for 2.5 years, that no one has bothered asking the question, how many farmers are actually exposed to this policy? So can I just be clear that the department, the government, has not bothered to ask? They talk to them every year. You provide a survey to them every year, but you haven't bothered to ask, do you derive income from the live sheep, and if so, how much?
Yeah, I think, Senator, 2 points that I'll make is that we certainly have approached this in a consistent manner for the economic value and export as well as domestic focus that we would ordinarily ask any commodity sector, and then due to the aspects of this particular government policy, we commissioned those expert reports that Mr McDonald's referred to. I will also say through the chair that I know that this is a very contested policy area, and this committee certainly had a lot of discussion. So I do ask senators to maintain that orderly, respectful and courteous approach. We certainly undertake a very professional approach to all of our policy advice on this issue.
All right, I just don't quite understand how you've designed a transition plan without knowing how many people are affected. Seems very strange.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to the new funding that's been announced. What is that going to, the 32 million?
So I'll ask Ms Hutchinson to lead off on that advice to the committee, senators.
We have the oh yeah, if you found the relevant information, thanks.
So,
Andrew.
Senator, the additional $32.7 million announced by Minister Collins is going to assist sheep producers and the supply chain, so the on-ground elements of the package, Senator.
Sorry, it's going to the on-ground?
Yes, so the assistance that is designed to assist sheep producers and the supply chain participants involved in the industry.
So that means, what, feedlots, exporters, those sort of people?
Not necessarily exporters, depending on what their... it'll depend on what operations they have in the supply chain, but the additional money is now to provide a range of assistance for the on-ground elements that we have to assist sheep producers.
Okay, didn't quite get the clarity there. So who can get it? Like, who can apply? Well, we'll take a step back. Is this funding supplementing what was already there, or is it going to be a separate bucket, if you like, to apply for?
It's supplementing what is already there, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, under my understanding of the previous program, that was going to the industry, that was all around helping them diversify to other non-live sheep production elements. Is that right? Is that still the case?
In the broad, yes. As the Secretary mentioned in his opening statement, Minister Collins has announced that there will be a co-design process that the government will put in place with the industry to help design the actual measures that we will put in place to assist those on the industry to effectively help them make the adjustments that they need to make to their enterprises to cope with the change that's going to be brought about by the cessation of the trade on the 1st of May 2028.
And so Is there limits on what they can diversify to? Or?
We won't be making limits on what they can do. That's all individual commercial decisions. As we design the programs as part of that co-design process, of course, there will be eligibility criteria that will need to be set out and agreed by government. But at the moment there is, or not at the moment, government is not prescribing or having any view about what producers do at the enterprise level.
Does it have to be in primary production?
I don't imagine so, Senator.
So you can go and set up a cafe, take the money and set up a cafe in the local town, and that could be your diversification? If that's what individuals choose to do, I'm sure that will be something that we will look at, Senator, subject to agreement of guidelines by government. But there's still no funding for people who just want to exit the industry and say, look, my capital's now ruined, I just want a payout and go decide what I want to do. Some of these people are pretty old, obviously. They might just want to retire.
There are no specific exit assistance grants as what we've canvassed before in this committee, Senator.
Yeah, it's remarkable that a government, I can't remember, we haven't been able to find an example where a government's shut an industry. Actually, I don't think a government's ever shut an agricultural industry down, but where they have put significant changes on the industry, regulatory change in the industry, I can't find an example where the government hasn't funded exit payments, particularly given all these people are elderly. So you're expectedly telling these people, you're expecting of these Australian people, farmers, that work hard in their whole life, destroyed their wealth, destroyed their industry, and then you've got to, we'll give you some money, but you've got to go work in totally reskill, got to work in a whole nother career to rebuild your life.
What we've done
is that what you're doing, Minister? You're not giving them a chance to just, ease off into the sunset.
What we've done, Senator Canavan, is obviously pass the legislation, which was a policy that we took to the last two elections, and then we've set up this transition fund to help people in the industry move in a different direction if that's what they want to do. So we're being thorough, we're giving them time, and we're working constructively with the industry to achieve that.
Why haven't you just allowed people to take an exit package like we did with the sugar industry, like the previous governments did with the tobacco industry, like we effectively did with Murray-Darling reform?
Because we think there's good opportunity for sheep meat in this country, and that's what we want to develop. We've heard evidence that this will actually create jobs as well, and we think that there's a good economic opportunity to do that.
This is why farmers can't stand you, because you have no idea of how farming works and how different it is to transition to other types of farming.
Well, thanks for the lecture from the consultant, from the Big Four consulting firms.
Oh, right, okay. Yep. As I say, look at the survey results. So is this, how much of the original $107 million was going to farmers?
I'll come back to you on that, Senator, as I find the figure. Yeah.
Is it 60? I think it's 64.6 million was going to the.
Yeah. So
is that right?
So that was the that was the amount that was for
the supply chain.
For the supply chain, so for sheep producers, the supply chain, and also for the processing sector. And so that has, if you just bear with me.
So we've got the figures for how that breakdown occurs now under the 139.7.
Yeah. So that's been increased to 97.3 million now, Senator.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to know.
Yep.
So that effectively, with the change, with the increased funding, is up to 97.3 for the supply chain.
Correct.
Have you broken that down to farmers, to truck driver operators or anyone else supply chain, or is it just one bucket?
Yes, we have, Senator.
Okay, so what's of the 97.3, how much for farmers?
So as I said before, there's going to be a co-design process that involves industry stakeholders. So there will be, of that 97.3, there will be $45.5 million available as part of that co-design process with...
45.4, did you say?
5.
45.
45.5 million.
45.5 million.
Yep.
For farmers.
Correct. And then there will be and supply chain participants such as livestock carriers.
Oh, so that's not just for farmers?
No, not just for farmers. It's for.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, I'm asking that. You don't have it split out just for farmers, do you?
No, we don't.
Okay. Hang on. So the 45.5 is for farmers and livestock transporters?
Yes, another relevant.
Right.
You know.
So what's the other $52 million?
Yes. So there is an $43.5 million will be provided through a federated funding agreement with the WA government, and that will be, provide a $40 million processing grants program. It will provide $1.5 million for a community wellbeing program, and there is $2 million there in administration costs for the WA government to run those programs. There's $2.4 million for additional services for the WA Rural Financial Counselling Service provider, and there's a final $5.9 million in departmental costs, including the fees that we're obligated to pay to the Community Grants Hub.
How much is that?
5.9 million in departmental costs.
5.9. Community Grants Hub, what's that? Is that the...
So the government has agreed, there's sort of two hubs. It's where we centralise the administration of, the federal government does, administration of all grants, and it's a fee-for-service arrangement where all agencies need to provide the hub for their costs of coordinating grant guidelines and applications from eligible applicants, Senator.
Right.
Just do have others if you.
Oh, okay. Look, yeah, that's fine. I've been going for a while. Sorry, I didn't realise. So, yeah, happy to transition.
Yeah, Senator
Canavan. In terms of the package, is the WA government involved at all in delivering part of the package?
Yes, as I just alluded to, Senator, Minister Collins has reached an agreement with the WA for them to facilitate two elements of the package, and that's a process of grants program and also a community wellbeing program.
Okay, so we're funding, but they're administering the package with respect to those two elements.
Correct. That's right, Senator.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Anyway,
Senator Brown, did you have a couple of questions in this area or not? Okay, Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I have some questions on the plant, on the billion trees, etc., if anyone's in here, and a couple on the irrigation systems across Australia, specifically for a couple of questions for Tasmania. Well, I'm just trying to work out where we're up to. Because Tony Abbott did one, and then Lee did another one, and then I think you guys have done one. I'm just trying to work out. Just trying to get to the bottom of it so I understand it a bit more.
good to go.
Okay. So I'll just give you a quick explanation. So in September of 2018, the federal government launched the Growing a Better Australia, a billion trees for jobs and growth program. A plan to radically expand Australia's timber plantations by 1 billion trees over a decade, so Australia would have enough timber for demand in 2050. Yep, is that correct? Based on their progress in 2021, it would take 357 years to hit their billion trees target, approximately 400,000 acres. Apparently, the Support Plantation Establishment Program the government has reframed the Support Plantation Establishment Program, committed 73.76 mil for grants over 4 years, 23-24, and the funding is to support establishment of new long rotation softwood and hardwood plantation forests. Is that correct? That's the purpose. That's the purpose. Okay, okay. So, how much has been spent to date on the Billion Trees program?
I might pass that question to Mr. Guy Bursell.
Senator Guy Bursell, Acting Assistant Secretary, Agvet Chemicals and Forestry Branch. We're sort of talking about two separate commitments. It's not so much a Billion Trees program, which I think might have been a commitment from the previous government. This government.
Yeah, I'm coming back to that. I want to know how many were put in the ground from that government.
Yes, certainly. So the Support Plantation Establishment program's run a couple of rounds so far. I can give you some quick numbers if you'd like,
great.
Senator. So from rounds 1 and 2, we've had 27 projects that have been approved for a total of $15.72 million. That's over the life of those grants, and that, when combined and when completed, those projects will yield 8,233 hectares of new plantations.
How many? 8,000?
233.
Okay, and okay, so that's that. But how many hectares is it? How many hectares is supposed to be in that amount of money?
Well, you're testing my mental maths there, Senator. The program's got funding of $73.76 million, and the way the program works is it's on a per hectare basis. Someone in my team might be able to send me a text message with the numbers, but essentially you can multiply the administered funding for the program, which is $73.76 million, by the sort of $2,000 per hectare amount that the program provides support up to get a rough figure. But in the session I can try and get you what the sort of maximum quantum might be.
Okay, so that's the Billion Trees. Is that the Billion Trees one?
That'd be 36,000 hectares in total if the program's fully committed.
So how many trees have we put in so far? Did you say? Out of everything?
Well, the program is supporting the establishment of 8,233 hectares.
So there's no hectares done, or there is?
Oh, well, the planting has commenced, but it's just I couldn't tell you how many trees were in the ground because many of those projects are in different stages of completion. Some of them will only have started their site preparation work. Some of them will have started planting.
Okay, so can I have the full thing on that? I know you don't have it with you right now, but, you know, I just want to know what achievements have been made since its commencement. That's what I'm looking for. So I need numbers, figures, where they are, that sort of thing. So that's what I want to see.
Yeah, I probably can't provide terribly much more on notice than what I've provided, Senator. At the moment, the grants will support 8,233 hectares, and if the program's fully expended, it'll yield about 36,000 hectares.
Okay, so but I can have any information that is up to date today that I can have a look at to see where that progress is going myself?
We can provide some additional information. Well, we can take a look at what additional information we can provide on notice, Senator.
Okay, and can you tell me what the relationship is between the Growing a Better Australia, a Billion Trees for Jobs and Growth program, and the Support Plantation Establishment program? What's running? What isn't? What does all that look like?
My recollection, and you're testing my memory, Senator, is that the Billion Trees commitment was from the previous government. This government has set out a suite of programs in relation to forestry that fall under a couple of the sort of broader programs relating to a future grown in Australia, and then a subset of that is a better plan for forestry and forest products. So that plan includes the Support Plantation Establishment program and accelerating adoption of wood processing innovation, some investment in research and development through Australian Forest and Wood Innovations, and a suite of other programs. In total, around $300 million.
So how much was spent under the previous program of Growing a Billion Trees? How much was spent?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, though. To be clear, I think that was a commitment or sort of it wasn't a funded program, it was more a commitment of the previous government, an aspirational target in terms of achieving 1 billion trees.
So no money was spent?
It wasn't a funded program. It wasn't a budget measure. It was a sort of broader commitment.
It was just Jono out there planting trees.
Well, thanks,
digging
John.
holes.
You tried, mate.
I don't think
You
he's dug
tried.
many holes in his life.
Right, okay. So therefore we don't have a closure report because we never opened the billion tree. So we don't have a closure report for that because really it never happened.
It's just
There were a suite of measures, or there were a suite of programs that the previous government ran. I probably would have to take anything on further on notice, though.
Okay. All right. So, and can you give me anything you can on the other two programs, please, so I can try and get my head around it all?
Sorry, to be clear, Senator, for
The other
support
two
plantation
programs, the
establishment.
Growing a Better Australia, the Support Plantation Establishment Program.
Yeah, sorry, just to be clear, Senator,
This is what I'm trying to clear up.
the Better Plan for Forestry and Forest Products is kind of an umbrella commitment from the government that includes a suite of programs about forestry. One of those is the Support Plantation Establishment Program, but certainly I can provide specific details about projects that have been approved under that program.
That'd be great. Now, also in the previous government, money was committed to forestry products, and we have one down at the Australian Maritime College in Launceston where they were going to do wood cellulose, and money was promised to them. Did that ever get started?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
It did get started? It did?
A wooden frisbee at that.
Okay. So what is that under? Help me out here. Help me out here, Jono. What is that under so I can try and get some answers?
Helpful, but I'm starting now to get confused, and I was going to suggest
Sorry.
maybe get a briefing, but he confused me even more. If you
Yeah, I know. Right.
I can take that on notice and get back to you.
Why don't we do a deal?
Okay.
Okay, hang on, order. Why don't we do a deal? Why don't you two go in that room, have a cup of coffee, and we'll get back to it later. Senator Lambie, do you have any other questions?
Yeah,
I reckon you would have.
We had two of these places that were set up from the previous government to look at ways of using our wood instead of chipping it. Okay, so there was one in Launceston and there was another one elsewhere. I can't remember where that was. I want to know what is going on because they occupied those buildings. Well, they have it, the Maritime College, as far as I know. So what are they doing?
Yeah, Senator, I'm not super familiar on these specific projects, but I'm happy to take it on notice and come back to you.
Well, is there someone that's more familiar?
Well, I can, not the historic programs, but the current program, we've got the Australian Forest and Wood Innovation Centre, which is at UTAS in Launceston.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, so we can give you information on that part of this government's program, which is the National Institute for Forest Products Innovation, which is a $100 million program. So that's the one that's investing in UTAS in Launceston.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's what I want to know. So what does that look like now? How much money they spent? Where are they at? What have they done?
Yeah, certainly. My apologies, Senator. And part of the confusion is there were an extension to the National Institutes for Forest Products Innovation. One of those was in Launceston, and now that's been effectively rolled into the new Australian Forest and Wood Innovations. I'd be happy to provide you a bit of an update on that program. So the government's entered into an agreement with the University of Tasmania in Launceston, who'll be managing AFWI, as we call it. There'll be two other research centres based out of the University of Sunshine Coast and the University of Melbourne. The program's worth around $100 million over the next 4 years, and around about 25 of that's been released to the University of Tasmania. There are a few components to that funding. There's $20 million, which is open call funding, which is there's been an announcement about the first $5 million tranche of that, which is supporting 8 projects. And in addition to the open call funding, there is core funding of about $8.9 million for each of the research centres to do their own research, and then conditional funding of $13.3 million for each of those research centres, which requires matched funding for industry.
And how many research centres do you have?
There are 3. So UTAS, the University of Melbourne, and the University of Sunshine Coast.
Oh, I see. So the universities are doing this now.
Well, all of the projects, Senator, require partnerships. So the universities are managing the research centres, but the latest round of open call funding had dozens of research partners. So each of the research projects has industry participation and funding. So while the Commonwealth put in $5 million of open call funding, I think in the order of $8 million in co-contributions from university and industry are going into those project delivery as well.
And what are the terms of reference these universities are working within? What do they have to produce?
Well, there's a contract with the universities, and there are sort of research focuses, but the idea of AFWE is that they'll undertake research within the three different sort of stratas of research, and that will be done with industry. So there'll be applications from industry and researchers in the innovation space to use wood more efficiently, or to use or embed carbon in wood products, those kinds of projects, with a view to developing products and innovative new products that the industry can use.
Okay, I'm sorry, what's the expected timeline of all this? What's the expected timeline to get those results?
Well, the research will take a number of years. The funding from the Commonwealth goes out to the financial year 2026-2027.
Don't we have a problem with building products in this country? Wouldn't we want to move this on a bit faster? Well, Senator, this is about research projects, so it's about testing and finding new ways and using new products, so all of that takes time. Okay. It's not a manufacturing program, Senator, it's a research and innovation program. Okay. Are you doing anything? Are you, sorry?
It looks like your head's hurting.
It is. Are we doing anything, is in your area doing anything on how we can get building products a lot quicker and be made here in Australia rather than bringing it in from overseas? Have you got any stuff like that going on in your portfolio?
Yes, certainly, Senator. There's a program which I referenced earlier called the Accelerate Adoption of Wood Processing Innovation, which we refer to as AUSParliament. That's again, it's around $100 million, which is going to 33 grant recipients spread out across all states and territories with the exception of the ACT, I think. Those are grants of between $1 and $5 million for wood processing facilities to invest in new technology or expand their operations to use wood resources more efficiently, or to develop new product lines. Okay, so how long has that been going for? That's been running since 2022-23.
Okay, so what have they produced so far? What's the production coming out of them now?
Well, it's about companies investing in their manufacturing facilities. So some of those do take some time. I probably can't speak to the detail of individual projects, but I can perhaps give you a status of each of those projects on notice.
We can talk to you a bit about the nature of some of those projects, so funded projects, and sorry, Matt Lowe, Deputy Secretary of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group. So the nature of those projects includes prefab timber, frames and trusses, roof battens, glue laminated timber products and fencing materials. So that's the nature at a high level. So what is your timeline when all this will be up and running and we're producing all that? Let me ask you that way. What is your timeline? What timeline are they on? Well, I think that the answer to that is what's the company's timelines. So each of these projects sits within an individual grant agreement that we've got with companies. What we can tell you is that as of 30th of September 2024, $56.69 million has been released in payments to grantees. Yeah, I understand that, but I want to know what's going to be the end product and when does it start? How often do you ring these companies? Who's chasing them? Who's doing this?
So, Senator,
that's what I want to know. Who's walking alongside this project and go and see all those companies every 3 months, reporting back to you people? What is going on here? How's this done?
I can answer if you'd like, Mr. Lowe. The grantees are required to report regularly to the department through our community grants hub.
What's regularly look like?
At least twice a year, and they have milestones set out in their grant agreements, and payments are released only on completion of those milestones. So we're talking in many instances, Senator, about quite complex projects that include bringing in technology from overseas and include very long commissioning timeframes with experts that have to be flown in from other countries to undertake commissioning.
What, to make a truss? You've got to be kidding me, yeah?
Senator, this is about investing in the wood processing
I understand what it is to make trusses.
rather than so that the investment needs to be made by the industry so that it can produce more. So you can't, these grantees can't simply just do more. They have to make the investment in their facilities before they can put more product through those facilities.
Okay. What is the status of the review that was to be conducted into the water requirements in the Emissions Reduction Fund, farm forestry and plantation forestry methodologies to enable forestry to fully participate in the ERF? Where's that review?
I think that might be. I think we might be talking about a program managed by the Clean Energy Regulator.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's clean. Okay. That's fine. Yes, please.
Has there been any input from this department into the development of that methodology?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but I'll have to take that on notice because it may have been coordinated from outside of my branch.
And just on that, there is also a proposal put forward by the New South Wales government around a methodology relating to avoided deforestation. Has there been any input from this department on that?
Yeah, the improved native forest method for multi-use public forests, yes.
Perhaps we might, without taking up Senator Lambie's time, I might come back to you on that. Just flag it now and we'll talk about it after.
Certainly,
Sorry, Senator Lambie.
No, thanks for that. That's good. Can you tell me how much money was allocated to the Greater Southern East Irrigation System in Tasmania for the 24-25?
I think, again, that question might be one better directed to DQ. That's not a program that we oversee.
Who is it?
It's a water program.
Okay. Do you have any ideas, probably not, this would be Treasury's, but do you have any idea of what Treasury's allocation for irrigation schemes for 25-26
No,
is?
Sorry. No.
Okay. I think that's it. Yes, that's it from me. Thank you.
Senator Ciccone.
Look, thanks, Chair. And look, forgive me if it's in this outcome or the next outcome. I was a bit confused with what we can ask about forestry here or the next outcome. But just in terms of what Senator Lambie had asked, just following on from some of those questions about the Victorian context, in terms of plantations, what are we, from a Commonwealth level, doing to support plantations in the state of Victoria in light of the state government's decision to shut down the hardwood industry?
Sure, Senator. The principal program, again, is related to the Support Plantation Establishment Program. I think there are 4 projects currently approved in Victoria. And
you think or you know?
I know, sorry. There are 4.
Whereabouts?
I can give you the local government areas. So
sure.
There's one in the Southern Grampians Shire, there's one in Mount Alexander Shire, there's one in Glenelg Shire, and there's one in East Gippsland Shire. And the total area for those projects is 481.3. And sorry, Senator, I just might correct the record. I think earlier I said the total sort of maximum from that Support Plantation Establishment Program is 38,000 hectares. I think it's actually 36,880.
Okay. So you can give us the figures for the hectares, but is there an estimate about how many trees are actually being planted in the ground?
That's always a little difficult for us.
Why?
Because the number of trees in the ground varies over the life of a plantation. We're also supporting both hardwood plantations and softwood plantations. Each have slightly different stocking rates. And it's sort of up to the forestry operator based on the precise sort of climatic conditions of the plantation about the best way to manage, and in many cases trees are put in the ground initially, and then over the life of the projects the plantation is thinned to ensure a proper establishment of high quality timbers.
I just would have thought it'd be simple auditing, just to have X amount of trees have gone in, X amount have come out. That way we know, even from your own perspective, like how many trees have been planted, because this is a question that gets asked every single time. And, you know, governments on both sides of politics will say, we want to plant X amount of trees. Well, how do we know that if you don't even get that data?
Well, we require the grantees to provide us with a plantation management plan that's certified by a qualified forester. From our perspective,
so are they providing you with that figure or not?
I'll have to take on notice whether the plan includes a figure or a stocking rate, but I think from our perspective, we're better to ensure that the plantation manager is getting the right advice from a qualified forester to make decisions about the best way to manage the individual plantation.
I mean, not that I'm less concerned about how it's managed, I am, but I'm also concerned that the Commonwealth is not actually asking whether the people on the ground, how many trees are you planting? Like, surely that's a simple question. How many trees are we planting when we're handing over millions of dollars for people to set up their plantations? It's probably one of the very first questions that people ask. How many trees do you have on the land? And you can't even tell us.
Yeah, how do we know whether or not all these thousands of buildings, how many thousands of new houses the government's building is how short we're going to be on certain things, like trusses and other building products? Like, have you not aligning this up to saying, well, this is what we're going to need in 10 years' time, we have to make sure we've got this many trees in so we're self-sufficient? Is nobody talking to each other here?
I can make two general comments. Now, I'm not a forestry expert or I'm not a forester, but it will depend on the timber. So if you plant...
I understand that. I understand that, but if you need timber for this, you want timber for these trusses, you need the different timber for this building product. Who's doing all the maths to know exactly how much of each we need in those hectares?
And my second point, Senator, was going to that exact point, that through ABARES, we've got a longer-term supply-demand projects to look at supply-demand for Australian industries coming out of the timber estate. So that's the macro approach. And then the plantation by plantation will depend on what trees are going in the ground, whether they survive, what product they are. So they're very sensible and important questions, and that's why we get that information grant by grant. You know, as you know, some trees you plant close together, other particularly hardwood species need a lot more space. So it really depends on the product you're going to supply into your industry or and the species that are going in. But that's a general answer.
Mr. Fennessy, can I ask you, and you might need to take this on notice, but is there some way that your department can provide this committee with data that shows how many trees are planted and whether we do it by each of these sort of programs, for instance, by these areas that you've identified? There was 4, let's say, in the state of Victoria. How many survive? What type of trees have been planted? You know, and we're looking at hardwood, softwood, the type of tree that's been planted. Because there might be areas that we plant that we find, well, actually, it's not suitable for the land for it to be planted on, right? It's all this data. Hopefully you and your department after today can go back and try and think about how you provide this committee with that level of just, I think, simple data. Like, we can't also rely on our state colleagues because for a variety of reasons, maybe they don't also collect this data as well too. Like in Victoria, are you dealing with the state government when it comes to these plantations? Is it through Vic Forests or what's left of it anyway? Who are you discussing these matters at the Victorian level?
So we do, for the grant guidelines, we do engage with state and territory governments to ensure that the guidelines are calibrated to meet the needs of state and territory governments as well. But the grants are effectively, or the grant program is effectively kind of applicant agnostic, as long as they're able to put in place a plantation scheme. I think we're happy to take those questions on notice in relation to the numbers, unless we've got anything further to add.
I mean, certainly I can say we don't count, nor to my knowledge do our state counterparts count the number of trees. We look at data about forestry and forest products at a different scale. We look at it in terms of hectares and cubic metres and
I'm not asking for someone to literally count every tree, but surely someone knows how many trees have been planted, right? You ordered 10,000, well, we planted 10,000. It's an estimate, right?
There's the potential, I suppose, to do, but they would be very rough estimates. I suppose from our perspective, we care more about the hectares and that those plantations are managed effectively so that those number of hectares will yield usable timber.
Can I just say to you that I know that's very important data, but from my perspective, I think knowing the number of trees, and I can see the Secretary nodding, I think the number of trees is also very important too. And I think it's important that we have all the data available to us. So can I just get you to think about that after today, just to come back to this committee on notice, but what data you can share. And if you need to change the way we collect things, then I think that's important as well too. But I know Senator Wishful had one just follow up.
Look, I wasn't aware that there was public money going to grants to people to put plantations in the ground. After managed investment schemes disaster over many decades, I'd be very concerned about that. But could I ask in relation to Senator Lambie's question, if you're giving public money to people to put plantations in the ground, are they able to sell that timber to overseas markets, or is it kept in Australia for local manufacturing? Is there any contract restrictions on where they can sell that timber when it's harvested?
No, there aren't.
Why not?
We don't want to keep it for ourselves.
So most of it's exported now.
God.
A lot of our plantation timber is exported. That's why we don't have a lot of structural timber. Like, isn't that a big part of the problem?
We do export a significant volume of wood. I suppose in terms of this program, it's targeting on expanding the plantation estate and doing that in a way that also secures sequestration of carbon. I think it's fair to say that because we're focusing on long rotation rather than things like the chip market, we're looking at higher value products that are more likely to be processed within Australia. Certainly much of our softwood is...
Why aren't they being processed in Australia now? When you go down to Portland or go down to Burnie, the wharf is full of logs waiting to go overseas. Rather than, how do you know that?
Well, I mean, there's a level of complexity, Senator, I suppose, but much of the export market is processing timbers that are too small a diameter for Australian processors to cost effectively process here. So many of them are exported overseas to be processed.
Okay, I don't have time, but I'd like to
can I just
continue that maybe after the break.
These questions on notice. I want to know how much planted is new plantation, how much is replant, how much is softwood, and how much is hardwood?
Are you talking specifically in this program or more broadly,
Whatever
Senator?
you've got. I want to know what we're looking like in building products over the next 10 years. That's what we're all looking for. We want to know how much we're actually producing and using that's Australian, and actually how much we're bringing in, and why we're doing the stupidity of doing chips at our wharves, wood chips.
Senator, it might be useful to go to a number of the questions that have been asked. We are conducting, as the Secretary mentioned, a wood volume analysis. So that's looking at current supply and future supply and demand. I guess I think we're looking to finish that by the end of the first quarter of next calendar year, so by the end of March next year. We're very happy to have ABARES come to the table to talk about the progress of that work.
Sorry, just before we go to Dr. Greenville, I can just answer some of the specifics. So they're all new plantations, so it's a requirement of the program that there hasn't been a plantation on that land for at least 7 years, so they're all new. And we can perhaps table the list of projects that have been approved, because that will give you the breakdown of softwood and hardwood and location.
And it being 11 a.m, we will now suspend for 15 minutes, and still in outcome 1. Thank you.
When we come back, I'll make...
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Is it possible to ask some questions on bird flu and avian flu?
It certainly is, but that, Senator, that's under outcome 2, which is biosecurity. So if you're happy to wait till
happy to do that.
Yep.
So I might touch on, ask some questions touching on the previous discussion around, deforestation was mentioned. I know we've had some pretty significant questioning on this in recent estimates. There was an article which you're probably aware of in the Sydney Morning Herald by Mike Foley on June 10th last year around Minister Watts and Minister Farrell's trip to the EU around farm exports and deforestation. I just wanted to ask some specific questions about what data was the department relying on when it advised the minister back then that there is, quote unquote, there is no risk Australian beef and leather products are connected to deforestation? And what definition of deforestation is the department using or was using in that determination?
Senator, we'll certainly go to that. There's a mix of both trade issues and policy issues, so we've got all the right officials at the table, and we certainly can speak to the matters that we were directly advising the minister on. So I think...
Senator, why don't we start with definitions around deforestation, and then we can move on to the matters you raised earlier as well. That's with ABS.
Jared Grenville, Executive Director of ABS. Thanks for the question, Senator. So I can read you our definition of a forest, and then so a deforestation is when that forest is removed. So a forest is defined as an area incorporating all living and non-living components that is dominated by trees usually having a single stem and a mature or potentially mature stand height exceeding 2 metres, and with an existing or potential crown cover of overstory strata about equal to or greater than 20%. And so this includes Australia's diverse native forests and plantations, regardless of age. It is also sufficiently broad to encompass areas of trees that are sometimes described as woodlands. So that's our internationally recognised definition.
So does that cover woody vegetation?
So I guess it would, if the woody vegetation met that criteria, it's kind of, we're talking oxymorons, that it would, but so it depends on that definition of woody vegetation that you're talking about. There is a difference in, I think we discussed this at the last estimates regarding, say, the SLATs data and the other data, and there's that question on notice. And so the change, the change in vegetation cover associated with things that are not forests gets picked up as part of that grassland conversion change in use, if you recall.
So SLATs uses a finer resolution satellite data than your analysis, is that?
No, so it's the same level of resolution and so forth in the data. It would be the definition, so to speak. So we define an area of Australia's forests, and we've just recently updated that with our State of the Forest report. And we look at changes in that based on the coverage of our definition. So when you slip, say, there'll be an area which would be, you've got forest, and then if it doesn't meet that definition, it'll fit into another category, and the different reporting will pick up that. And so in the emissions accounts, that different reporting goes under that grassland change.
Okay. So are you aware that the Queensland Statewide Land Cover and Tree Study, SLATS, found that approximately 90% of woody vegetation clearing in Queensland, which amounts to the majority of forest and woodland clearing in Australia, is related to pasture expansion?
So we were certainly aware of the data, and we make use of the best available data. So I can give you the estimates that we've got in terms of the deforestation numbers, and kind of give you a bit of a
if that's correct, I'm just wondering how you can advise there's no risk Australian beef and leather products are connected to deforestation.
I can't talk to that question. I can just really talk to the definition and the reporting.
So who in the department did advise the minister back then in 2023? Or who wrote the notes for the minister to take on the trade delegation?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice. I wasn't directly involved in that, but we can certainly find out. Part of the challenge with the EU deforestation regulation and the surrounding agenda has been lack of clarity. So there's been a significant focus on what is it that the EU is going to require in terms of the type of evidence that we can provide, and also the different approaches to land management and land use in Australia versus other countries and the EU. And it's been a problem internationally, so it's not just Australia. So there's certainly been a lot of work, and there continues to be a lot of pressure, and we continue to work both in the EU with other countries and within Australia with the various industries that are going to become subjected to this regulation when it does come in. And recently, and Senator Canavan mentioned it earlier today, we're getting further information from the EU as part of their advice to the department or to the government about the delay in the implementation. We're getting clearer advice from the EU about what they're going to expect and also what would constitute agricultural land use, and that will help us and the industry, will help us communicate to industry, but also the industry itself.
Can you give us an update on that? Like, when's that expected?
So as far as there's increasing information becoming available as the EU develops their guidance and their information. So I think it was early October we got the advice of the delay. And as part of that, they published more information, which is publicly available, and we can certainly make it available, Senator, about how that measurement's going to be made, how Australian producers and exporters are going to need to provide information to their importers within the EU. We also make representation. It's a challenging regulation as well, because it is actually going to be enabled, if you like, through the partner states within the EU. So we also engage directly with them to help us understand how they're going to give effect to that regulation as well. So as that information becomes, we certainly keeping the pressure on in Europe we've got a councillor located over there, and we certainly make use of our opportunities at the variety of meetings we attend to be very clear about Australia's need for clarity to make sure that for a market that's already got significant barriers, that we continue to push on reducing the type of information and the cost that it puts onto Australian producers, but that particular clarity. So we'll make sure that we can send.
What about the cost that deforestation puts onto the environment and threatened species?
Yeah.
Are you aware? Recently, this Australian Conservation Foundation published a report which you may have seen. I can give you the title of it here. Banking on Nature Destruction, Analysis of Australian Bank Financing of Deforestation. They claim, using existing data between ABARES data between June 2018 and June 2020, over 1 million hectares of woody vegetation was cleared in Queensland for agriculture, of which 73% was for beef production. And more than half of that, 53% of the clearing, met the strictest international definition of deforestation, so not just the EU's definition. More than half of 52% of this forest destroyed was at least 30 years old, while a further 15% was remnant forest. That is forest that shows no sign of having been cleared in the past, or what is internationally defined as primary forest. And across the deforestation identified, using the strictest definition, 364,221 hectares were determined to be high risk for significantly impacting protected threatened species and ecological communities and at risk of being illegal. Are you aware of that report?
Certainly, Senator, I mean, from a general point of view, yes, we're aware of that report. I guess we can get caught in definitions in this space quite easily. And so one of the things that would be useful to differentiate that the EU deforestation regulations are about effectively a technical barrier to trade and a compliance with that, and we'll undertake, as Ms Hutchison said, a number of activities to do that. But coming to your numbers, if I may, so using our definition of forest, we also agree that there is a forest change in Australia, and we recognise that. And our numbers from 2016-17 to 2020-21, the most recent that we have up to date, coming to your points,
Is that in your new report that you've released?
It's in our new report.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't read that yet, but I will. Yeah.
I can provide the committee with a copy as well.
It would be very useful.
Copy.
Yeah.
We've got primary clearing, so first-time clearing, as you noticed, over that 5-year period of 0.22 million hectares. Reclearing of regrowth of 1.53 million hectares. At the same time, we had regrowth of 1.24 million hectares and forest expansion and other forest establishment of 1.24 million hectares, which led to a net positive change in the total area of forest of 0.75 million hectares.
Okay.
And so that's the official numbers that we have.
Thank you. It was noted in this article in the Sydney Morning Herald that Minister Plibersek said in July last year that Australia cleared more than 7.7 million hectares of threatened species habitat across the country between 2000 and 2017, and 90% was not assessed under national environment laws. She said Australia is one of the world's deforestation hotspots. Isn't this part of the problem that we've got if the EU is looking at our environmental record, which is why they're putting these restrictions on deforestation, and you've got an environment minister that's clearly acknowledging the problem, but your department doesn't? Is this why there's tensions in the negotiations with the EU? I mean, clearly they can see the data, they can read the ACF report, they can read the Wilderness Society report, they can look at your report. There's a disconnect here, isn't there?
The way I would describe it is that there is absolutely a diversity of activities in countries around the world, as you would expect. And it is very difficult for one country and the production systems as they understand them to then understand how it operates in a completely different country like Australia to the EU. So I think the definitional issues do become complicated, and I think the industry, the department, is committed to making sure that land use is as effective as it possibly can be, and the reports
what do you mean by land use being as
health.
effective as it possibly can be? What about its impact on nature?
Absolutely, including that, Senator. And industry has made, and different industries are making commitments about land use and how it can ensure that there is a sustainable and ongoing balance between all the things that rely on land use across Australia, and there are differing views on that.
Well, could I ask, because I haven't read that report, is it the department's view, still the department's view, that no Australian beef or leather products are connected to deforestation based on your latest report?
As I mentioned, in relation to how and when those comments were made, I would have to take that on notice.
But is it the department's current view now?
I don't have a view.
Yeah, but my comment would be that we are working closely with EU officials about those definitions, which Dr Greenville talked about. Australia does have a specific approach to define things like woody vegetation and our own forest mapping. So I think our first focus is how do we make sure that we've got clarity of view, including with our colleagues at Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water. And then secondly, what does that mean for our beef industry, our forestry industry, forest products industry? And so that's where the ability to negotiate this further is important.
Do you accept that deforestation for beef deprives native animals of the habitat? Is that a fundamental thing you would accept?
Well, I think the other point I know, and this is
not why not.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any any differences in opinions. So I don't think that's funny.
Yeah.
So we've got to find a balance now.
Well, the other point on that.
Or not.
Yeah.
So I don't think Senator Canavan's funny. Just ignore him, please.
On that, On that definition...
Well, that's what I choose to do.
Yeah. On that definitional issue, and this is why it's so important for that clarity, our approach is that Australia's total forest area has increased year on year since 2008, and one of the few nations to sustain such an increase. And then we need to engage very openly and fully with the EU, because the other approach is that we are signed up to the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forest and Land Use, as well as the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and we work closely with our colleagues in DQ, as we work closely with the beef industry and the forestry industry.
Mr Fennessy, are you aware that over 700,000 hectares of mapped, known or likely koala habitat in Queensland was destroyed for beef production in the 5 years leading up to 2020? Do you accept that as a fact?
We define deforestation as a permanent removal of forest cover, and in the EU deforestation...
Can you answer my question? Like, let's put the definitions aside. Yeah. Are you aware of that information about koala habitat?
Yeah. It's.
I know the. Okay. You know the.
Well, we wouldn't.
People don't want to hear the truth about this.
No, we wouldn't accept points of view unless we can clarify what the Australian position is on deforestation. And that's why we're having the debate with the EU.
Do you accept that information about koala habitat? I mean, it's what you've got your definition and a difference to the EU, but this is not about definition. It's about habitat being removed, whether it's fitting your definition of a forest or not. Are you aware of that? The impact beef production's had on koala habitat?
I think in terms of that issue with impact on koalas, we would seek advice from our colleagues in the Environment Department. On deforestation, we have been negotiating both with the Environment Department as well as the EU on what we consider to be the relevant definitions in the Australian context.
As I mentioned, Minister Plibersek said last year to the media, 7.7 million hectares of threatened species habitat across the country over 17 years, 2000 to 2017. 90% was not assessed under national environmental laws, and that Australia is one of the world's deforestation hotspots, and we need to do better. I mean, the Europeans are reading this, right? It's all out there on public record, but you're arguing about definitions of what is and isn't deforestation. Well, you're going to have to deal with these issues if we're going to get a trade deal, right? So how about actually looking about changing the way we operate so that we can actually sell our beef overseas?
Well, Senator, to your point, and I think as the Secretary has mentioned, I think the answer is we are doing better. So, as the Secretary mentioned, on forestry, regrowth and establishment, the FAO ranked Australia second globally for increase in forest area. So that's increasing by an average of 446,000 hectares per year between 2010 and 2020, and we're in the top 10 countries for areas of forest that are legally protected.
So where was that?
So we do have a good story to
Where was that growth in forests as a matter of interest?
I don't have those details to hand.
What's a lot? I mean, is it we're talking about plantation? Are we talking about plantation timbers?
Yeah.
We're talking about specific rewilding for biodiversity. We're talking about production forests. Like
we'll be able to. The more detailed version of this report has a breakdown of where forest area change is occurring across the landscape, and so we'll be able to provide you those details. And it's a combination of those numbers I read in before.
The other way.
Have a bit of that story about how much of that is regrowth, how much of that is forest expansion into areas which were previously not forest, and so we have some more detailed breakdown.
Yeah, and could you take on notice how much of that was koala habitat?
I'm not sure if we have that, but we can take that. We'll investigate for you. That might be
we're regrowing. That would be a good comparison. That may help the EU.
But I think coming to also the questions of change is one of the important things is that's highlighted in our report, which is not an assessment report of whether or not we're meeting the EU deregulation agreements, but forest area change is not only occurring because of agriculture.
Sorry to interrupt you. Things were going along wonderfully smoothly earlier on, and I just encourage, can senators ask their questions in silence? Can we hear the answers in silence? Because every time there's an action, there's 14 reactions in this room. So
I'm used to it from Senator Reynolds. I remember our White Sharks exchanges we had over in Western Australia.
So Senator Dunham, thanks, mate. So Senator Wish-Wilson has the call. Senator Reynolds, Senator Wish-Wilson has the call. As soon as he's finished, then I'm going to come across to Senator Canavan on the right-hand side, and then Senator Ciccone.
I don't think Dr Greenville had finished his answer.
No, he hadn't, because I interrupted him because it's just starting to get a bit boisterous. Okay.
That's perfectly
sorry,
fine.
I can't read Mr.
Sorry, I should do that.
Doctor. No, that's not going to help.
No, okay, yeah.
Sorry.
You and me both. Thanks, Chair. So I can just be really quick. I was just going to illustrate that part of the change in forest area, it's not all because of agriculture. There's urban area expansion and so forth, and there's a range of different drivers of forest area change, and that's important to also recognise. And when we think about the impact of forest operations, so that's the forestry aspect of that. The latest report that we have the impact that the forest operations have in terms of its threat rating for forest dwelling vertebrate and fauna is way down the list compared to some of the other drivers of change.
What does your new report say about the carbon footprint of deforestation? It was about 20% of national emissions historically. Is that changed?
So I think
new forest growth.
Yeah, so the net change, as we see in terms of annual greenhouse gas emissions from land use change and the forestry sector, the mouthful, LULUCF, shows a strong negative in terms of its carbon sink these days. We've got a breakdown as to the different aspects, so there is still some positive emissions from forest conversions, as we were talking about, but then they're being offset by new area establishments, forest remaining forest, and also the sequestering of carbon in forest products that remain, in operational landfills and so forth.
So if, sorry, Chair, I'll finish up and put other questions on notice, but if in the next 12 months the EU is looking at going through this process now, and we've got someone over there who's lobbying, presumably on behalf of Australian beef producers, what happens in a year's time if they don't accept Australia's definition of deforestation? What's the process then? Do we then either not go ahead with the deal, so Australian farmers lose out, or do we then fall in behind their definition or other global definitions and change the way we operate? What's the process?
So the EU... Oh, sorry.
The first comment I'll make is senators will recall that the previous Minister Watt, wrote to the EU, and now we have a 12-month delay. So we're very much focused on keeping market access and compliance. The other point I made at our last hearing is it's not just Australia, it's Canada, Colombia, Indonesia, India, USA, Mexico, and a long list, Singapore, who have raised the same concerns, and then quite a large number of EU member states. So we're all negotiating, and we are still very much focused on getting greater clarity and alignment with Australia, but all of those other jurisdictions. So that's the general point. I don't know if there's anything to add on that, other than trade access is a priority.
The one comment I would make on that, the EU deforestation regulation is clear. It is in legislation and it already articulates the definition that they're using. So the process we're going through and the year's delay, so we will be subject to this regulation when it comes into effect. Right. And the particular commodities, there's a list of commodities including cattle, skins and hides, wood, rubber, coffee, cocoa, soy and oil, which will all become subject to this regulation. So the point is working on clarity. How is the EU going to give effect to and enforce? What sort of compliance regimes, what sort of information do we have to provide? So we're getting more and more information from the EU. They're building a digital system to help the provision of information. So that's what the effect will be, but we will continue to make representations on behalf of all Australian impacted industries about making sure it can be as clear, as straightforward, as easy to comply with as possible, making sure that we get the relevant information.
So will ultimately then, sorry to interrupt, will ultimately then this lead to, I suppose, us aligning measurements of deforestation and target setting with accountability framework initiatives and science-based targets?
So I can answer that one. So I don't think we'd be in a situation where we change our internationally recognised definition of forest, and we do that scientific-based reporting in line with a number of our international agreements, and that's what this report is. It aligns both our international and domestic to meet a technical barrier to trade, because ultimately there's going to be further technical barriers to trade that will be established in a range of different countries, and then we're left in a situation where we don't really know where to move. And so the important thing is, I think, to recognise that we have a definition of a forest which meets, our scientific and our habitat types.
Natural forest, definition of natural forest.
Natural forest. Maybe we're speaking here. We've got that definition I read in, and which encompasses the broad, I guess, suite of different habitats we have, and it's sufficient enough to pick up mangroves, mallee, to our more heavily forested areas. So that definition is based on Australia's biomes and the like, and it's an important one for us to maintain. When we think about reporting, we report on that. We're very transparent. We report in an internationally recognised way. And that alludes to the comments that Mr Lowe had up before about where some of those comparisons will come from. But then, obviously, when we look to meet the different requirements that our trading partners put on us, then that's a different aspect, and we will do that through, as Ms Hutchinson has mentioned, through our different kind of...
And with those, with any of these kind of definitions, will there be any kind of metrics for impacts on threatened species, threatened and endangered species? And we work with the Environment Department. I understand, for example, with deforestation for beef, 342 federally listed threatened species were known or likely to live in areas impacted by deforestation for beef in Queensland. That's just between 2019 and 2020. This included 28 critically endangered species. And this is work that's been done by the Wilderness Society and ACF, but the Environment Department's obviously familiar with it. So how do you get, once I keep coming back to the same issue, Australia is known internationally to be a hotspot for biodiversity loss, and clearing for agriculture is a key part of that. It's not the only part, but it's a key part. So no, you can't duck and weave on this issue. Like, how do you measure that impact so people are able to buy our beef and they're not concerned about that?
So I think maybe I can separate the initial about the beef element and about reporting on the impact of forest change and so forth on biodiversity and biodiversity loss. We do have a number of indicators in our report.
You do, in that report? Great, well, I'll read that, then I'll put some
which
questions.
Will provide that, but it doesn't extend to the next stage of your question about, how different activities like beef, in that sense.
Right. Thank you. I'll read it and then put some questions on that.
Thanks Chair. Wilson. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Well, look, I might just keep going on the fantastic work the department has done and success for our country on the deforestation issue. I did ask earlier, this is the right section now, is it?
This is the right one.
I did ask earlier for just an update on what the EU has announced and what it means for our fantastic beef, cattle and other industries.
Thanks very much, Senator. So on the 2nd of October, the EU responded to concerns raised by the Minister, the Department and others, shared widely, as we've mentioned, with other nations and industry, announcement of a 12-month delay. And with that, as I mentioned, they have released further detail of how they're going to be giving effect to this regulation, and so I'll ask my colleague Ms Granger whether she's got any additional information on that.
Thank you, Ms Hutchinson. Good morning. Jo Granger, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Trade and International Division. So it is correct, the EU, as part of the announcement of the delay, released an update to its frequently asked questions, which is now approximately 50 pages of detailed information.
Okay.
And we have been in Brussels continuing to engage to understand exactly how it will be implemented at the border. So, for instance, Recently, the skins and hides industry was in Brussels and in Italy. Our agriculture councillor joined them in Italy and in Brussels. We were meeting there with the competent authority of the Italian government. Obviously, Italy is a major importer of leather, and it's particularly focused on how it's going to continue to support its leather manufacturing industry, and thinking about the kind of system it will have in the border in terms of the workforce, the IT system that is still being built, and the kind of obligations or expectations on information they'll be looking for from importers. And importers are taking it very seriously. The fine, if they are found to be contravening, is 4% of their turnover.
Yeah.
So they're very seriously considering the implications.
Maybe I could just ask you about that leather issue, which I think usefully highlights the difficulties of another country trying to regulate in this fashion. So my understanding is that under the proposed or previously proposed EUDR, hides entering into Europe would have to prove that they didn't come from an animal that had been raised or had spent any of its life, in fact, in an area deemed as something that was deforested. How difficult would that be for a tannery to segment out which hide came from, which part of the country, and then prove that to a regulator overseas?
I think it's fair to say, Senator, industry's advice it's very difficult. There is the potential for, say, a tannery to have a business-to-business relationship with a vertically integrated beef producer who would obviously have access to exactly where the animals have spent their full life and be able to potentially pass on all of those geo-coordinate information. But the reality is the majority of tanneries are sourcing from across the country.
All over the place.
And that information at the moment does not flow through the supply chain.
And they all get mixed up. And presumably at this stage, anything like the NLS tags and all those things have lost. They're really for beef production, not leather production, I imagine. Yep. So it was a big rushed effort. So it was very good got delayed. Once again, thank you for all your work and commitment. And I forgot to thank Senator Ciccone as well for sponsoring the motion that went through the Senate. And in fact, I think it was bipartisan. Even the Greens didn't vote against it. So it was a great outcome for our country. Yeah, tripartisan. They didn't force a vote. So we'll assume they were in fulsome agreement.
They didn't vote against it.
They didn't vote against it. Thank you, Senator Ciccone. So it was great to see all Australian politicians working together for this good outcome. Just going back then to the impact on the beef and cattle industry. With this extra update, is there any more clarity on how the EU may apply the maps that they have determined or that I've seen that they've got a mapping organisation, I can't remember the name, but they seem to cover a very extensive part of our country, including many areas that have long been cattle producing regions. What's the update there on how they might apply this, or if any, at the moment?
So, Senator, we have engaged with the JRC, which is the Joint Research Committee, which is responsible for making or building the map, and we've had a number of engagements with them. The EU, to be fair to them, have acknowledged that their map is inaccurate, and we were able to provide data from industry to show that a number of areas of the map, which are being claimed as forest, actually are working agricultural production right now, so that's an inaccurate statement. As a result, the EU has moved away from having the map as the effectively only decision-making tool. They're producing their map, they're recognising there's a range of error in their map, and they are looking to update it. But it'll be the map and other information can be used to make the assessment at the border. And
that other information may include our own maps or maps from presumably reputable governments like the Australian government. I mean, presumably the maps we've got are pretty accurate. Sorry, that's right. So an importer in the EU might be able to point to an Australian government map saying, hey, this area is not deforested, it's long been used for cattle.
Indeed.
We're right. Okay.
It is a business-to-business arrangement, and so it's really about our exporters talking to their EU importer about what information do they need. There's obviously the requirements in the legislation for the geolocation coordinates and compliance with our domestic laws and responsibilities, so that information package has to be provided. But there's a range of other tools and information that potentially industry in Australia could point to support their consignment by consignment information.
I mean, and the one irony here, I suppose, is that we at least have some capacity to potentially comply with these requirements given our extensive NLS figures. Is there any concern that our system is not accurate enough or well developed enough to do that?
Look, Senator, I think you're right. We are well placed to comply, but it is effectively a non-tariff measure. There's an additional cost and complexity for business to move this information along the supply chain, and industry is working on that. Government is funding an ag trace trial, which is looking at another way to try and provide that information. So there's a range of solutions being considered by industry, but again, it's an additional step to access a market that's already got high barriers.
And as I say that, I mean, I want to make clear that I still think it's absurd, because poorer countries in particular here are going to be very difficult to comply with such extensive bureaucratic requirements, and that might end up being a boon to the Australian cattle industry, but I don't really want to prosper our industry on the backs of having African or South American farmers suffer unnecessarily. Just going to Senator Whish-Wilson's question, there was some figures, and he mentioned figures of this century really. Can I just clarify, my understanding is, at least this century, as far back I think as 1990, Australia has been growing its forest cover as a whole across the country. Is that right?
Yes, certainly, Senator. I think as Mr. Fennessy read in the numbers of our growth in our forest area, and so the latest figure that we've just released over the last 5 years is that 750,000 hectares.
Yep, you mentioned that
has increased our forest area.
That's over the last 5 years. Have you got figures going back? Because Senator Whish-Wilson was, I think, perhaps referring to figures that Ms. Plibersek mentioned, which were probably gross, but I'm looking for the net change in forest cover over this century. Often it's reported from 1990 because it's input to our carbon emission targets, I believe, which are baseline to 1990. But you don't have that data? Okay.
We do.
Yep.
And so change in forest area, like in a net sense since 1990, it's on page 11 of our report. Reading from a graph is always dangerous, but roughly we have, as you say, our forest area has been increasing since that time. So I guess it's gone through a path where the forest area increase was slowing, but since 2008 it's accelerated again. So yeah, there is a long...
I thought it was around 6 million hectares or so.
So we've got changes from around... let's see, particularly from 2008, my eyesight is not good enough, but I think that is not such a bad figure. But
okay,
maybe we could take it on notice.
It's, I thought, a substantial amount, and so I think it's unfortunate that there's this misinformation that's engaged in, maybe even disinformation, I think, that's from Australian senators downplaying the impact of...
Senator Kennedy, hang on, I've got a point of order. Yeah.
You're not allowed to make a reflection on my comments as being misinformation.
Is it against standing orders, misinformation? No. I don't know. I didn't say you lied. Look, I'm happy to withdraw that so we keep moving. But clearly,
for example, I know since 1788 half of our forests have been destroyed. But you haven't heard me questioning
You've
what
heard
you
it
just
from
said.
them.
Suddenly we've got more forests now than we did when we first.
You've heard it from them. They want to go back to what it was like in 1788. No cities, no buildings.
I could call that out as misinformation.
Order.
I could call that.
Only they lived like this. If only they lived like this themselves. But
Senator Kennedy has withdrawn.
Thank you. But clearly,
we don't need anyone else.
Clearly, clearly, Australia is not losing its forests on any measure. Now, just going back to the impact on Australian industry of the, well, one minor thing I just wanted to check. Is there any updates on the benchmarking process? My understanding is under the EUDR, EU will benchmark countries into different buckets and categories, deciding at what sort of risk levels they are. Has there been any more clarity on which bucket Australia might be placed in?
Well, Senator, as you would expect, we are certainly proposing to the EU we are a low-risk country under the definitions. I understand that they are going out to market for a consultant who will develop a methodology for the EU to make an assessment for countries and then go through that process. It's fair to say it's nowhere near as progressed as it would need to be, and I think that's one of the many reasons for the delay in implementation.
Great, thank you. Now, just a broader issue. Look, it sounds like we've made excellent progress in perhaps minimising the impact on this on the existing established beef and cattle industry. I am very concerned, though, especially when we have a priority to help and support Aboriginal Australians to increase farming activities, that this regulation could have particularly pernicious impact on those plans. So, for example, in my state, in the Cape, there are a number of Indigenous-owned cattle stations. A number of those people would like to progress and develop and put in more cropping, possibly in the future even maybe dams, dare I say it, but some kind of more intensive development of their farming activities. Have you done any work on how the EU's plans might impact the economic opportunities for Indigenous Australians?
That's, I don't have any detail on that, Senator. I will take that on notice unless Ms. Green...
Okay, well, that'd be great, I think, to look at that and talk to them, because as I've read through your annual report and mentioned the National Water Initiative earlier, there's a lot of emphasis on the need to help First Nations people, which is great. If they want to develop farming and agriculture, it's fantastic. But I suppose the issue for me is that my reading of the EUDR right now is there's not really an ability to offset anything. So if you're in an area that from, I think 2021 might have been their baseline, I can't quite remember, but they have a baseline year, and if you've got a forest in that year, it seems to me you are locked out permanently from ever exporting a product, a beef or cow, well, really beef, only beef product to the EU.
That's correct, Senator. So 30th of December 2020 is their effectively line in the sand, and if at that point in time the land was forest and was not being used for agriculture, then the assumption is that it should not be used for agriculture in the future, and it needs to maintain as forest.
Very different from Europe, obviously, which has been intensely developed over many centuries. So that would be quite different, and it's sort of cross-portfolio, but quite different from our approach here normally on environmental matters, that if, say, someone wanted to develop a property in the Cape, there is an element of our laws that allow an offsetting approach that could allow that development while protecting the environment, but there's no such offsetting approach in the EU development regulations, is there?
No, Senator.
Right. Okay. Well, it'd be great to maybe engage with some of those Indigenous Australians. I think you just maybe on that, what have you got? You've mentioned already taking the leather industry over. Are there plans to have cattle graziers travel to the EU and put their case about these issues?
Well, Senator, as you would expect, we've been working very much with Meat and Livestock Australia for years in market, in conversation, and as part of the regular engagement in market from MLA and from credible businesses, that conversation has been happening. I'm not aware that we're necessarily having a specific delegation coming over just to talk about EUDR, but it has been a topic of discussion when the cattle industry has come to market in the EU for many years now.
Because I think one thing that's important to maybe stress in my understanding of this issue, and perhaps the disconnect between how a European regulator might think of this and an Australian, is that our cattle production systems are very different from the EU. We often graze cattle under trees, if you like, because some parts of our country may be classified as forests, but they're not exactly the black forest, and you can still run animals in a sustainable way among trees and other nature. Whereas obviously in many parts of the EU with thick forests, you pretty much have to do significant clearing to do any other agricultural activities. I mean, that's, I suppose, it would be great. Is there an effort being put in to actually get, and I think you should get the people who are actually on the ground, they can show people their farms in Brussels, this is what we do here in Australia. It's totally different from what you do in Europe. Have you done that? Yeah, for sure. Well, there are plenty of koalas on cattle properties. I've worked on...
Here's the creatures that we're...
Thank you for that interjection.
Get a colour while you can. Get a colour
Okay, can we just...
Thank you for that interjection, because...
It
clearly shows, I've worked on a cattle property, and you never see more beautiful nature and beautiful cuddly creatures than on a farm anywhere in this country.
And Senator Canavan...
I suppose the snakes too, they're no good. But yes, sorry, so is that I think would be really effective, that first-hand knowledge from people, unlike Senator Wilson, who actually have worked on a cattle production facility.
And picking up on your point, Australia, as you know, operates in a whole lot of multilateral fora, and this underpinning idea that there is no one-size-fits-all approach for these types of regulations for the very reasons you point out. So we continue to engage very closely with our like-minded trading nations through fora like APEC and other things, and also in our representations in Europe. But very much that sort of international rules-based order based on science, but very much not a one-size-fits-all for the very reasons that you pointed out there. So we continue to do that and take the opportunity to reinforce that at every opportunity we have.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks again to the government for working together on this, and I should also thank the Cattle Australia and AgForce and many other NFF who all lobbied very hard for this outcome as well. Oh, look, finally, I did want to ask other countries as well. I know the US government had raised issues. Are we continuing to work with those overseas governments in this joint effort?
Yes, we are.
Very much, Senator.
Okay.
In Brussels and together at the WTO,
yep.
In like-minded, where we're raising specific trade concerns, and of course at our multiple agricultural posts around the world.
We still have the CANS group?
We do indeed.
It still meets? Okay.
Yeah.
Are they all, have this issue been raised within that forum?
It has indeed, and
okay.
it's fair to say CANS group members see this as a non-tariff measure,
yep.
Which is it can be, particularly for the developing countries in the CANS group, more difficult to comply with.
Yeah.
Well, we will stay on this case. Thank you very much. I'm moving on to a different topic. If happy to.
I do want to come to Senator Ciccone.
Okay, well, happy to.
How long have you got?
Beyond lunch, I'd say, with this outcome, but that's on the schedule. But
thanks. I'll go to Senator Ciccone.
I'll try and keep it brief. Thanks, Chair. Look, I've got some questions on trade and market access. If that helps with change of the guard? No? Yes? All right. Can I just get an update about what the government's doing to support the ag sector with trade diversification and expansion in light of, I think, some really good news that we've had of late, particularly with our live lobster announcement from Senators, I think, Farrell and Wong in recent times?
So there has been a lot of progress in this space, and I'll ask...
there has been.
There has been, Deputy... in terms of trade and market access generally.
Yeah.
I'll ask...
there are two parts to that, so let's go with the more general question first, and then we'll dive into the other areas.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator. So in 2023-24, agriculture, fisheries and forestry exports were worth $76 billion based on ABARES analysis. It's the second highest value on record and the highest for livestock and livestock products specifically. As this committee is well aware, Australia exports around 70% of its agriculture, fisheries and forestry production to 169 global markets. The department in 2023-24, the department recorded a total of 88 technical market access achievements. The breakdown includes 29 actions to maintain and 5 actions to restore existing markets. These actions to maintain and restore protected markets worth over $4.6 billion, opening 10 new markets and 44 improvements to existing market access. And those we continue to focus on that into the 2024-25 financial year, with things like new access for plums into Vietnam and removing varietal restrictions on grape exports to Japan. So some of the examples from 23-24, improved access to the China meat market through restoring access for 5 red meat establishments in May, 3 export meat establishments in December 2023, and this is a valuable market for our exporters to access, with beef and sheep meat to China worth $3.5 billion in 2023. We maintained access for canola to the European Union through advocating for recognition of Australia's canola industry's low emissions credentials, and the exports to the EU were worth $2.1 billion in 2023. Maintained access through assuring Australia's animal freedom status and market access for export of meat and meat products to Taiwan. Australia's export of beef, pig meat, sheep and goat meat to Taiwan were worth $419 million in 2023. I have quite a lot more, Senator. Would you like for me to continue on that?
Have you got on China?
So on China, specifically, we continue to work very closely with our Chinese counterparts. We recognise the positive steps and that we are always calibrated and deliberate in our approach to China. We seek to cooperate where we can, disagree where we must, but always engage in our national interests. So we have seen significant steps forward in the bilateral relationship, with a range of agricultural trade issues resolved, technical improvements achieved and increased engagement, which has been very welcomed. As I've already mentioned, we welcome the reinstatement of the 5 meat establishments on 29 May and resolution of the World Trade Organisation China wine dispute and the removal of duties on imported bottled wine on the 29th of March. We also welcome the General Administration of Custom in China's additions of new Australian meat export and 4 new dairy establishments approved to China. And this is the first time new Australian dairy establishments have gained market access to China since 2017. The progress has been underpinned by several high-level meetings and visits between our respective governments, including most recently the visit by Premier Li to Australia in June. And both during that dialogue, the leaders' meeting, both leaders acknowledged the importance of constructive and direct dialogue to be at the centre of our relationship. So we're actively engaging with China to hold our next high-level dialogue later this year, where we can discuss issues further. DAF technical officials met with China in Beijing on the 20th September to discuss live rock lobster exports, with both sides agreeing that addressing concerns at the technical level remain the most appropriate course of action. Tropical rock lobster will require a different solution because there's a different issue with the tropical rock lobster, but it remains high on our agenda to continue to raise with and discuss with our Chinese counterparts.
So is that part of the $500 million, is it right? That's of trade impediments, or trade that's sort of outstanding issues with China worth, is it 500 million? Is that right?
Yes, Senator, it's approximately $500 million.
Sorry, you'll need to speak up, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Senator. Yes, it's approximately $500 million in terms of the potential market for lobster once it's reopened. And as Ms Hutchison said, there's live rock lobster, which very positive announcements have been recently made, including by Minister Farrell in market in China, I believe, today, and the Prime Minister previously.
Yeah, I've been seeing Senator Farrell there. He's been cooking up a feast, actually, some of the photos on his socials. So in Shanghai. Yes, he's done a great job, Senator Farrell. Best Trade Minister we've had, anyway. But so $500 million left. And just for the record, there was, trade impediments that were imposed by China worth around, $20 billion, is that right? When this government first came into office? Yep.
That's correct, Senator. Yep. It affected approximately $20 billion of trade.
Gee, that's a very good record. Good on you, Don. Now, in terms of the recent announcement on the removal about the live rock lobster, when are we going to see that be able to be exported into China?
So you will have heard, as everyone will have heard, commitments made by the Prime Minister and his counterpart at recent meetings, with the expectation that we will see a re-establishment of that trade by the end of this year. We have been engaging, the Department has been engaging on the technical matters directly with China, and that continues, and we remain focused on working through those remaining technical issues in a very focused way leading up to that point.
And how many producers will this benefit?
Sorry?
How many producers of the lobster will it benefit, and how many workers are within that industry? Have you got any of those figures in your brief pack?
Mr. Black?
Senator Tom Black, First Assistant Secretary, Exports and Veterinary Services Division. I don't have exact figures, but it's many hundreds of businesses that are associated with the rock lobster trade right around Australia, from obviously the Western Australian rock lobster trade to the Southern rock lobster trade in South Australia, Victoria and Tasmania, and then Eastern rock lobster out of New South Wales. So many direct businesses that are taking rock lobster out of the sea, and then obviously there's an impact into regional communities where they're obviously major employers and significant contributors to the towns.
And I'm sure hundreds of workers as well too. And have you got an update in terms of the benefits that have been realised out of our free trade agreements with the United Kingdom and India? Hoping you might have a bit of an update for the committee.
Yes. So we have the government's recently concluded negotiations with the United Arab Emirates for a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. The UAE represents an important and growing
Sorry,
market.
I said UK and India. I will get to the UAE, but or we could do the UAE now if that helps you.
Apologies. Do we want to go to the UK? Sorry,
yeah.
Senator.
UK and India was what I asked.
Okay, so for the UK, Senator, it entered into force on the 31st of May 2023, and as you're aware, it is a gold standard agreement in terms of being incredibly comprehensive, innovative and ambitious.
Sorry, can you just speak up or come a bit closer to the
I'm
microphone? Sorry.
Apologies. So, Senator, as I said, it was entered into force on the 31st of May 2023, and Australia does consider it a gold standard agreement because it's very comprehensive and ambitious, and it brings new and diversified trade opportunities for Australian farmers and traders. So we're obviously committed to maximising the gains from the FTA, and we've already seen increased exports of Australian red meat and sugar. So farmers at the start of the FTA immediately saw the removal of tariffs on 99% of Australian goods exports to the UK. So that included short and medium grain rice, wine, most seafood, honey, nuts and olive oil. Within 10 years of entry into force, tariffs on all agricultural goods will be completely eliminated. Tariff-free quotas for beef and sheep meat, sugar, wheat and meslin, long and broken rice, barley and dairy have provided immediate benefits for farming communities. The tariff-free raw sugar exports to the UK resumed for the first time in 50 years. The first consignment of Australian raw sugar arrived in the UK in early September 2023, with further consignments shipped in 2024. And under the agreement, tariffs on Australian sugar exports into the UK will be fully eliminated on the 1st of October 2030. Other goods benefiting from the tariff removals have included Australian fresh tomatoes, and they were sourced in December last year and sold into a major UK retailer when the UK was experiencing some shortages. So just a demonstration of the practical benefits of having an FTA in place that we could very quickly meet a market requirement. I think in terms of some other major improvements, so for sheep meat, we saw a 28% increase between 2023 and 2023-24. For beef and veal, a 339% increase between that time frame. Food preparation saw a 53% increase in sales. Sweetened water up 19%. And overall, our total exports to the UK were up 14% between 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. And fantastic potential going forward, Senator.
That's good news. And in terms of India?
In terms of India, so it's the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, and since its entry into force on the 29th of December 2022, Australian exporters have taken advantage of its many new opportunities. ECTA eliminated tariffs on entry into force on key exports such as wool, lamb, barley, oats and fresh rock lobsters. Tariffs on exports such as macadamia nuts, avocado, seafood and berries were reduced and will be phased down to zero. So in 2023, agriculture exports to India were 60% greater than in 2022. So some of the key areas where we saw a noticeable improvement in our sales. Almond exports were 118% higher than they were in 2022, and the Almond Board of Australia Chief Executive Tim Jackson noted that the almond outcomes for India were a game changer for his industry. We saw orange and mandarin exports increase by 159%, while broad beans were up 209% and seafood was up 138%. We have a cotton quota that was established of 51,000 tonnes, and it was fully utilised in 2023. So total cotton exports to India in that year were worth $182 million. We saw an elimination of the 30% tariff on sheep meat. And in our annual exports to India, we saw an increase to $1 million for the first time in 2023, up from $100,000 in 2020. So obviously very early in the growth, but significant potential for sheep meat into that market, Senator. So due to the phasing out of tariffs over 7 years under ECTA and successful negotiation of technical market access, avocado exports have increased from 0 in 2022 to nearly 2 million in the first quarter of 2024. And as you're aware, avocados is a massive or a commodity which has got more capacity coming online, and so access to export markets for the avocado industry is really important.
And can I go to the UAE and the CEPA, the new trade and investment arrangements there? The benefits from that arrangement, please.
Yes, Senator. So very recently signed on the 28th of October.
Yes.
Entry into force is expected around mid-2025, following the domestic treaty-making process for both countries. And so this is our first free trade agreement with the Middle East. It will see farmers and food producers gain a competitive edge through preferential access to the UAE's growing market for high-value premium food and agricultural products. It will eliminate tariffs on 99% of Australia's exports to the UAE by value, with most tariffs eliminated on entry into force or locked in at 0. So while I recognise the UAE is already a relatively open market with most tariffs between 0 and 5%, but locking in that tariff elimination for Australian key exports, including canola seeds, frozen sheep and beef meat, lentils, chickpeas and dairy products such as cheese, butter and milk powder, will deliver estimated tariff savings of over $50 million per year for Australian agricultural food and exports. And for the first time in an FTA, we have agreed a standalone chapter on sustainable agriculture and food systems. And this recognises the important role of agricultural trade in supporting food security and global sustainability objectives. And the chapter, again, really importantly recognises that there is no one-size-fits-all for what does sustainable agricultural production look like. It's got other principles that are really important in ensuring that the sustainability measures being put in place in Australia are recognised, that we don't have overly prescriptive requirements which become barriers in the future, and that's a very important message. The other thing to highlight for senators is that this will be Australia's first trade agreement with a dedicated chapter on cooperation to promote First Nations trade and investment interests. So it also recognises the contribution of Indigenous peoples to sustainable agriculture through traditional knowledge, innovation, practice and stewardship approaches. And then building on the agreement, Australia and the UAE are signing a series of investment cooperation MOUs, and there will be one on food and agriculture. Sorry, I misspoke before. It's not quite signed, I don't think, yet. Coming up.
Just before we go further,
sorry. Did want to correct that record. That the negotiations have been concluded, but the signing has not occurred.
Sorry, just before we go any further, the officers at the table, you're right with the media in the room? All good? Yeah. Okay, go for it, mate. Okay, sorry, Senator.
Thank you, Chair. Now, maybe I might leave this for later in the week with trade, but you don't have any indication on how much the trade from ag perspective is worth?
Yes.
Sorry? Oh, Don's in China at the moment. I can't text him.
Yep.
He's probably got a different phone.
The value of agricultural, fisheries and forestry exports in 2023-24 was $74.8 billion.
Okay, that's good. And just one or two last questions before I hand back the call to the Chair. In terms of trade with Southeast Asia, the department has overseas councillor networks, is that right? Yep.
Correct.
Can you just talk to me, just very briefly, about the current footprint, and I guess are there any plans to grow that network in Southeast Asia?
Thanks very much, Senator. And so we do have an international footprint. We have 22 councillors across 16 locations around the world in the key markets for Australia, and also in important places like Europe, where the head of international organisations reside. So I'll hand over to Ms Granger for the details in relation to that.
Thanks, Senator. And it is correct that Southeast Asia is an incredibly important trading bloc for Australia. In fact, it is a growing market, and as a bloc is our second largest export market. So we have 5 councillor positions in Southeast Asia. We have 2 colleagues in Indonesia, 1 in Vietnam, 1 in Malaysia, and 1 in Thailand. In 2022-23, our agricultural councillors in those markets, supported by the DAF technical staff back here in Canberra, supported over $2 billion in agricultural trade to Southeast Asia. And of course, as you know, being in market and the kind of relationships that councillors can build, the market intelligence that can be gained, and supporting particularly Australian agriculture industry to come over and engage in the market, that's a key role that our ag councillors are playing. And we're bringing that market intelligence back to inform policy, but also to inform industry planning. The other element, of course, is a really important relationship building aspect, which is from our biosecurity colleagues particularly, they can talk a bit more about that later today, in terms of our institutional relationships and the technical capacity building and support that we're offering to our trading partners in Southeast Asia. Food security is national security in that region, and the support that we're offering to improve their systems, improve their ability to produce food and fibre, and of course our very complementary trade arrangement between us and the region is certainly an important part of the Department of Agriculture's contribution to our broader strategic goals as Australia, as we build the relationships, the trade relationships, the economic relationship, but also those broader foreign policy goals of influence and peace and security in our region.
And just finally, what's the difference from the work that DAF does to DFAT and Austrade?
Fabulous question. So we work very closely.
The Minister wrote it.
Well, it's something.
I'm interested.
It's something we're really passionate about because we have to work really closely with our colleagues in DFAT and Austrade. So DFAT, Senator, sets the framework for trade agreements. They negotiate the trade agreement and set the tariff arrangements and the quotas. With close engagement from our department, of course, and close engagement with industry. But you can't trade into a market unless you have that technical market requirement. So the importing country requirements, the technical aspects, that is the core function of this department and the regulatory systems that we run to facilitate trade. Once we've got that in place, Austrade comes behind and they bring the business-to-business relationships. So effectively, DFAT unlocks the door in terms of getting access to the market. Department of Agriculture ensures that we can meet the importing country requirements and that we can certify and provide a professional export to that market. And then Austrade comes behind and does that business-to-business link. And together, those 3 agencies are delivering and supporting for Australian agriculture.
Sounds like a team effort, as Don would say. Anyway, well done.
You sound just like you.
Thank you. There you go. Call's yours, Chair.
Oh my goodness.
Well, and if anyone wants to tune on Thursday, we'll have the trade element in my committee, Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. Anyway.
Send them Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll be there.
I'll need the officials dealing with live sheep up to the table, please.
Oh no. Hasn't been cooked yet. That's right. They're still rotisserie. It's on the spit. Oh, this young guy. Yes, please. John and Rolf.
Okay, I just want to follow up on some of the questions that you were addressing with Senator Canavan earlier. In terms of the exit grants, how can $32.7 million be defined as on ground because there's no specific exit grants, as I understand it, from your evidence? But you're saying it's on ground. What does on ground mean? When I hear that, I think it's like farm gate, but it's not, is it?
Senator, I'll just start. As we were saying before, that's in addition to the original 107, so it's now 139.7. And then there are a range of components, but I'll get Ms Hutchinson and Mr McDonald to go to the more direct aspects of that.
So as I understood the 107, I mean, in previous estimates, it was very clear that was not going to go to farmers directly.
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there's always been an element for farmers and supply chain participants, including livestock carriers and the like. As we gave evidence earlier to Senator Canavan, an additional $32.7 million has been announced by Minister Collins, and that's been added to the component of the package that supply is designed to support sheep producers and the supply chain. I forgive my expression was around that being on ground, meaning to participants in the industry, and it's a turn of phrase. So.
Okay, thank you. So will producers be able to directly access this extra money?
Yes, they will, Senator.
How?
So Minister Collins has announced that we will design a series of programs through a co-design process with industry over the next little while. And through that co-design process, we will identify suitable programs and establish guidelines that will enable the supply chain to make applications. So when do you imagine, given that farmers are shedding or shooting sheep right now, when do you imagine these programs will be open? So that funding, which I announced earlier, was a total of $45.5 million. Our anticipation is that we'll commence next financial year, Senator.
Next financial year, yeah. So July 2025.
And Senator,
from July 2025.
Yeah.
So this just and there'll probably be a question for the Minister after this. So this is an election commitment made more than 2.5 years ago. That's taken 2.5 years to actually implement. You've brought forward the date from the original plan, and no one's actually going to see any support from this government till after the next election. You'd think, Minister, you'd think if you were going to shut down the live sheep trade and cruel not only the farmers in WA, the regional communities, and indeed our trading partners, and I note that Senator Ciccone didn't go to our trading partners in the Middle East in his questions, and the damage that this decision has had with that relationship. So you put that in, but in none of the design of shutting it down did you think about getting support front-loaded for these communities, these farmers, until after the next election and next financial year. How is this good enough, Minister?
Well, obviously the phase-out doesn't begin till May 2028, Senator McKenzie. So
but
we also had the opportunity to...
Question, let him answer it and then you can get the call again.
We also had the work that the independent panel did in terms of their work. We also had to get the legislation through Parliament, which was only very recently. And then the department just talked through the co-design process, which I think is a good step from the government to take in terms of making sure that we get these settings right before the policy is put into place. So I think that we're taking a proactive approach. I know that the Minister has been over there and consulted as well, as is appropriate. The department are doing their thorough work at the same time, and that is what you would expect of a government that operates in a sensible way and always wants to get these policy settings correct so they have an impact and support those people who need it.
But, Minister, you've sat in agriculture estimates for long enough to know that I know you're not the Minister, but you've sat at the table over countless estimates, listening to questions from all around the table over many years, over the years since you've been in government. You know that farmers don't suddenly wake up in 2026 when the ban is implemented and suddenly decide to change their practice, or whenever...
2028.
2028 and change their practice. No, they are actually shedding sheep right now in anticipation So the fact that the economic impact is being felt now.
And that's why the government has this support package in place.
For next financial year.
We're going through the co-design process to ensure that we get the policy settings right, so that we can work constructively with those in the industry and those who support the industry at the same time.
Well, it is glaringly obvious to everybody why Keep the Sheep campaign is so necessary in Western Australia to actually stop your government doing what you're doing to this community. And I just hope they are door-knocking every Labor seat in Western Australia to kick your government out and stop this happening.
Senator,
who are you co-designing? Sorry, Secretary, I didn't have a question for you. Who are you co-designing the program with?
Senator, a process will be established in the next little while with and we're working through identifying some suitable facilitators. We are working with several industry stakeholders around identifying suitable participants. A co-design process is a fairly intensive process, so it will need to include representatives or individuals in the industry who can appropriately represent the views of a broader population. So, in summary, a structured process will begin later this year, calendar year, and conclude early next year, and then we'll establish the programs and, as I said earlier, open them up in financial year 2025-26.
So, have you engaged with WAF or Pastoral and Graziers over in WA?
I will take it on notice in terms of engagements that Minister Collins' office may have had with them. I know there has been some contact, and the department has been engaging with some other representative bodies.
So which other representative bodies is the department engaging with then?
Or sheep producers.
Yep.
And
anyone else?
Some individuals in the industry as well.
Who are they?
So one of them is Miss Sue Middleton, who was one of the independent panel members.
Anyone else? You said there were a couple.
I would take it on notice about whether there's been further engagement. Yep.
Has the department met with the NFF?
I'll take it on notice of whether my team has met with the NFF.
Okay. So sheep producers and Sue Middleton. We don't know if you've met with WAF and
PGA.
Mm. Have you met with local members of Parliament like Mia Davies from the seat of Bullwinkle?
It's not appropriate for officials to do that. She's a member of
Parliament. Mm. Oh, she's a member, sorry, for Central
WA Parliament.
WA Parliament, yep.
Yes. Officials haven't, Senator.
Okay. But the Minister's office may have. Could you just...
I'll take that on notice.
Could you take that on notice, please? The independent report stated that delays in delivering support, and I'm directly quoting here, could hinder change readiness, stymie confidence and lead to a more substantial drop in the WA flock size. That is a direct quote from the independent report. And here we've had evidence today that we seem to have bolted on an exit package or, in inverted commas, support for industry as an afterthought that we keep topping up. No, I'm sorry, your own independent report stated don't do that.
Well, that's
and it seems this support is being delayed. I've just got the evidence, Minister, till after the next election.
We're going through the process.
After the next election.
We're going through the process of establishing it.
Well, you've had the great privilege of being in government for 2.5 years. You could have actually got this up and going to be ready for the announcement.
The legislation passed weeks ago, Senator McKenzie. The legislation passed weeks ago.
So what I'm saying is, Senator Chisholm, that you actually, if Minister Watt had he actually been the Agriculture Minister he likes to tell everyone he was, instead of what he was, you would have had support ready to go from the day you made the announcement, not in years to come, because the confidence in the market drops as soon as you make the announcement. And that's what your own independent report showed. And you're ignoring that.
That's not true, Senator McKenzie.
Well, the evidence today would suggest otherwise.
The support package. The $4.4 million for Enhancing Market Demand program has already opened, so applications for that have already opened. So there is a program to help that is open. The department are doing the work that needs to be done in terms of the co-design process, as
but it's
we've
delayed,
mentioned as well.
Minister.
That's your words. That's actually not an accurate reflection of what's going on.
Well, I've just had evidence that no money will arrive on the ground till next financial year.
Because
that will be after the next election and years after the announcement.
Because we want to ensure that we get that program right to support as many people as possible.
Thank you for your political response.
Well,
Senator Canavan
we're getting a
has
political
a
attack, which is all we've had from you.
Can I just quickly? I asked earlier about the funding profile. Have we got that information yet?
Senator, yes, we can table a document for you if that's...
Can we do that now? Like I'm keen on that now. Just to remind people, I was after the profile of funding over 4 years of the 107, well now 139 million. Plus, if I could, a breakdown on the new funding, the 32 million, how that's funded. Is that coming? That's been provided?
Yes, so the document that's being detailed, Senator, identifies the measures or elements of the package and the funding apportioned to each element.
Just while we're on this then, has any money out of the 139 million been spent to date?
A small amount, Senator, in terms of departmental administrative costs, but in terms of grant programs, no money has been spent.
Was all of that spending in this financial year?
Yes, Senator.
How much was that? How much to date, or whatever estimate you've got from the most recent estimate?
As of 30 September, 0.9 million of departmental funding has been expended.
And has any money been provided to the WA government under that element?
Under that element?
Yeah, wasn't there 43.5 million to go to the WA government?
Right. So there's a standard COAG federated financial arrangement, a process that we've got to work through.
Right.
So there's been a commitment between Minister Collins and Minister Jarvis in WA to deliver those programs, and we're working through the FFA arrangement at this time, Senator.
Right. Is this how many pages in this document?
So there are eight pages in the document.
Right,
Senator,
so I've got it all. Just trying to find the funding profile over... I wanted it like per year.
Funding profile.
Is that somewhere in the 8 pages?
What it's been spent on?
Yeah, I asked earlier. Maybe you didn't hear me earlier, but this was asked in corporate. I was after an annual breakdown.
A financial year one. Okay,
yes.
I will see if we can follow up later.
Well, just because I did ask this earlier, and okay, so you might, and I was promised that the financial people wouldn't be leaving.
Yeah,
so
we'll follow up with the Chief Finance Officer for that question.
Many hours ago. Yeah, if we could get that onto that ASAP, I was assured that would be coming soon. All right,
Sorry, Chair, just before. I apparently said applications had already opened for the Enhancing Market Demand. They open on the 8th of November, on Friday, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It wasn't incorrect to also state that the guidelines have been released for that program.
Right. Where is the community wellbeing? Is that how you're describing it?
Yes. So it would be in the
community wellbeing grant program.
That's right.
So that doesn't start till next financial. No, that starts this financial year, does it?
Funding for that is available in this financial year. Yes.
Okay. So is that where's that up to at the moment?
So that's part of the arrangements that we're putting in place with the WA government. what that will involve in summary is the WA government identifying suitable third-party providers who might be able to provide community programs or services in the affected regions to build connections and strengthen community resilience.
Is that $1.5 million? Is that all going to go to people providing the community wellbeing services, or is part of that to offset any costs of the WA government to administer the program?
No, that's fully for that element,
right.
and
Okay.
so it'll be a decision for the WA government ultimately, but it could go to a single provider or to multiple providers depending on what processes they put in place, Senator.
Okay, and likewise for the rural financial counsellors?
So that money, just bear with me.
2.4 million.
So there's, as you would be aware, there's multiple providers in Australia who provide those services. For the state of WA, there is one provider, and that money is allocated for that service. And I understand that the department is working with the WA RFCS provider to put in place the contractual arrangements to provide that money as at this time.
Okay, and they'll be employed from January next year?
Oh, look, I wouldn't be able to talk for Rural West RFCS in WA, but they are aware that it's available to them, and I'm sure that they're making plans as we speak about how they're going to expend that additional funding.
Just says in the plan here, January 25 to June 26, additional counsellors employed to boost their capacity. So is January not the target for that?
That's when we've planned for the services to be provided.
Right, okay.
Yeah, January 20 next year.
Okay. All right. I'm still waiting for the other people. Oh, yes, the transition advocate. What's this? Has anyone been employed to do this?
At this moment, Senator, we're still working through that particular measure.
Okay, so have we begun to identify candidates or advertised, or how are you going to employ? Is it just this is to employ one person, is it?
So, Senator, this is an example of that negotiation and consultation. The original idea was a single person as an advocate. We got very clear feedback from industry, including Sheep Producers Australia, to make it more than one person. So we're working with both industry and Western Australian government to work out what would work best for both industry in Western Australia as well as WA government. So there'll be likely to be more than one person, and that process has been well underway.
So we'll likely have to increase the funding as well in that case?
I think that will be within the same funding envelope.
How will that work? It's only 200,000 a year, is it? Something, or 300,000 a year?
So they're the matters we're working through, Senator. So it will depend on what sort of arrangement we put in place. As the Secretary said, if it is a small group, you would have to identify a chair, and you would have to make distinctions around the number of hours they devote to that role, whether some aspects of the group are advisory and in a much smaller time frame or part-time basis. So they're the sort of details that we have to work through, Senator, and engage with Minister Collins in terms of final decisions.
We've got that funding over the years yet? I wouldn't have thought this was very difficult. And I was almost surprised the corporate couldn't just provide it.
I can read some into the...
if you've got it in front of you, you don't need to table it. That's fine. It's only a few years, presumably.
If you want to just bear with me then, Senator. So there's two key components to the package. There's the enhancing market demand element, and then the producer and supply.
Well, maybe I think just because if you're going to read it all,
we need the profile.
I think Ms Hutchinson's got it.
What I'm most interested in is the 44.5 million for farmers in the supply chain. Have you got that spread over the forward estimates?
I've got the totals per year over the four forwards, not split out by that.
Let's start with that. This is the total 139 million.
So this is the 139.7. Okay. So 24-25, 15.554. 25-26, 48.970. 26-27, 46.554. 27-28, 26.723. 28-29, 1.916 for a total of 139,717.
Okay. So we don't have the figures for the farmers, what's provided to the farmers?
Yes,
no.
yes, we do.
Oh, you do?
Sorry.
Okay, great. If you could provide those, great.
So you mean the
farmers and supply chain.
Yes,
this is the
so the 45.5 million.
Yep.
There's appropriations in 25-26 of 80.
Hang on, 24-26 or 24-25?
25-26.
25-26, great.
Yes.
Yep.
Of $18.5 million.
Right.
And 26-27, there is $18 million.
Right.
And there's in 2027-28, there is $9 million.
Okay. When's the trade ending again?
1st of May 2028.
2028. Okay, all right. All right. So how's the funding expected to be provided if a farmer sort of gets a tick to say, yep, you can have some assistance? Are they going to have their funding spread over those 3 years through milestone type payments associated with when they deliver or do a certain thing?
It depends on the design of the programs that we end up with. The co-design process is the short answer. That could be one scenario, or it could be a one-off grant. It depends on what the activities end up being that are deemed eligible and suitable through the process we're just about to embark on, Senator.
So do we have much clarity on what they can use the money for?
I think, Senator, part of the co-design process is to do exactly that, to seek feedback from farmers, producers and others in the supply chain, what would work best for them. And that goes back to that example with the transition advocate. The original idea we proposed, we got feedback to broaden it out. So in terms of the co-design for the producer and supply chain program, that's very much why Minister Collins has committed to that co-design process, including with Minister Jarvis from Western Australian Government.
Okay. Now, the other aspect that sort of perplexes me about this is, so in 25-26, there's $18.5 million going to farmers and supply chain, almost $50 million to the total. So only roughly just over a third of the funding is going to farmers. And that's true of all the years. In fact, the total amount I've calculated is just below a third. Now, and that's farmers and the supply chain, it's not just farmers. So is there any reason why is a package which shuts down an agricultural industry, a farming industry, the actual package, the actual transition package, only a third of it's going to actual, well, at most a third going to actual farmers. It'll be much less than that when it goes to truck drivers, etc.
I think one of the design approaches, and this is consistent with our previous advice at estimates hearings, is that with, I think it's around 12% of the turn-off associated with live trade export, it's looking at the industry footprint more broadly, and processing is a very big part of that in terms of where a lot of that sheep supply goes. So we've looked at the value chain broadly, and we're targeting all the way along the value chain, including impacted farmers and then producers and then other aspects of the broader industry. So that's what we've talked about previously, and with the additional 32.7 and
but the processing industry itself is not directly impacted by the change, is it? In fact, it somewhat benefits from it.
Yeah,
right?
well, that's
at least in the short term.
In terms of the export opportunities and the broader job impacts and job opportunities, we're looked at how to support the transitioning aspects of the market where new value, new product, new export opportunities.
But it seems strange to me that the amount going to the processing sector, so to speak, the 40 million, I think, or so, was identified earlier, is almost the same going to the supply chain impact. And in fact, they'll probably get more than farmers, because farmers are only one subcomponent of the 45.5 million. It seems very strange to me, because at least in the short term, as I say, the processing industry will be somewhat benefited, because they'll have more, or the sheep will have to come to the processors until there's a new equilibrium and maybe there's a lower flock size. But why then is the processing industry getting the same, if not more, than farmers out of this transition package? It seems very strange.
Yeah, no, I think as we've discussed in previous answers, different agribusinesses and farmers will have a mixed approach to this across their businesses. Some, as Dr Greenville from ABARES commented earlier, some might be purely focused on live export, some mix of export and processing. So we're very much looking at those value chains and industry drivers, as well as supporting farmers and families. I'll ask Tina Hutchison and Andrew McDonald to comment on more specifics if there's more detail to that.
So Senator, the basis for the processing component of the assistance package is around the adjustments that the processing sector needs to make to accommodate the trade cessation, and through the consultation process that the independent panel has done and a range of other fora, what we've identified is that there is the supply of sheep to processors in WA is very lumpy. They've set up their operations around the current supply environment, and so some of the things that they need to be able to do is smooth out that supply, or at least deal with the peaks of supply that will come when offloads occur. So some of the capital improvements they've identified is that more chilling space, freezer space will be needed, so that they can. We've just got
to finish.
Sorry, the chair. Just excuse me.
So I'm just negotiating.
Yeah, we've only had about 20 or 30 minutes since.
I know, it's been a good 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So no, we're going to have a share too. So by all means.
I think since morning tea.
Doesn't matter. You keep going.
We've been lucky to have more than half the time.
We're going to share the call.
Thank you. Okay. So there's two key elements in summary. Additional chiller and freezer space is needed so that they can, the processing sector can kill more livestock and be able to hold that product until they can get the markets, supply the markets, and get the various freight arrangements in place. And then moreover, as I said before, supply of sheep in WA currently is very lumpy, and so there's some smoothing out of that supply needed, and so options could be considered around how that might be done through feedlotting and other supplementary feeding options.
Can I just ask, just as a follow-up, when you said who you'd consulted with in the supply chain, you didn't mention processors. Have you, in terms of the what organisations and people you'd consulted with? So you said sheep producers. Can you let me know when and how? When did you meet with sheep producers on this issue?
We've had several meetings, Senator, but
on this issue.
So in terms of the talking about who we might
collaborate with, yeah.
Yes, in terms of that.
On the co-design process. So you've met with with sheep producers on the co-design?
On aspects of that concept, and we've had engagements with them about identifying a suitable list of individuals who we might invite to a co-design process.
And what consultation have you done with other aspects of the supply chain, the livestock transporters, the processors, etc.?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. We're always talking to various people, but in terms of whether we've talked to those individual organisations at this stage, noting we're at a very early stage of the conception of the process. It's not. I'm not sure, but we will be reaching out to those organisations in the near future if we haven't already.
Right. What about the union representing processing workers? Have you met with them?
Again, I haven't, but I'll take it on notice just to check whether anyone else has.
All right. Thank you so much. Sorry, Senator Canavan, you're in the middle of... I just wanted to tidy that up.
Okay. Look, just wanted to come back. Earlier we had a discussion about how many live sheep, or farmers are exposed to live sheep industry. I think just to confirm, there was an answer about 3,700 farmers have more than 100 sheep in WA.
I will confirm the number, Senator, but that sounds right. I'm just coming.
It was 3,700 broadacre farms, of which around 1,700 were defined as specialist sheep farms, those farms with more than 50% of farm receipts from sheep, lamb or wool.
So you might recall from last estimates that when the episode 3 report identified that somewhere perhaps between 14% and 44% of producers could leave the industry if live sheep is banned. The 14% figure was based on a survey of, I believe, Western Australian Graziers Association, and the 44% figure was a higher figure that came from, I think, someone from the WA government. And so on those numbers, and then there's also data in episode 3 which showed that they looked at live sheep trade at a local government area perspective, and they also found that roughly 1,000 seemingly farms are exposed to live sheep. So you get, with those estimates you get, if you 14 to 44%, you get between 500 and 1,600 people affected, farmers affected. Average of that is 1,000. So you don't seem to have a number for this, but I don't know if you haven't got anything better. I think we're up to about 1,000 that could potentially depart the industry. As we've gone through, you've put $45 million towards farmers. That means that the average assistance per farmer available is just $40,000. Is that adequate for people that lose their livelihoods, $40,000?
Senator?
I think that from the last few estimates, there was certainly lots of different inputs and advice that went to the panel, and I think we said at the last estimates that no one specific set of data was given full weight compared to others, and I know Ms Hutchinson commented on this at the last estimates as well. So we haven't calculated that final amount in the way, Senator, that you had just suggested, particularly because of the mixed farming aspects of a lot of participants, acknowledging there are some farmers who are purely focused on live sheep export and others who have mixed businesses across lamb and sheep, as well as then other cropping, etc. So I think that we haven't calculated that final figure because from our earlier responses to your questions at previous estimates, there was no one definitive figure that was taken into account by the panel. It was really that broad input of advice that went to the panel, which then informed the process. I don't know, Ms Hutchinson, if you want to comment on that.
Well, the other point I'd make is that the package in its entirety is designed to assist the transition, and Minister Chisholm commented earlier about a transition package because there is a future for sheep and sheep products and production in WA. So taking the entirety of the package that looks at the supply chain, the farmers along the supply chain, but also the demand for sheep and sheep meat and other sheep products globally as well as domestically, that collectively that package goes to assist people. Some may decide on their personal circumstances to transition out or to transition to other forms of farming and other types of reliance on sheep and sheep products. So taking the entirety of the package is designed to impact at different places in the supply chain. And for example, the enhancing market demand, which has been referred to with the arrangements opening on the 8th for a competitive grants round. there's also a $3 million grant for Meat and Livestock Australia, focused on sheep meat production in Australia and overseas. $8.6 million for agricultural counsellors in Dubai and Riyadh, who are in place currently. They remain in place. That secures the funding for them. And the Middle East is an important trading partner for Australia across a whole range of commodities, including boxed sheep. $9 million for Austrade, and we've heard earlier today about the role of Austrade and promoting Australian sheep products globally. So there's a range of measures across the entire package aimed at assisting people as part of the transition.
Maybe ABARES could help me. What's the average debt level of a sheep grazier in Western Australia?
I think you might have to take that one again, Senator.
What's the average? Have you got an average debt level for farmers? Maybe just do that in Australia. Beef, cattle, sheep, whatever. Because you do that. I've seen that in your reports before.
Joe Greenville, Executive Director of ABARES.
Well, maybe while you're looking for it, is that a figure that Mr McDonald or others have you asked the department or the ABARES for that figure? What's the average debt level for a sheep grazier in WA?
We regularly engage with ABARES on a range of statistical data. So,
but have you asked for that figure?
Have I?
Yeah, have you or your team? I mean, yeah.
Well,
Is this a data set that you're using in assessing what the program will look
what I'm struggling here, we don't know. I don't know how the sausage is made. I don't see it, but we see this output of a package of $107 million. Within months, it's boosted by another $30 odd million. Because it's clearly inadequate. I still don't see how it's adequate, and I have no understanding here of how you've come up with these figures.
Yeah, but
like just basic information about how many farmers there are, how much debt do they have. That would be pretty germane facts to calculate before you decide on how much is needed to really help people.
Yeah, and so, Senator, we've certainly given evidence to this committee that, as I said in my earlier answer, there were many inputs that we took into account, including submissions and expert advice, and because of the mixed nature of the business, and Dr Greenville might comment on that, we didn't want to design our program around one specific cross-section of industry which wouldn't represent the broader supply chain. So we've very much looked at the broader supply chain, including those export markets with up to 4.5 billion of sheep meat in terms of long-term global demand, as well as the current realities of the industry, so we could assist impacted farmers. So we have, and yes, of course, ABARES has been involved, as they are with all of our policy development in the department, but the questions that we have been asking internally are around the broader value chain of the industry. I don't know, Jared, if you can add to any of that, or indeed Tina, in terms of those earlier answers that we've given.
Thanks, Secretary. I'm Joe Greenville, Executive Director of ABARES. I'll have to get you the specific average farm debt level, and so we know that we do have that. We're about to release a report, I think, in a couple of weeks, which will update that. One of the things that...
What report is that called?
It's Trends in Farm Debt.
Is that an annual publication?
That's the name of the publication. Cool. So I'm just looking at it now. It's not very mobile thing. So, I'll get to you after lunch the average, if that's right. So rather than avoid answering the question now, if I could provide that straight away after lunch.
We can just look it up if it's a public.
They've got a drop-down box. It's pretty useful.
Yeah, if you're on a non-mobile device, it's a little bit better, but it's...
It just seems a lot of laptops behind you.
So I've got here in Western Australia for the sheep and sheep beef sectors that the value of loans and loans outstanding for the average farmer is over $600,000.
There we go.
Oh no, sorry, that's across the whole industry.
Across the whole industry,
It's not per farmer.
Yeah, so I don't think
do you present it in per farmer terms?
I don't think we do on that dashboard.
Right,
that's which why I'll have to calculate it. So,
You could actually just shoot it through.
I'm hoping that it'll come through. But one of the other things that's important is that we know that there's a significant number of farms that actually don't have significant levels of debt. So 56% of small broadacre farms, this is nationally though, have little or no debt, while 40% of medium-sized farms are also in that category, little or no debt.
Would you be able to,
But that's the point.
Nationally, are you able to,
Disaggregate by state.
segment that down to WA or?
I don't think we do have the segmenting down from state, but let me look over lunch and see what we can provide.
But the point about your average sort of also demonstrates the point the other way, that if there are some farms with little or no debt, there'll be others that have very extensive debt, and the problem will be for those poor people that if they're exiting or can't continue, what did I calculate it? $40,000 is hardly going to help them very much. Because what happens here, we spoke about exit, but what happens with stranded capital? Is there any, if someone farmer makes a decision that they can't do live sheep anymore, they want to get into cropping, some parts of their business might be redundant, stranded, the yards and other things that are no longer needed.
Shearing sheds.
Yeah, exactly. They have to buy a whole lot of other equipment. What happens with any debt that they've accumulated on building yards or shearing sheds, etc.?
Look, one comment I'll make, and then I'll see Tina Hutchison if you want to add to this, is that some businesses are already calibrating and they'll make business-based decisions. And the second point is that the 2028, the May 2028 date is designed to allow that planning to happen, and part of our investment includes the Rural Financial Counselling Service and that range of government measures of assistance to assist with capital planning and operating planning.
But you'd appreciate, I'm sure, Secretary, that some, there might only be some, but still they'll be hurt. Some may have just made these investments in the last few years. Some may therefore have debt obligations that extend far beyond 2028, right?
Yeah, we certainly appreciate that. And in respect of the role of the department, it's to make sure that we're putting in place those supports for example, decisions around farm capital and capital write-off. And Rural Financial Counselling Service is well placed to give that advice, not us, but we have put some of the funding package towards that so that those businesses, those agri-businesses and individual farmers can make those decisions. I don't know, Ms Hutchison, if you wanted to add to that.
I need to add to that.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got here the latest data in your spreadsheet seems to be 21-2022 that I've downloaded, and it's only for all of Australia for the sheep industry.
The Senator has to do this himself.
I love it. I'm at home in Microsoft Excel. Average total debt per farm for the sheep industry across Australia is $369,000. Wow. Does that sound about right?
Yes, that's about right.
That sounds about right. And we're providing an average of $40,000 to every farmer that faces this.
And look,
just
reducing
beggars
capacity
belief.
to produce an income
yeah.
at the same
And
time.
The point that Dr Greenville made before is that, yes, on an averages basis, that's how the figures work from a mathematical perspective. Some farmers hold less debt, some more. So there'll be some farmers more impacted and others less impacted, and that's why the package we've got is broadly distributed and broad-based, so that individual farmers and farm businesses can make those decisions, where some will carry a far less debt and some far more. So that's the averages.
Well, I mean,
challenge.
I should make the point, I'm sure you appreciate too, Secretary, even those farmers without debt still potentially face an economic cost.
Yes.
Still an opportunity cost of what they've saved and assets they have if they're written off. It's just that when you've got debt, you've got a lot less flexibility, obviously, and you potentially face longer-term issues if you have to go bankrupt, etc. I should say, just to note too, the average working capital debt's $112,000. So that is a lot now. Obviously, don't know if is the working capital, is that defined as over a year, or what's the term of the liability in your definition of working capital?
On hand at that point in time.
Mainly it would be
so it's a point in time survey
for sheep, say, livestock, or
the working capital. Yeah, so
it's often livestock.
Often, and then mixed it's your
which may have longer than 12 months, obviously, depending on the production operation. Okay, all right. That's useful, but I'm not so sure why this information wasn't a very, very relevant factor in the design of this program. I mean, why did the funding go up so quickly? I mean, we were assured last estimates that $107 million was fine. When and how did the government realise that actually needs another $30 million?
Look, my comment is that we were seeking a level of funding. We were, through government, got 107. We certainly heard, and I can't speak for ministers, but ministers would have heard the feedback from industry and the Western Australian government. So to me, when we were asked as a department to put forward augmentations to the package, we were very focused on doing that. It was a decision of government, and to us, we had that broader process. So as well as increasing the money, we've very much focused on that co-design and engagement approach so we get the best use and investment of that money.
So you actually put up a package of more money to ERC, didn't you?
Well, not commenting on cabinet processes, we will always work within and give options to government of the day and accept whatever decisions that are made for us.
Of course, Secretary.
What we would like to do...
Okay,
a bit more,
understand. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
5 more minutes. And Senator Wilson, this finishes you in the outcome.
Yeah.
This outcome? Okay, let's go up to the... Thank you. Thanks, Senator Kenneth. Senator Wilson.
Quick follow-up questions on hemp, similar to what I asked last time. It was interesting, we had the discussion earlier about plantations and government assistance to get plantations up and running, and another very important potential source of fibre is hemp. So as you know, the hemp industry, as a major product. I think you're mixing it with a similar plant that looks the same. The hemp industry was unsuccessful in getting a $200 million federal cooperative research centre grant. I asked previously two issues. Just firstly, and I do have some questions for outcome 2 around specifically hemp, but you may remember that the APVMA had made a determination that hemp husk and hemp meal for animal consumption basically wasn't going to be allowed. I asked previously whether there was any movement to review that at a departmental level, and just keeping in line with state legislation, and would reinstate a $4 million market for the hemp industry at a time when they're kind of fledgling. Has there been any movement at all? Have you had any discussions or any internal correspondence with the Minister about that issue?
Senator, without going to advice to the Minister, I think the status remains the same. The APVMA does have a level of regulatory engagement in terms of feed additives, and as I understand it, though we'd need to confirm with the APVMA, the ball is essentially in the hemp industry's court in terms of providing the information that would aid the APVMA in assessing the safety of hemp as a feed additive.
Okay.
So they're on later today, Senator.
Yes,
so
and I'll ask them, as I said,
Yeah.
and I certainly did last time, but I'm just wondering if it had come across has the hemp industry been in touch with the department about this issue? Have you had any correspondence or any meetings with them specifically around this?
No, Senator, not to my knowledge.
No, okay. Would you be open to having a meeting with them?
Yep,
of course.
Very happy to.
Yeah. And Senator, I'll just add, we're certainly aware of the opportunities from that industry in particular, and then like any other commodity industry or opportunity, we'll always be open to that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, I've asked AgriFutures questions previously around research funding, and they were forthcoming with grants to try and I thank the government for that, the grants to try and give the industry some assistance. But given the emerging application to the building industry, I understand that hempcrete was recently featured in Grand Designs, for example, and it is an emerging building material product using the fibre. How would, and they failed to get their CRC application up and running, given how competitive it was, how would they go about getting government assistance when you don't have a grant? Is there any grant programs, for example, that could fit in outside of AgriFutures that might fit to industry development opportunities?
Fitting outside of AgriFutures, I think AgriFutures is probably a good starting point for that industry, and that AgriFutures and the nature of the role that it performs in the RDC system means that it is well placed to support that industry. I'm trying to think more broadly, and Senator, I don't think that we do have any programs.
Maybe if you could do this like simply, and if you just we've only got a minute or two left. if you're giving grants to the plantation industry, was that a decision of government, that flowed directly from a government a policy of the government to give those grants to the industry? Did the industry lobby for assistance? I mean, obviously there's risks associated with getting plantations up and running, and it's interesting that government sees a role to mitigate those risks by providing taxpayer funds. How would the hemp industry go about getting on your radar?
Well, in terms of commenting on the forestry programs, I think that was a broad suite of programs that was developed to support the industry, the forest industry more broadly, forest and wood industry.
By you guys, or was it the government
broadly.
that directed you to do this?
I think it was a government commitment.
Yeah, the package of measures that we're currently implementing were broadly part of election commitments for the incoming government. Just returning to your previous question, although I'm certainly not an expert, there is a Building 4.0 CRC, which, as I understand it, does have some scope in terms of sustainability of sort of future building technologies, and that might be an area that the hemp industry could investigate. But as I say, I'm not an expert. But
Okie dokie, that's fine. Fantastic.
And that would be with DISA.
Sorry, Chair, could you just last comment?
You want to answer?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, and that I think would be connected to DISA's work, Department of Industry.
Great, tremendous. Now, just one final, just a clarification. Senator Chicone, just one last.
I didn't quite hear it, but when's money coming? When will money be on the ground from the enhancing market demand grants?
I think the expectation from that is in coming weeks.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Minister.
The expectation from that is in coming weeks.
In coming weeks? Yeah. Okay. All right, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Righto. That being 1:16, we're now breaking back at 2:16.
You got to get in quick there.
Everyone, and just before we do start, I'm going to go to Senator McKenzie, but at 3 o'clock and not a nanosecond later, we have to stop because there's a number of senators that have other arrangements for 3 o'clock. So
thank you, Western Australia, for respecting Victoria's
right
to race.
There you go.
Yay!
Right.
Get on Buckaroo while you can, everyone. Did you really say sorry? What's on? Thank you so much, Chair.
You just gave me up. I was trying to be discreet. Okay, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much. Okay, I've got some questions in that I know Paul Brown, who's a key advocate of the live sheep industry and indeed is with Keep the Sheep campaign, which is doing such an amazing job, particularly in Western Australia, standing up for our live sheep industry. Paul is wanting to understand what engagement the department has had with those nations that we trade with. What engagement have you done with those export markets specifically in the phase out?
Yep, so thanks, Senator. I'll pass to Tina Hutchison and Andrew McDonald to answer the detail on that one.
Thank you very much. Have you got the page? Oh, you have. Thank you.
Yes, Senator. So we've, from the Australian Government's perspective, we have engaged with all markets who receive live sheep from Australia.
Can you name them, please? Which ones you've engaged with?
Yes, so Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Israel, UAE, Jordan, Bahrain. They're the key markets. We've also had what's called third-person notes advising of the Australian Government's policy to potential markets, be that Morocco, Egypt, Iran and Iraq as well.
And have they raised any of those markets raised concern about the live sheep ban with the Australian Government or the officials?
We don't normally talk about government-to-government engagements in that way, but of course the government's policy and the government's commitments have been a feature of discussions with all those nations.
And so what do those nations think, Mr McDonald? You've had the chat. What was their response?
I would say in a general sense that they are willing to continue to be a trading partner with Australia, and we have respectfully all agreed to continue engaging on such matters.
So no concern was raised by any of the countries that you spoke about our decision to cut off their protein source?
I'll just reiterate my previous response is that we don't typically go into nation-by-nation engagements, but of course it's been a feature of discussions.
So, Mr McDonald, I hope you appreciate that I'm asking questions on behalf of the live export industry in Western Australia.
Of course.
Who engages deeply in these markets and has had for a long time, and they will be most disappointed and yet, unfortunately, thanks to this government, unsurprised by your inability to speak plainly to the Senate when asked a simple question. When will the live export transition advocate be appointed? I might go to you, Ms Hutchinson.
That's a process that's currently underway, Senator, and I don't have a specific date, but we are working on putting those arrangements in place.
Do you have a timetable? Will it be by the end of the year? Is it in the next month? Or is Mr McDonald, if you don't mind, I've asked Ms Hutchinson.
So we have an indicative time frame whereby in this financial year we are aiming to have the terms of reference and appointment made, and from that point on involvement in the transition
yes,
progress.
we can all read the public. We can all read the document.
Excuse me.
So
Chair.
I'm wanting for a little
Excuse
bit
me,
more
Chair.
detail than what's in the document.
Yes. Clearly, Ms Hutchison was still giving her answer before Senator McKenzie interrupted. I just think we need to maintain that question and answer protocol.
Let's do that. Let's give everyone the opportunity to ask and then listen.
So beyond what's written there, Senator, I can't give you a specific date, but we are focused on engaging that that arrangement.
Okay, I understand you can't give me a specific date, which is why I didn't ask for a specific date. The date you've just given me is the the end of the financial year. So my question to the department is, have you begun the scoping study to bring names before the minister?
So we have been undertaking that process, Senator.
Yes. Has the brief with names gone up to the minister?
I don't believe a brief with names has gone to the minister.
Yet, but will that occur before the end of the year?
I can't commit to that, Senator.
So usually when we're doing these sorts of things, there's an actual process timeline that the department has about when certain things you want to achieve things, including you want the names ready to go up. Now, what happens up there is a matter for government. We all know that. I'm wanting to, maybe the Secretary, you can help me with the process.
So, Senator, we've certainly been in discussions with government and consistent with my earlier answer on, or earlier comments on the transition advocate, we discussed what the best model would be and then, as I said, also with Minister Collins announcing the additional package and getting feedback from industry, industry's feedback was they wanted to move from a one-person model to a broader one. So we've had discussions about what that model looks like with Australian Government, with Western Australian Government, with industry, and we are now, as we do for any funded appointments, working through what those options look like. So we've been doing that for some time now.
Nothing's gone up to the minister yet for decision.
No
will this
final...
be a position that has to go to cabinet, or will it be the minister's decision?
It does not need to go to cabinet.
Okay, great. So Minister Collins will be responsible for whatever the process is. What role will the advocate play in ensuring the producers benefit from the inadequate funding provided by the federal government, and that's Mr Brown's words, as a representative of the live exporters, rather than just sinking it all into building infrastructure for processors?
Yep. So the two areas of focus, and this is in the document we've tabled, is information to industry about the transition plan, including access to those programs, some of which we've discussed today, and then advice to government on how the transition is progressing. So they're the two things that are in the scope for the transition advocate.
How will the advocate ensure that Western Australian farmers have their farm gate prices for sheep strengthened in a market that now has reduction in competition?
So the terms of reference are about providing industry with information. It's not focused on farm gate prices. It's about transition plan and assistance program. They do have within their scope the ability to advise us on how transition is progressing, but it's very much, as the title suggests, with Transition Advocate, the focus on the transition package and process. It's not specific to farm gate prices.
Actually looking at how to maintain farm gate viability.
That's not within the scope of the role. It is, and again, you've got this information. It's about identifying those matters. It is also about communicating to government issues that subsequently emerge for the supply chain, but that's focused on the implementation of the phase out. So they were the terms that we were asked to advise on and design around, so that's what we have done.
So in terms of budget estimates, Mr Brown would also like to understand how much has been spent already on external recruiters with respect to the transition advocate.
Yeah, so I'll ask Tina to address that. I think because we've expanded the potential role based on industry feedback, I'm not aware we've spent any money on recruiters, and we may not do that. We will No, so I think the confirmations we haven't spent money on.
Ms Hutchinson, what was that?
No money has been spent on external recruitment.
Are we planning on getting an external recruiter? Or is that something that will be handled in-house?
I don't think we are.
Senator, the plan is to manage that by the department and not to put a talent scout or some sort of other arrangement in place.
Okay. So those costs will be borne from the department and won't be coming out of any additional monies provided by government?
The recruitment process, correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. How many people have been interviewed for the position?
None.
We haven't commenced the process yet.
Okay. So nobody's declined the position?
The position hasn't been offered to anyone yet, Senator.
Yeah, so no one's declined because no one's been interviewed or offered the position.
No, I can't imagine the level of experience you need that they won't want to actually do it. I just had some questions from local National Party people in Western Australia around how many times the current minister, has been to Western Australia since being sworn in.
I'm definitely aware of the recent trip that the minister made. I'd have to take on notice the further details about when the minister was there.
I think Mr Fennessy would know where his minister is or has been.
The minister has certainly been to Western Australia.
How often?
My understanding is she's been there once.
Yep.
We can confirm or follow up if that's not correct.
Well, how many days?
For how many days? The minister was in Western Australia from 15 to 17 October with an itinerary covering Perth, Bunbury, Dinniup and Broome.
Thank you. When she was out and about, did she meet with any sheep farmers?
The department wasn't present during the...
No, well, I think Ms Hutchinson's got the answers here.
I was
McDonald.
The meeting with cattle producers, live exporters.
Yep.
Sorry, that was not relevant to the question you asked, Minister.
So cattle producers, you will have had to produce briefs for all of the meetings that she's had whilst on this trip. So the department will know exactly, unless it's of a personal nature, who your ministers met with.
Yes, so her office did lead on putting that itinerary together, but we can get that detail for you. Senator.
Yes, so cattle producers, the live exporters, but you're unable to confirm if she met any sheep producers.
My understanding is that the minister did, and it was arranged by Western Australian farmers.
Okay, thank you. We eventually got there. Thank you. Has the new minister met with the Western Australian Minister for Agriculture since becoming Ag Minister? Sorry.
My understanding is yes, she has, and has had several discussions about agriculture generally and about this issue in particular.
Yep, absolutely. What dates were those meetings held?
I think the in-person meetings would have been held over that date period. We'd have to confirm exactly which days she met with Minister Jarvis. I should point out as well, while I can't speak for Minister Collins and Minister Jarvis are both ministers for small business in their jurisdictions, so she has a very long-standing relationship and therefore is in frequent discussion with her about a range of interjurisdictional issues.
But you can't tell me how often they've met.
My understanding is they travelled to Broome together to meet with the live cattle industry whilst they were there, and they've had a number of online meetings as well.
Excellent, thank you. How many?
I'd have to come back to you on that.
Yes, thank you. That would be great, and the dates would be fantastic. Has the Prime Minister met with the Western Australian Premier to discuss the live sheep trade? Because my understanding is Premier Cook is not happy about Prime Minister Albanese's decision.
You'd be better off putting that in PM&C, Senator
But you don't know?
Well, I know
it's
that...
It's not something that the ministry discusses?
Well, I know that, well, not my side of the ministry, Senator Mackenzie, despite your best efforts. But
Come on, right?
I know the Prime Minister catches up with Premier Cook regularly because he goes to WA almost every second week, does our Prime Minister.
Well, we do know it was quite a fractured relationship between former Premier McGowan and the Prime Minister, and this issue was not the least of it. And I'm just trying to understand the relationship between Premier Cook and the Prime Minister.
Very healthy from what I
Very
observed.
healthy? As healthy as former Premier McGowan's?
There's nothing as X as an X, Senator McKenzie.
I'll pay that. I'll pay that. What proposals has the Western Australian government presented regarding the transition? Anyone? Was the Western Australian government, you said you were consulting with them, and I'm sure not at a minister to minister level, but obviously Minister Jarvis's department to your department, they'd have a lot of good ideas.
So I'll start by confirming that Minister Collins has discussed and negotiated specific arrangements with the WA government to deliver some elements of the transition assistance package, in particular, for example, focusing on the health, wellbeing and mental health and wellbeing aspects, as well as the more technical issues under the Constitution, where we, under the Federation funding agreement that Mr McDonald referred to, where it's constitutionally appropriate for the Western Australian government to deliver on programs. Ms Hutchison, did you want to add to that?
I'd ask Mr McDonald to address that specifically.
So, of course, the respective departments have had several engagements, including what the Secretary just outlined is around how we can collaborate and
So what have they
together.
said, Mr McDonald? I understand you've had meetings. I want to know what was the advice. My question wasn't a bureaucratic assessment or description of government-to-government discussions. I want to know what advice the WA government has given the federal government about the transition.
Well, the WA department hasn't given us advice. Like all departments, they reflect the policies and positions of their respective government of the day. And as the Secretary alluded to, we've been talking about the opportunities to collaborate on the package.
I'm interested in what the WA government... If they haven't given you any information, that's fine. Let's move on.
Excuse
want to
me,
understand...
Chair. Excuse me, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Just had another instance again. Mr McDonald was still giving his answer before Senator McKenzie interrupted. I just wanted to make that consistent point around just allowing the answer to be given.
Thanks. Thank you. And I'm sorry I was talking to my colleague. Yes, I would encourage, once again, I shouldn't have to keep doing it. Okay, let's ask a question. Let's have the manners to wait and listen, and then we can ask again. So I'm sorry.
Under the FFA agreement, what's the amount of money that's been passed to the WA government in total for this item?
I gave that evidence to
I'd just like the number.
the Senator Cabinet earlier, but I can repeat that if you should wish.
I think, Senator, go to one part of your question. The Processing Capacity Grant Program is one area where we'll work with the WA government to deliver the program. And I've also mentioned already the Community Wellbeing Grant Program is one where we're working with the WA government to deliver. So they've been giving us feedback on how we best design that. And Mr McDonald's also talked about the Rural Financial Counselling Service Delivery Partner based in WA. So they're the areas of focus for our discussions with Western Australian government.
So my question goes to, you spoke about under the FFA,
yes,
that state government will be responsible for delivering certain aspects. I want to know how much money has been given to the WA government, please.
It hasn't been executed yet. We're in the process of finalising it. But ministers have agreed that there will be $43.5 million.
$43.5 million.
Through the FFA.
Through the FFA. Will the WA government be provided with administrative funding, given they're going to be bearing the cost?
Yes, they will.
What is that amount?
$2 million.
$2 million. And is that part of the 43.5 program cost?
Yes, it is.
Right. Excellent. Thank you. In the Minister's incoming brief, that's Minister Collins, it was revealed that the Minister was to inform Western Australian farmers that the matter of live sheep exports was settled, in inverted commas, and would not be revisited, inverted commas. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that, Senator. And from the public service perspective, our advice was that that is government policy, and we were well down the path of, in fact, I think the bill had passed by then. So settled in the sense that the Parliament had passed the legislation, and that our focus as a department, supporting Minister Collins as the incoming minister, was moving to implementation of the transition package. So we did advise her that, consistent with that
And
approach.
that was settled, but then we added another 32.
The legislation had passed the Parliament. We were in ongoing discussions under the previous minister, and then now with Minister Collins, as to feedback from the Western Australian Government.
So the increase in the assistance package was as a response, a direct response of the advocacy of the Western Australian Government?
I wouldn't say direct result. It would be a mix of feedback from industry, Western Australian Government, as well as our advice on transition opportunities in meat processing and those growing export markets that I mentioned before.
When was it clear that the Western Australian Government thought your initial transition package was not adequate? When was that first made clear to the federal government or the federal department?
I think so. I don't have a specific date. I can't speak for the Western Australian Government, but I do know the Western Australian Premier and the Western Australian Minister had made, their separate communications with the Prime Minister and the Australian Government Minister, but I don't have the dates of those.
That's okay. If you're on notice, you can find the dates out. That would be helpful. And then you had to go back to ERC and get some more money, I'm assuming.
I won't comment on the Cabinet processes, but we were always willing to advise ministers as to...
I'm hoping you went to ERC for the money and didn't just...
I think we always follow ERC processes.
Correct. Have you done any analysis to determine whether Western Australian abattoirs can handle the additional capacity, and where will the labour come from for these, for the additional requirement that you're assuming will flow on following your closure of the industry?
So what we do know is that additional processing capacity in WA will be required.
And what are you basing that analysis on? Did you do the analysis or someone else?
That I'll ask Ms Hutchison to comment on the detail, but we know that that was the whole premise of transition, and in that the previous processing capacity was based on a certain industry structure, and therefore we would need to invest in that space, and hence the $40 million for that processing capacity grant program, and in particular that being one area for co-design with the Western Australian Government, because it's a very much an integrated state economic infrastructure set up.
Can I just ask, as part of those conversations with the Western Australian Government, what you're doing to fast-track approvals for abattoirs, if they're going to have to, particularly environmental approvals?
Yeah, so I will... the one comment I'll make is that our involvement with abattoirs at the federal level is for export regulation rather than domestic.
But you're providing money
and hence
for
the
domestic.
need to work with WA on the supply chain, because we won't regulate domestically and we don't get involved in land use planning.
I understand all that, but you've got a transition plan on the table with a significant amount of Commonwealth taxpayer money going to expand abattoir capacity in some kind of imagined reality where that's going to be a viable option for these primary producers. And yet you're not engaged, you won't be able to spend your money or Commonwealth taxpayers' money if you can't get environmental approvals through. And so it would be a sensible thing, I would have thought, to have had on a departmental government-to-government conversation list.
So I think that's the whole reason why we're working with the WA government to deliver key elements of that package, and in the federal funding agreement, that will be important to us. And as senators will be well aware, the Australian government works with state and territory governments over multiple infrastructure and other funding agreements for this very purpose. So we will make sure that the Australian government taxpayer investment is taking into mind those risks, and the alignment between Western Australian government and the Australian government is that we want to support that deepening and of supply chain capacity, including into that $4.8 billion growth market, as well as supporting local transition of farmers who will either be accessing new export markets or not accessing but making their own decisions. So yes, we are of course negotiating that.
Sure. Mr McDonald, just on that, you said you're finalising the FFA with WA. Has this come up as part of the Commonwealth's requirement for the spend, that there must be some provision to fast-track approvals, particularly given the difficulty of abattoirs getting environmental approvals for a whole lot of obvious reasons, and the timeframes you've got in place?
So, Senator, the
yes
issue...
or no?
The
Yes
issue has come up, and it's something I would say not precisely within the discussions to date on the FFA, but we have had this discussion between officials and as part of the broader consultation process on this. And the WA government itself, at its last budget, had an environmental approval streamlining budget measure in recognition, not just in this sector but overall, that it was an issue for all DAs in WA at this time.
Thank you.
Chair, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll take the call.
Yes, Senator Kennedy.
Sorry?
Yes,
okay.
Senator Kennedy.
Just here going back to the funding splits. So we learnt this morning that of the $139 million, $45.5 million is for farmers in the supply chain. I'm just trying to compare that to the budget. In the budget, paper 2, back in May, there was $64.6 million identified for sheep producers in the supply chain. So has there been a $20 million reduction available to farmers?
I think that goes to the way we've described the programs with the additional funding, but Ms Hutchison and Mr McDonald, I'll ask you to comment on that.
I don't know if I quite follow, Senator.
Okay, well, I've got budget paper 2 here. I'm sure you've got it in front of you.
Yep.
Page 44. And the top of that page, first off point, says $64.6 million to assist sheep producers in the supply chain. And I previously, when we asked questions and estimates, I thought, oh yeah, it's $64 million for basically farmers. But now, this morning, only $45 million is available. So what's happening there?
I do follow now, Senator, and what you're identifying is there's also the processing grants program within that as well, and so there's a difference between the two.
Right.
Yeah.
So back in the budget, how much was the processing grant?
Back in the budget there, I will...
So I do read under that dot point, expansion of domestic sheep processing capacity.
Yep.
How much was that?
I will take that on notice. There about whether we had it finalised in terms of the split at that time, because you will remember from the hearings with the former minister, we were the government had announced those broad categories, and we're looking to finalise the details thereafter. And so I will take it on notice, but that element had the processing component in there, and so the sums that apply now might necessarily apply to back at the budget if...
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to work out, you know, the government had made a bit of a song and dance of expanding $30 million worth of funding for farmers, but how much of it is actually a net increase
And
in support for farmers?
Just to go to my earlier answer,
the processes.
Yeah, with your earlier reference to that 64 million or whatever that figure was precisely, the supply chain investment is now effectively 85.5. So there will be the relativities of the earlier funding, which we can come back to you on.
Sorry, where do you get the 85.5?
Well, that's for supply chain investment. It's the 45.5 million co-design supply chain businesses, and then the processing capacity grant program is to expand onshore supply chain capacity. So we've characterised that as supply chain, which is the 40 million.
But I suppose the issue is how much was the processing capacity in the budget?
Yeah, and I think we'll have to get back to you on that, because it'll be a relative lower amount. They've been augmented, and we'll come back to you on that figure. And we should
there's only two options, or two extremes, and then in between. That if the processing grant hasn't changed and was 40 million in the budget, you'd actually only allocated 25 million bucks to farmers.
There has been changes to that whole component, Senator, as the government has finalised its final allocations. So it's not. One isn't fixed and the other variable.
I think they both changed.
They're all being adjusted.
And if it's the opposite extreme, if the increased funding is not for farmers, it's to increase funding for the processing plant, you haven't actually increased funding for farmers at all. Can you sit here and show me that you've actually increased funding for farmers through this $32 million investment? Without knowing what the processing payment was in the budget, no reasonable person can conclude that the government's actually done that.
I don't have those figures before me, Senator, but there has been increases to the funding that's available for producers and the supply chain, and for the processing capacity grants.
Well, I'm not sure how we can establish that, because you haven't been able to give me the breakdown of those figures for the budget. On what basis are you establishing that you have provided more funding for farmers?
I think we're going to get you that advice as quickly as we can.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just quickly running through, I'll try and run through these a little bit more quickly. That the money for animal welfare, what's that going towards?
I think this is relating to the transport component, where the Commonwealth Government has some responsibility. Ms Hutchison, Mr McDonald.
Yes, so there's assistance that is going to support, through the normal state and territory processes, a review of the land transport standards as they apply to sheep. And there's also assistance there for the department to engage with the World Organisation for Animal Health about international standard setting for animal welfare, where we're engaging in international fora to put forward Australia's credentials in animal welfare and ensure that all decisions that might be made in that sort of fora are cognizant of Australia's standards.
Okay. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of money for extra bureaucrats in this funding package. About the only extra jobs probably will be created for people in bureaucracies, by the look of it. Just on that, I meant to raise the 40 million for the processing plant grant. Has the government or the department engaged anyone to look at the economics of processing plants to assess whether that's sufficient?
I know the early discussions that I've been involved in, including with Australian Meat Industry Council, is very much getting the right advice from different parts of industry so we can make those assessments, because the critical points at which we would invest will very much rely on the current state of the infrastructure and its current usage, any spare capacity and any areas that have to be augmented.
I'm just trying to determine, how do we know that the 40 million's enough? It seems low because obviously there hasn't been able to be a box beef industry developed for these markets to date. I don't know, if it was only 40 million bucks, I would have thought somebody probably would have done it by now. It's not a lot of money.
I'll ask comments, my officials to add to my comments. I know that there is latent capacity in WA, and it's a matter of when that latent capacity is accessed, what's the marginal additional cost of that, rather than whole new capacity in the supply chain. So that's the very specific information that we're seeking, and hence the processing capacity grant program is being co-designed and developed with industry and WA government. Tina, or Ms Hutchinson and Mr McDonald, did you want to add to that?
I would add that the intent of the program is to facilitate or generate additionality above and beyond what the processing companies may already be investing in. Several of them are already investing in capital improvements, and the objective of the program is to generate more than what otherwise would have occurred through normal commercial parameters.
But I've just come back to my question, but I don't think it was properly answered. Did you talk to anybody who has built a processing plant or runs a plant and say, hey, how much money do you think you need to make this market work?
Yeah, so that's the process we're going through right now.
But hang on. So you haven't done that to date. You're doing it now after you've...
No, we're continuing on that process. So we've already had discussions with Meat Industry Council and other parts of the broader supply chain, and we need to talk to WA, who has close line of sight, given that's economic investment in that jurisdiction. So we have been going through these conversations already, and then in designing the grant program, that's why we are looking to do the design and then launch the program next year. So yeah, we are doing it, and we're continuing to do that.
Yeah, it does seem like there's been a little bit of guesswork with a lot of this, which is a bit concerning for those people mostly affected by it. The independent panel recommended in October last year that the government, and I quote, should fund and commence implementation of early action as soon as practical. Now, we're already a year on and we don't have any funding spent. Doesn't sound like much will happen before. Is it early next year at the earliest? Or mid next year for some of the programs? Yeah. I mean, does the government consider it's actually met that recommendation of early action? We're going to be nearly 2 years before probably much has been done.
I think, Senator, as Senator Chisholm said in his earlier comments, the applications are opening this Friday for the Enhancing Market Demand program for that first round of that funding, and considering the passage of the legislation was in, I think it was July, we have moved as fast as we could before we couldn't get ahead of the legislative process. So that, and in opening those applications this Friday, all of that design work has taken place, and we've also referred to that $3 million grant to Meat and Livestock Australia, which has been delivered by Minister Collins.
But you saying that you couldn't have helped fund transition arrangements before the legislation? I don't quite follow that. I mean, I don't think... I mean, obviously there's an appropriation that's needed, but was the legislation that passed, did that actually establish these funding elements?
It provided authority for the spending, Senator.
Right.
Yep.
But that could have been done through an appropriation. It didn't have to be done through the same legislation for the ban.
All spending authority needs a legislative basis.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it was,
yes.
You could have, the government could have, it's not, it's obviously a policy decision, but I'm just asking the government could have decided, based on the recommendation received last October, to get cracking on transition straight away.
Yeah.
And if the legislation didn't pass. But it chose this timeline, which was much sooner than many recommended, and it's already late out of the blocks.
Yep. And I think, Senator, just to go to your question, we had to design the timeframe around when the government would implement its policy and legislation, and we could not preempt or assume the parliamentary outcome. And then when the parliamentary outcome was determined to be 1 May 2028, that allowed us to design the program specific to that timeframe. So that, as well as getting the funding authority, as Mr McDonald said, we also had to get the policy clarity from not just the executive government but from the Australian Parliament.
Right. So just coming back to this 32 million, I just still haven't got clarity. How did the government or the department advise the government on how it came to that figure? Was it the need for additional assistance to farmers, to those in the supply chain, or for the processing grant? What was the drivers to increase that?
Yeah, I think to make the opening comment on that, the macro drivers very much reflect the policy discussion we've had, which is the transition support for producers and supply chain businesses currently involved in that part of the market, as well as looking at the export opportunities for what would come out of a transition process. So we had to keep an eye on the current state, future state, on the side of things around assistance for producers and supply chain.
But was there? I'm just wondering, what was the need identified? Like, still $30 million. What exactly was needed to be boosted compared to the budget announcement?
Yeah, so I think, and this goes to our comments, particularly at the last estimates, but we've discussed it today as well, that we had input and various data points through the independent expert process or independent panel process. We had Western Australian government data inputs. They were all differing in ways, and I know at our last estimates hearing, Ms Hutchison was saying that we didn't give privileged weight or didn't give specific overweight to any of those inputs, but took the advice from the from the independent panel as a whole. That's what helped us formulate our policy response. Ms Hutchison, is there anything to add to that?
I don't have anything to add to that. Did you want to add anything? I don't think you need to add anything.
One of the early actions the panel recommended was to help fund businesses to prepare business plans. Is there any funding for that?
I think that goes to the funding for the rural financial counselling services that goes to, business input, information and planning support for various possible circumstances for producers and supply chain operators. So I think that's part of that process.
Under that heading of early action or funding, this is recommendation 3, it has a 3 next to it. The Australian Government should consider what support is needed for supply chain businesses with a high reliance on live sheep exports by sea to exit the industry if they are unable to transition by the cessation date. Has the government met that recommendation? Yes. Is there funding available for people to exit the industry?
So I think that funding is focused on on-ground assistance for supply chain. We've made the point before that there wasn't exit packages presented, and that was a choice and that was a decision.
That was a policy decision. The government has rejected that recommendation. It didn't accept the recommendation to provide exit funding of its own independent panel.
Senator, we've published on our department website the government response to each recommendation. So,
well, I'm not so interested in what the government says. So I don't really take people at their word. I've learnt that in 10 years in this place. They have rejected it by not doing it. They haven't done it. Well, they're not doing it. We can establish that they're not doing that recommendation.
The government has been clear that its transition package isn't designed to be an exit package or a compensation package.
Okay, so they're not doing it. That was their own independent panel, and they've rejected that recommendation. At the last estimate, so I've only got a couple of minutes, so I'll be quick. At the last estimates, Senator or Minister Watt said very clearly that he expected a Senate inquiry into legislation. He actually said, and I quote, "I think it would be a good idea for the Senate inquiry to go to Western Australia." Why didn't the government establish and agree to a Senate inquiry and allow senators to go to Western Australia to hear from affected farmers and others? I think that's one for you. I think the Secretary's waiting for you, Minister. It's not his ballywick.
Obviously, I wasn't in this role when the legislation passed. I'm unsure of what happened in terms of the Senate, but obviously the numbers weren't there to do that.
Because of you. I mean, the minister made a very clear statement to the Senate here only 6 months ago, and he broke that promise to do that.
Very dangerous. Very dangerous to try and predict the Senate outcomes.
Sorry?
Very dangerous to try and predict Senate outcomes.
Did he get rolled by the Prime Minister?
He made the promise. The minister.
Did he get
He
rolled
made the
by
promise.
the Prime Minister?
No, he realised that he didn't. He realised after the absolute bloodbath last time, he didn't want to expose the government's policy.
There was a House of Representatives.
All right. I don't care about the Melbourne Cup, but others do apparently. So we've got a break.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Melbourne Cup.
All right.
There's a horse
Okay.
race.
We will suspend and we will be back at 3:15. Thank you.
Horse racing industry.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Senator Dunniam.
Thank you. I wonder if we could go to forestry again, please. I wanted to ask about the National Forest Policy Statement and where we're at with that, given I think at last estimates Minister Watt indicated a desire to have this thing written and communicated this year, but noting an unlikeliness to have that done.
So, so we're progressing well in the National Forest Policy Statement. So maybe just to take you back, Senator, in 2023, forestry ministers from all jurisdictions agreed to a review, and there's not been a review of the National Forest Policy Statement since the 1990s when it was first struck. Forestry ministers considered the next steps for the National Forest Policy Statement on the 12th of July at the Forestry Ministers' meeting, and they agreed to the officials group supporting that forum drafting a paper to support public consultation on the review for further consideration by forestry ministers. And we've progressed drafting that paper, and it's been developed, and we're proposing that that be considered at forestry ministers' meetings later in November. Do we have a date for that meeting?
Yeah, the meetings are on the 29th of November.
29th?
Yeah, but I think at that meeting it won't be so much agreeing to that paper because we still need to run a consultation process with states and territories on the paper, but we do think that forestry ministers will deal with questions about the consultation approach.
Okay, so the content of the paper, which will then form the basis of the consultation, will likely be next year now. So
I would expect so, okay. Senator.
So do we have a date by which we expect to see the new national... Will we see the new statement before the election?
I don't want to speculate on the timing of the election, but at the moment we're in the process of the discussion paper.
Sure. Minister, do you think we'll see the new National Forest Policy Statement before an election?
I'd have to take on notice and come back to you with a bit more detail. Sorry.
Sure, that's all right.
Dunniam.
That's fine. Okay, well, if I can move then to RFAs, and so the Commonwealth, through the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, are obviously looking to apply these new standards through the nature positive reforms to RFAs. I wonder if anyone can just sort of give me a thumbnail sketch of how we think those proposed reforms, as far as you're aware, based on what information has been made available from the other department, might impact on the operation of RFAs.
I'll pass to Mr. Bursell.
Sure, I think it's a little preliminary for us to... That's subject to policy decisions by the government, where in terms of process, we're engaging with our colleagues at DQ and PM&C in relation to the potential policy parameters of how national environmental standards will be applied to RFAs, but there's broadly a commitment to consult on those. The consultation timetables matter for DQ, but we are continuing to engage with DQ about options for the government to consider. Okay, so have options have been drafted then by this department which have been fed to DQ for consideration? Well, we're engaging with DQ about those options, yes. So they haven't been drafted? Well, I mean, DQ's leading the policy development process, but you talked about work this department is doing. Yeah, so we've certainly been provided with some draft material about options, and we've provided comments on those. Okay, so there's been yes. Yeah. You didn't draft them, DQ drafted them, you've provided feedback. Well, I'll go back and ask them about where they're at on that issue, so I won't bother you any more on that. So earlier on I did ask, or foreshadow that I'd be asking about this New South Wales proposal under the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee Proponent-Led Method Development 2024 EOIs, and it was this improved native forest management in multiple use public forests. So you're aware of this proposal, I presume? Yes, Senator. Yes, okay.
So just with regard to this, I mean, it's a proposal that's been put forward by the state of New South Wales, and as far as I can tell, it relates to developing a methodology to enable government forest management entities to accrue ACCUs for not harvesting forests on government land. Is that correct?
I can't speak to the detail, noting that it's not our method, but I think there's a sense in which that's correct. It's generally about changes to management approaches within multiple use public forests. So it's about changing silvicultural methods or other forest management methods and accounting for the difference that might result in terms of carbon that's abated.
So no, and it's not your process to manage, I accept that, but it does very much, you know, if this proceeds as a methodology through the Clean Energy Regulator, this will materially impact on the native forest estate in Australia if it gets up, because it doesn't just relate to New South Wales as far as this proposal is concerned. It relates to and is an option for nearly all states that have any native forestry occurring, as far as I can read. You have read this, have you not, the proposed?
Yes.
You have, yeah. So it seems to expand beyond just New South Wales, and indeed beyond the national park proposed, the Great Koala National Park as well. So what involvement has this department had with the Clean Energy Regulator in relation to this proposal? Has any feedback been sought?
Not from the Clean Energy Regulator, but we have had conversations with DQ as they went through the prioritisation process.
Sure.
So they did contact us and ask for our views in terms of assessing the sort of pool, I suppose, of available methods that applied through this prioritisation process.
When did they do that?
Oh, I'd have to take on notice the date
if you
of that
could.
seminar.
And as part of the feedback process, did you conduct any modelling about what a proposal like this would do in terms of resource availability?
No, we didn't.
So what sort of feedback, in general terms, without providing the content to me, but what sort of feedback was provided?
It was more a general conversation with DQ officials about the parameters, things like what industry impacts might be, the viability, I suppose, and the likely uptake of those.
So impact on industry, what does that mean?
I suppose in assessing the potential application of a method of this kind, DQ is seeking our preliminary indications of how widely applicable a method like this might be, and what, I suppose, in a sense, trying to gauge the level of abatement that might be available.
Okay. So was there any modelling done to see whether demand would not or may shift from public to private forests as a result of such a methodology being made available to state territory governments?
Not by us, Senator, no.
Are you aware of any modelling anywhere done in the Commonwealth? It would be done by you, if anyone.
I'm not aware of any modelling.
All right.
But to be clear, Senator, that is the conversations with the DQ did touch on that as a risk, because obviously leakage, in a sense, I suppose, from the public estate to the private estate is a factor in terms of DQ's considerations.
Did DQ give you an indication of when they might be making a decision on these EOIs?
I think we were advised when advice was being provided to ministers, but beyond that, no.
And has advice been provided to ministers, are you aware? What date did they tell you they were providing advice to ministers? So
I'm talking in terms of the prioritisation process and the decision that's already been made.
Oh, right, that we have here written down. Okay. So you were very early on in the piece with your contributions?
Indeed, yes.
Okay, all right. Do you expect to hear from them again?
Well, my understanding of the process from here, Senator, is that it's really in the hands of the New South Wales Government to progress the development of the method. Okay. So the New South Wales Government may seek this department's advice as it develops a method, but that's a matter for New South Wales.
Did you also identify any risks related to the illicit or illegal timber trade?
You're testing my recollection of a conversation some months ago.
Yeah, on notice, if you could let me know whether that was highlighted as one of the risks and indeed what it would do for international timber demand. And there might be a couple of others I put on notice there, I think. So we'll move off that. If I can go to the AFWI that Senator Lambie was asking about before. So the board has been appointed and has met a couple of times, I gather.
That's correct.
So where are we at with the establishment of the actual centres?
The centre at Launceston has been established and is operational, and the universities themselves, so the contracts with the other two centres at Uni of Melbourne and Uni of Sunshine Coast, they're agreements between UTAS and those universities rather than with the department. So negotiations about the establishment of those research centres are ongoing between the universities.
I beg your pardon, sorry.
Ongoing between the universities.
Okay, so does the department have any oversight of those negotiations?
We continue to engage with UTAS about them, but we're not a party. We're not a direct party to those negotiations.
Okay, so the 100 million over whatever profile it was has been or will be provided over the 4 years to the university, and then they, through these negotiations, then provide that money to these other universities?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And is there any recourse for the Commonwealth if things aren't done to a standard that's satisfactory?
We have milestone payments associated with the grants.
Okay. Could you, on notice, provide me what the milestone requirements are?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And what measurable outputs are there from the Launceston Centre at this point?
Well, they've run the first open call. So that's $5 million worth of research funding that's recently been allocated to 8 projects. And I would have to take on notice further details about the core funding and the allocation of research within those.
That's fine. All right. Just on the shutdown of native forestry in Western Australia and Victoria, and it may be a question for ABARES, I'm not sure, but has there been any modelling done about what those decisions in those two states has done to supply in Australia, what it's meant for capacity to access a resource of that type across the Australian market?
Senator, we might ask ABARES to come to the table. It goes to the earlier reference we made to the wood volumes analysis that we're progressing, that ABARES is progressing, that's due for completion first quarter 2025.
And before you answer, I have not yet in the last 7 minutes had time to read this cover to cover, but I'm sure there might be a few pages.
Give you 10 minutes now.
So I'm a quick reader, but not that quick.
Thanks,
so,
Senator.
Please, Dr. Grenville.
Joe Grenville, Executive Director of ABARES. Yes, there will be, and I'll get my colleague Mr Galliano to touch on the updated sustainable yield work that we did, which across from the public use native forests. But the more broad context, we received some funding in the 23-24 MyEFO period to do what's termed a national wood volume analysis, which is the intention is to look at across the portfolio from both our native timber supply but also plantation, what the likely supply is across the long term from Australian wood resources and access to resources, and then also look at changes going forward in demand. And I'd like to have a look at where those things will come out. We've got a number of kind of steps in that process. We just recently released a wood processing survey, which updates the information on mills. We've updated the details on sustainable yields, and so that's the estimate of potential flow or wood supply from our native forests. And we've also updated our kind of plantation wood volume analysis, coming back to, I think, the conversation we had earlier this morning. So of the plantation estate, what's our expected flow in terms of cubic metres of wood that's coming out of our softwood and hardwood wood plantation. Now, while it's not as specifically answering your question about the impact of those decisions in those states, we can provide a little bit of an update as to the sustainable yields, which will give us a feel for what the future outlook would look like.
That'd be great.
Yeah, so Dave Galliano from ABARES. So there's two things I'd cover. The first is the the net harvestable area. So in 2021, the net harvestable area across all of Australia is 4.3 million hectares. And we made an assessment that by taking Victoria and WA out, that goes down to 2.8 million hectares. And then on the projected sustainable yields on page 30 of the report, there's a chart that shows projected future harvest from the native forest on public and private land. So you'll see it's stepping down through time between the 2021, 22, 25, 26 period to the following 5-year period.
Sure. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. Why don't I read this document, and that'll probably answer a lot of the questions I have here, I suspect, over the next little while. Just back to the AFWI, have we appointed an executive officer yet?
No, we haven't. Well,
Why
no,
is that?
AFWI hasn't. They're really focused on finding the right candidate, so they're back out in market again at the moment.
How long have they been looking for the right candidate?
Some months now, Senator.
Less than 12?
Yeah, I think less than 12. I'm not sure. I'd have to check.
Because if it's more than 12, that's some years. But if you could find out for me.
I can say that there have been a couple of approaches to market, and I think in consultation with some of our industry partners, the scope and sort of skills requirement, I suppose you'd say, of the executive director is being modified, and so that is being folded into the current approach to market to find an executive director.
Okay. And how far through that current process are they? Has the applications closed, asking for a friend?
I think they're only just back out to market, sorry.
Okay, all right. Okay, have there been any projects that you're aware of in the forestry space funded through the NRF? Are you aware of? Probably have to ask elsewhere on that one, I suspect. I know.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Senator.
Sure, I'll ask the other department. Okay, could we go to fisheries, please?
Sure.
Oh, sorry, did you have...
No, I was just saying, do you want us to stay?
Okay. Well, if you... No, I think we might be okay. But apologies in advance if you do have to come back up. I'm sorry. Okay. So just, if I can go to a matter relating to salmon in Australia, the importation of Chilean salmon. So there was a decision made. What was the basis for approving the importation of Chilean salmon into the Australian market?
Senator, that's a matter for outcome 2.
Oh, I've got to wait for that?
Yeah.
Okay. Has any then... well, we'll steer clear of the technical side of importations and go to impact on domestic. That's this section.
We can talk a bit to that, yeah.
Sure.
Thank you,
okay.
Senator.
He's back. So, has any modelling been done by the department on what impact allowing Chilean imports into Australia would have on domestic salmon production?
So we haven't done any specific modelling, but we are able to look at international markets and also make some judgments based on how our domestic market currently operates with imports. So I'll ask Dr. Greenfield to take you through that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lowe. Yes, we've taken a look at the dynamics of the market just to have an understanding as to what some of the potential might be. In doing so, what we've looked at and what's important to recognise is both the nature for the market for salmon within Australia, our domestic market, and then also trying to get a handle of what are the full costs of getting fresh salmon or frozen salmon to the Australian market from an overseas supplier. Now, one of the things that we've noted is that the Australian consumption and Australian consumers really have quite a high preference for fresh and chilled salmon, and nearly all of what we consume in that fresh and chilled salmon space is domestically produced. And we import very little quantities of fresh and only very small quantities of frozen or prepared smoked salmon into the country at the moment. When we look at like how we place and then how some of our competitors place in similar markets, so we can see that Australia is a relatively competitive producer of salmon. And then when we look at international trade statistics, and so taking a few markets which I guess all of us compete in, including Chile, and so looking into like the import prices into China, Japan and the US, and we noticed that both the Chilean and the Norwegian product entering those markets is more expensive than the Australian market. Australian product also entering those markets. So we're a lower cost producer. Given that, and once, you know, I guess extending that kind of logic to the Australian market, it's quite likely that we wouldn't expect much fresh product to come into Australia just because it would be too expensive and not be able to compete with our domestically produced salmon. But in the terms of the frozen segment, it's quite likely that, you know, that Chile would be a competitive supplier into the frozen segment and compete with Norway, who are currently supplying some frozen product into our market. So that's the quick look at where we think, I guess, some of the possible directions of change could be.
So, how much domestic frozen is there in the Australian market?
Very little.
Yeah, so that's sort of the irrelevant argument in a sense. Then with Norwegian salmon, which is imported now, is that sold at a cheaper rate? Do we not have any smoked Norwegian in?
We have a little bit, but it's mostly frozen that comes in.
But in terms of the fresh or smoked, is that cheaper?
No.
So that is more expensive than Australian salmon in supermarkets?
Yep.
Okay.
And when we compare that product going into our competitors' markets, we can sell our salmon, fresh salmon, into other international markets cheaper than they can sell into those markets.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll come back on outcome 2 around the technical matters related to it. But it was purely a decision. Well, was it a decision made in partnership with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, or did they lead this sort of process?
We can pick that up in outcome 2 when the relevant officials are there.
Sure.
Yeah. And, well, Senator, the one other comment I'll add is that in an international trade WTO sense, other nations can and always do apply, but in outcome 2, the lever we have is to protect our biosecurity risks. So that's why, well, when I say a lever, that's a it's consistent with WTO rules.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that in outcome 2, if that helps.
That's fine. And then, I mean, in outcome 2, will I be able to ask about things like whether the human rights record of Chile was considered as part of this, or is that a matter I should be taking to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think on first principles, that
maybe have a think.
I think that's a DFAT one. Yeah, our international obligations. I know that is a matter for Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Okay.
Our focus is on WTO, agriculture, fisheries, forestry trade obligations,
and also domestic impact on domestic.
Not for the trade decision. It's our decisions impact on biosecurity risk.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Who worries about the impact on our domestic producers then?
I think, and I can, if necessary, our trade colleagues come here, but for that we are governed by the WTO, or what we have signed up to with WTO, and as a trading nation, we respect that.
Okay. All right. I think that'll do me for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Dunham. Now, before we go any further, it is agreed between the committee to release Australian Fisheries Management Authority and Fisheries Research and Development Corporation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And now, are there any other questions in this outcome? Senator Wishwater?
Just on this point, Chair, could we just get an update on seafood? I know you're working with DESA, but can you give us any updates on when the seafood labelling laws are going to hit the Parliament?
It is a matter. Is this the country of origin?
Country of origin labelling.
It is a matter for DESA, Senator,
right.
and questions are best directed to them.
You work with DESA on this, though, haven't you?
We do. We don't have the lead for it, though, Senator. I don't know.
Right. So you haven't seen any draft legislation then?
No, sorry,
showed it to you?
Senator.
Okay.
Best directed to DESA.
That's all, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. So I take it, sorry, colleagues, no more for this outcome? I'll send the Brockman.
A few more from us too.
Yeah, okay, send the Brockman.
Sorry, Mr Greenville, can you come back up? Don't worry, it's not about salmon. In light of the fact that, sorry, this is about live exports, if anyone else wants to change in the meantime. In light of the fact that the government has got this transition package, sorry, whatever we're calling it, in development, what modelling has ABARES done about impacts on the industry of loss of a complete channel?
So we haven't done modelling of the package, so we haven't explored any of that. We have in the past looked at some of the, I guess, the impacts that might exist in the absence of a package, of the cessation or a reduction in live trade. In 2021, we looked at we published a research paper looking at the impact of the Northern Hemisphere prohibition, and in that work we found that the loss of the time frame, the 6-month period, would have an impact on farm incomes for 4,400 farms in Western Australia, of effectively a combined foregone income of about $68 million, or in today's dollars, $77 million.
But that's not the loss of a complete channel, that's a...
No, that's a part-time, sorry.
That's a part-time. I mean, a loss of a complete channel changes market dynamics, makes you much more dependent on the processing industry.
Yep.
I mean, what would you expect the impact to be on farm gate price?
So that exact kind of question came about more recently to try and have an update of that. And so we looked at trying to update that work in relation to exactly the question as you asked. And one of the things that we had found is that when we look across the distribution of farms in Western Australia, which has been discussed earlier, we looked at the various kind of income that's achieved, and I'm just trying to find the things, but we found that from the most affected farms are those farms which are specialist sheep producers in terms of their likely kind of impact on our kind of, on their incomes, and the change in the channel would have a short-term adjustment impact effectively as the producers need to, without an assistance package, as producers needed to adjust that new channel, because currently that channel is not offering the same level of returns as the live exports, then the incomes for the entire industry.
So one of your assumptions would be that the channel, like sheep, basically, would have to offer lower returns.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So it forces, in effect, forces people out of the industry. How many people have left the industry altogether since the government came to power? Have you tracked that?
It will get tracked, the number of farms with sheep on them in Western Australia, but there's not an updated amount, like not an updated number at this point.
And how do you factor in the decline in the flock numbers into your modelling?
Yeah, into our ongoing forecasts. So at the moment, we produce our forecasts at the national level, and so we are expecting the national flock to fall for a number of reasons, a small fall from where it's been, given that we've had a period of rebuilding. We will look at, through our process, we do what we call a consensus forecasting approach, where we'll look at, speak to industry, speak to traders, and speak to things and see where they think the industry is going. We've got our survey collectors just come back from the field in Western Australia, and I caught up with them last week, and asking about, we'll start to track the changes on farm through our regular survey as to those kind of mix of enterprise, where they're going and so forth. So we'll have a process in order to keep an eye on what's happening in sheep farms in Australia and in Western Australia.
So you're aware that flock numbers in Western Australia have declined from 12 million to 9 million in about 12 months?
So I don't have specific numbers for the Western Australian flock. We keep track of the national flock. From the feedback that we got from our survey collectors is that there has been an increased amount of turn-off that's occurred, been quite dry conditions after a period of rebuilding. There's been an increase in the interstate trade, which I think we've noted in the past, as sheep have flowed, and that also occurred over the last few years, particularly as the east went into an accelerated herd rebuilding phase, and we saw quite a significant number of transfers going across from west to east. But it is something that we'll keep an eye on to actually come up with our forecast. We do our forecasts quarterly for the year ahead, so fairly short near-term forecasts, and then once a year we take a longer view to look at the 5-year forecasts, and so things about changing behaviour, but also things about the new opportunities that might exist that come about with the package and so forth, we'll come to when we do that longer-term look.
So, Minister, have you reflected on the fact that the herd size, the flock size in WA has declined from 12 million to 9 million in the period of your government?
That's not something that I was aware of, Senator Brockman, but
you weren't aware.
I do know that
you're making major changes to the industry and you're not aware.
Do you want me to answer, Senator Brockman? I do know that what we've been discussing here, the work that we've done since the legislation passed of consulting with people in Western Australia about the package that we've put together is important work for the government. I know that Minister Collins has been there and visited people on the ground, and will continue to engage in a meaningful way to ensure that we get the best possible response.
Minister, you talk a lot about processing and increasing processing capacity. Where are the sheep going to come from?
Well, obviously that's something that we'll be engaging with the industry on and impacted farmers as well.
Industry participants, very well educated industry participants, tell me that the flock size is likely to decline something like up to 50% since you came to power by next year.
Well, we think
where are the sheep coming from, Minister?
We think that the sheep industry in Western Australia has a bright future.
Not under
we're
you.
obviously keen to work with those governments. Do you want us to answer or what, Senator Brockman? We obviously want to work with those people impacted, which is part of what we've announced with the transition package. We have money on the table. We have a co-design process. That's what we want to do, and we are confident that the industry has a bright future. We've seen the opportunity to export more meat, and we think that the government package is something that will help deliver that.
All freight flights out of Perth Airport internationally are currently full. Minister, where is the freight going to come from for this processed meat that in itself probably won't exist because you have decimated the flock to such a degree?
Well, that's obviously something that we're working through with the industry now. We're consulting with them. There's obviously money available to help assist and provide more processing, and I'm sure that will come to light as part of that process.
Minister, you've killed a channel, which we've just heard from the experts, means that the price is going to decline, which means less people are going to be involved in the sheep industry. There's going to be less sheep to process in WA. Minister, what guarantee will you give that the processing industry in Western Australia won't actually shrink under your policy?
Well, we're not as pessimistic as you are, Senator Brockman, and we believe that we've got the right transition package in place that will help ensure that our processing opportunities can be expanded and provide more opportunity for those people involved in sheep.
So what guarantee will you give, Minister, that the processing capacity won't decline under your government's policy?
Well, I've just talked through what our plans are, Senator Brockman. That's what we'll be consulting with, and that's what we intend on delivering on.
That'll do for me.
Sounds good to me. Okay, we finished here now? Oh no, Senator Canavan, you have.
Just quickly run through, just on finish on livestock sheep. Meat Livestock Australia and Australian Wool Innovation have recently done a survey of sheep producers, I believe 2,362. That found the producer sentiment is at -64. Is the government or the department aware of this survey?
Yes, Senator.
Right. Is that sort of did you expect that result? I mean, that's a shocking result. -64 in net terms, I believe. Is that in any way concerning for the government or department? Is it that level of sentiment among the industry?
I would say that we acknowledge there is lower sentiment in the WA sheep industry. As Dr Granville identified earlier, some of that is reported to be attributable to the cessation of the trade, and some of it is from the impacts of successive dry seasons, very low wool prices at the moment, lots of sheep being offloaded, and supply and demand playing out with low prices in the sale yards. And so, you know, all things combined, there are a range of factors that are contributing to that. And of course, you know, we note that, Senator.
It does seem to be something specific in WA, though. I note that for the wool industry, sentiment is at -24, but in WA it's -38.
Yes. So as I said,
and just to be clear for people listening, that's the wool industry, not those in the live sheep industry.
Yep.
But they are clearly also much more negative in WA than the rest of the country.
Yeah, so part of that is successive dry seasons in WA have led to high offloads, and of course, you know, with high supply, the sale yard farm gate price is low in WA at the moment, which has resulted in those higher west-east transfers. As I said before, you know, the government's policy is regularly cited by producers as one of those factors that's playing into the low sentiment results.
Would the government consider modifying the exit date if climatic conditions don't improve for the WA sheep industry?
That the government.
My comment on that is referring to MLA. In the broad context of the work we're doing, they're projecting Australia's domestic sheep meat consumption to rise by 7% by 2026. And I've already referenced earlier today that Australia's exported sheep meat is worth currently $4.5 billion. So the process is very much engaging at the farm level and with industry and with local financial support and mental health and wellbeing support, and to tap into that 4.5 billion global demand.
With all respect, my question was about like whether drought continues, or drought-like conditions continue, regardless of any demand for the product. If producers can't produce a product, there's not much help. I'm just wondering, given that, you know, they've had 3 pretty bad seasons, if that continues, with the government consider modifying the date? Would they have the compassion for the industry because obviously transitioning during a drought-affected period will be much, much harder?
Yep, that is certainly a very valid consideration for us as a department with our future drought fund planning, that $500 million package, and that we have been in discussions with affected parts of Australia, which includes southwest WA, northwest WA, South Australia, Southwest Victoria and Northwest Tasmania. So that applies, of course, to all commodity sectors. Yep.
All right. Okay, we might move on from that. Did you have any questions to Mackenzie? Otherwise, I'm going to a different topic.
No, I was just going to...
Okay. Just might ask for an update on the Brett Cattle matter.
While we're pausing, if I could just correct some comments made earlier in relation to interactions with the Australian Hemp Council. We have met with them twice in April this year, just to correct that record.
Okay. Brett Cattle, where are we up to with trying to finalise this after 13
I can
years?
start taking questions and call forth any additional support.
I think Senator Canavan made it clear he wants an update.
Oh, an update.
Yeah, some questions.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. Normally we handle litigation issues through our corporate outcome. What I can tell you on Brett Cattle is parties have yet to reach a resolution. Commonwealth continues to engage in negotiations, and then I know we've said this at previous estimates hearings. The Brett Cattle matter is managed for the Commonwealth by ComCover in the Department of Finance, so we respectfully suggest to refer questions to them, and the matter is still before the court, so we can't comment further. I know that government has made clear statements about supporting the live cattle industry and its future. And on anything for Brett Cattle, we have said, and I will confirm they are ComCover in Department of Finance for reference for the Commonwealth litigation process.
Has there been any improvement on the government's $215 million offer to settle the class action?
In terms of, so again, because ComCover is running that process, questions are better directed to them. And from my last briefing and understanding, the Commonwealth offer remains. So I haven't heard anything different to that.
Shockingly low. But that's how the industry is getting treated by this government. Just moving on to climate-related financial disclosures. I'm not sure if you've seen the reporting, but well, just before I get to that, actually, will any farmers have to comply with the recent climate-related financial disclosure legislation? Passed, I believe. Passed.
Well, I guess going back a step, Senator, the legislation will, or the reporting will commence from 1 Jan 2025, and it will be phased in over time across 3 groups. And the first group is the largest emitters or companies. Many of Australia's largest companies already make these disclosures as part of being publicly listed, and it mirrors what's happening across several of our competitor or key export market countries. So New Zealand, Japan, Brazil, Hong Kong, Singapore, UK, US and the EU are all taking steps or have taken or have implemented similar climate reporting obligations. In terms of farmers, so there is farmers would probably be taken in generally as part of Scope 3 emission reporting. So as part of that first group of large emitters, which so they're in the first group and they kick off in the first year, we would expect that well, as part of the program, Scope 3 reporting is only required in the second year, and we expect that some farmers might be picked up as part of that Scope 3 reporting. As part of that reporting, they only need to provide information that's readily available to them without undue cost or effort, and it's based on the concept of materiality. So information is only required if it's reasonably expected to affect the offended entity's prospects. We do recognise that this additional climate reporting is something that's being asked of farmers more generally, though, whether it's through the climate-related financial disclosures or in international markets or in domestic markets, in fact, through consumers. The government is providing $28.7 million over 10 years to improve greenhouse gas emissions accounting and reporting on farm and in the national inventory, and this will support the sector to respond to requests. And this work's really important, I think, in terms of supporting farmers to measure their emissions. And we do know that farmers who you can't manage what you can't measure, and if they're measuring their emissions, often that's a good predictor of a sustainable and profitable farmer.
So my understanding is that most farmers won't be directly captured by legislation. That's true, even after all of the groups.
That's correct. That's our understanding.
Yep. But so how will they be captured exactly? How would they have to
Through
report?
that Scope 3 emission reporting.
Just explain that to me, sorry.
So there's Scope 1 emissions, which are direct greenhouse gas emissions that occur from sources that are owned or controlled by an entity. There's Scope 2, which are indirect greenhouse gas emissions from the generation of purchased or acquired electricity. And Scope 3 emissions are indirect greenhouse gas emissions not included in Scope 2 that occur in the value chain of an entity, including both upstream and downstream emissions. So those examples would include emissions associated with purchased goods or emissions associated with investments made by a bank.
So a bank, so if you're banking with a body that is captured, that bank might ask you to report on your carbon emissions.
Or a retailer.
They'd be mandated.
Or a large processor.
But a bank could be a situation.
Yeah.
An insurance company.
Supermarket.
Supermarket, yeah.
Right. And so what happens, like obviously one farmer could have relationships with multiple entities captured. They have to provide these figures to each of those entities?
They would, and I think the important point there is for us, in terms of how we've thought about the emissions calculation and accounting, is to think about a platform that essentially kind of the farmer can measure once and report multiple times to multiple sources, to make it as easy as possible for the farmer to report the information that they
keep loading up businesses with red tape in this country and wonder why people bother. Sure, just get a job here in Canberra, it's a lot easier. So is there anything in the law that would stop, say the bank's requiring this, and then a bank says, okay, if you want to keep doing business with us, you have to reduce your carbon emissions by 5% a year or something like that. Is there anything that stops that?
Well, that's not part of as far as I know, the climate-related financial disclosures. That's simply a reporting mechanism.
So Australian farmers could be subject to effectively carbon taxes imposed on them by banks, by insurance companies, or whoever decides to adopt such policies under international shareholder activist pressure, which many of them are.
Well, I think that's a matter for the private sector about how they want to construct their contractual relationships.
This for our farmers who are doing it tough enough. Did I realise that in the regulatory impact statement for this legislation, even the government admitted it would impose a $2.3 billion additional red tape burden on Australian businesses? Unbelievable that we would pass such a thing. We didn't support it, that's for sure. Was the Department of Agriculture consulted on the calculation of that figure? On how much of that would be?
Senator Nick Belong, Sustainability Climate Division. So we weren't involved in the sort of regulatory impact analysis. That's really a matter for Treasury, and I think that largely goes to the reporting entities that are in scope of the discussions.
So you're not aware of any breaking out of that figure to cover what was farmers' costs of that $2.3 billion?
That relates to the regulatory cost of the reporting entities, which I think are about 1,800 across the economy.
Okay. The Chief Executive Officer of Drake Supermarkets, Mr. John Paul Drake, has been quoted as saying, well, number one, that farmers are the absolute backbone of our great country. Couldn't agree more. But he then goes on to say about this climate disclosures that if our farmers are forced to shoulder the burden of additional mandatory reporting, it is inevitable that that will result in high prices in store. We can't expect our primary producers to simply absorb this cost when we know that our farmers are already working on tight margins and in tough conditions. It's a massive problem when you've got a segment of the government telling farmers how to run their business. Maybe our public servants should be out there trying to find ways to reduce the cost of water and electricity rather than reporting on carbon emissions. I think a lot of Australians would agree with Mr. Drake. Has the department looked at this issue about whether these reporting requirements would increase food prices, as one of Australia's most prominent supermarket businesses are warning they will?
Senator, certainly the advice from Treasury is that reporting entities only need to provide data where it doesn't come sort of an undue cost or burden in terms of that reporting effort. So there does seem to be a safeguard, if you like, in terms of what's required around accounting standards for entities that are captured.
But even the government says it will be $2.3 billion. That doesn't seem undue. That will be quite a lot of costs.
I think
those costs will have to be recovered from Australian consumers.
That's in relation to, the comment I was making was in relation to where reporting entities might need to ask information from beyond their own entity. So it just simply reflects that the requirements provide some flexibility in terms of how reporting entities seek that information, and where there might be an undue cost or burden in seeking that information, then there's a flexibility in the reporting regime.
Okay, and just finally, do we understand how many farmers will have to, or is an estimate of how many farmers will have to conduct this mandatory reporting?
So that's the reporting entities that have mandatory reporting requirements.
I understand that.
1,800
1,800
entities.
But they're not farmers.
That's entities across the economy. Perhaps sort of a useful example is, so I know both major supermarket chains already provide disclosures around Scope 3 emissions. It's published in their annual reports.
But they don't require their farmers to do this, do they, currently?
No, that's right.
They must be estimated through some of the means.
And
but this law will require them to ask their farmers.
No, you still have flexibility in terms of how you access the information.
So you might not have to. Sorry, I thought I took.
So there are you can use proxy information and industry aggregate information to get that information as part of your reporting.
And that will be sufficient for the law? sufficient
That's
to
correct.
comply with this law?
That is correct, but we expect in time, as the system evolves, that more and more farmers will know their number for both their own business purposes and also potentially for market access purposes, and also for potentially disclosure requirements both here and overseas.
I'm sure farmers will be jumping for joy.
And
no, we have to do more book work thanks to the government. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and through the chair.
Okay. All right. Yeah, all right.
Through the chair, it's also that market access that we have to keep an eye on our international markets. So, as senators might be aware, the EU and New Zealand already require Scope 3 emissions, and we know that's also being discussed in UK, Canada, Japan, China, Hong Kong, Singapore. So we've got to keep an eye on both the domestic approach and how do we support farmers to comply with whatever the domestic framework is, as well as longer-term access to international markets.
It's not just the costs, it's obviously our nation's productivity through the floor. This government's presided over the largest reduction in our nation's productivity in our economic history, and that's obviously having an impact now on inflation, interest rates, and all Australians are paying the price for that. And I can see no evidence that this government is doing anything to reduce red tape. I mean, is there anything being done to reduce red tape on farmers at the moment? What plans does the department have to actually take a burden off farmers?
Well, Senator, I'd point back to the work we're doing to support farmers with to improve greenhouse gas emissions accounting, so ensuring they've got, for example, calculators and
But that's just ameliorating a burden you're already placing on them. I'm asking for what are you doing to remove a burden from them? So what are you doing to scrap regulations? So get rid of something that's not
Senator,
working?
I mean, on that example, industry itself has been investing in on-farm calculators for a number of years. A number of the industry bodies and RDCs have their own tools that have been developed using leave-of-payer funds for that purpose. A number of ag tech companies are out there partnering with different supply chain bodies as well to support farmers measure emissions on farm. And these are part of broader efforts to support farmers better understand their baseline emissions as part of their business inventory, for want of a better word.
Yeah. And I think, Senator, just to add to Mr Blong's comments, for international comparison, certainly from other jurisdictions who have got emissions calculators which are kind of sector by sector by sector. So if you're a mixed enterprise farmer, you're using calculators for potentially kind of across a number of different calculators, there's certainly an attractiveness in the path we're going down, which is to have a calculator which can accommodate a number of different enterprises in a farming system to make things simple for farmers.
Okay. I flagged earlier National Water Initiative or a new National Water Agreement. Has the department been involved in the development of this agreement?
So we're engaged. Obviously, DQ is the lead agency for this work, Senator. We're engaged with DQ in relation to that work.
Right. Just note that there's a discussion paper being released in March. There's in this 21-page document, there's only 2 mentions of agricultural or agriculture or agricultural. One's just a simple fact about there are increasing demands for water from all users, including agricultural. And the other one just says agricultural energy sectors continue to expand. The government's got a number of priorities under the watershed. There just doesn't seem to be food production, farming or agriculture in any part of this document. Can you explain to me how the new agreement helps make our farming sector more efficient, or is trying to do that?
Well, I think those questions are probably best directed to DQ, who's the lead for the National Water Agreement. But as a starting point, we recognise that water is essential for agriculture systems across Australia. DQ's approach has been to be sector agnostic as a starting point for the National Water Agreement. We are aware that a number of agricultural stakeholders have raised concerns about...
Yeah, a number of farmers have raised with me. So if you go to page 10 of this document, there's 7 objectives. I suppose the one that might get close to talking about farmers is the first objective says the safe and secure supply of sufficient water quality and quantity to sustain our natural environments, culture, economic prosperity and communities. So there's maybe a mention there, but it's just that by far the biggest water user in the country is our farms and growing our food, yet there's no mention of farmers in this document, or even food. Oh, sorry, there's one mention of food. It does seem a little bit lacking here in focus.
So we're likewise, as you are, we've received those concerns from the sector, and we've been focused on transmitting those concerns through to
all right, so you've done that. You've told, all right, that is
we're
good
separately
to hear.
aware that they're aware of those.
Yeah, I'm glad I asked the question. Is there anything you wanted to add then on that, on what you're doing to highlight this? And
we've got nothing further, Senator.
Okay. All right. Okay. I've also raised the issue, although this might be outcome 2, the kangaroos, I think, is that I might just check. Do you have anything else, Senator Mackenzie?
Senator, kangaroos will be outcome 2 if it relates to biosecurity, but if it's about trade, you should, that's outcome 1, which is now.
The kangaroos?
Yeah, it'll depend on your question.
Okay, well, let's ask it here. This is, I briefly mentioned earlier that this is in regard to a bill before the US Congress that I believe seeks to ban the importation of kangaroo skins. So there probably is more a trade issue, because not protecting our biosecurity. So apparently it's called the Kangaroo Protection Act of 2024. My colleague David Littleproud has sent a letter to those moving this bill about the impact. I'm just wondering, is there any representations from the Australian government to US senators or advisors about our kangaroo industry and the impact this bill would have on it?
So yes, Senator. So there is a bill, as you mentioned. There's a bill to ban sale and manufacturing of products made from kangaroo, has been introduced to the US Senate and House of Reps, most recently in September, but it hasn't progressed from there. So we're working very hard to dispel the myth that persists both in Australia and overseas that the commercial harvesting of kangaroo is a threat to the species. The Department and our officials in Washington are focused on promoting Australia's kangaroo management plan built on sound scientific principles, animal welfare and welfare sustainability. And Australia's Consul Generals in the US are conveying these details directly to legislators, where the state-specific efforts to ban kangaroo products arise. Bills aimed at banning the sale and manufacturing of products made from kangaroo have been introduced both in the Senate and the House of Reps. I've just spoken about that. And they've failed in previous sessions of Congress, including in 21-22, where it didn't progress from the committee stage. So our officials will continue to work across the US to improve the understanding in the US of Australia's management of kangaroos in the commercial industry, and continue to emphasise our regulatory credentials and highlight the sustainability, conservation and animal welfare credentials of the industry.
Cool, thank you. Well,
Can I say
yeah, go for it.
So does Nike, Puma, Adidas, who's using kangaroo leather for their boots? I thought they were kind of it was the preferred material for
I don't have that evidence.
It is excellent for football boots in particular.
Tough.
Yeah, it's really tough and it's really soft and supple, so it's actually completely ideal.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, as you're well aware, a number of animal welfare campaigns have really pushed those producers. So I'll have to take on notice which
misinformation.
Exactly, which are still producing with kangaroo and which are not.
Correct, and then we end up with plastic on your feet instead.
Fossil fuels.
From fossil fuels.
All right. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair. I think we're done for outcome 1. No, outcome 1. Going on to it.
Yeah, oh, geez, I'm just wishing aloud. Outcome 1, thank you.
It's a privilege to serve.
It's a privilege to serve, but when I sit here and just hear waffle after hour, the privilege wanes. Let me tell you. Okay.
So who was it? We did. Okay. Sorry, I come too. Thank you.
Senator Bush-Wilson, do you have questions here?
Yes, this is where the vice security.
I think everyone's here. Okay, Senator Bush-Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Might start with some questions on avian flu, following on from the last questions I asked. Obviously, there's been a fair bit of coverage of it in the media. What's the current status of work to investigate the potential of vaccinating? I'm particularly interested in threatened Australian native species. Perhaps you could give us an update following the simulations that have occurred, and then, in particular, is there any investigation of vaccinations?
Do you want to take it? Sure. Thanks, Senator. Since last giving evidence before this committee, as you said, there's been significant work undertaken across the Commonwealth, in fact across the nation, engaging at all levels of government, including industry and a range of NGOs related to environment in particular. As you said, Senator, there's a number of outcomes as a result of that engagement across the nation. Part of that relates to vaccinations in particular, but if it would be useful, perhaps we touch on the suite of efforts that we are now undertaking as a direct result of engagement across the country through what you've heard to as being exercise Volaire. So as a result of that, we've now got a new package which provides additional targeted investments in our national biosecurity system, which includes enhancing surveillance to ensure timely detection and response if the disease enters and spreads in animals within Australia, strengthening preparedness and response capability to mitigate impacts for the production sector and wildlife here, supporting a nationally...
Could I just stop you there?
Sure.
Just 1 second, Ms Saunders. Is that relating to the preparedness exercise
Volaire.
agreed at the July 2024 meeting?
I keep getting that wrong, don't I? I should get it right. It's in my exercise, but yes, Volaire. Yes,
Sorry,
that's correct. Yes,
that is
exercise
okay.
Volaire. That's right. So yes, and then of course more work to support a nationally coordinated approach to response to communications and proactive measures to protect threatened iconic species from extinction, which is the point that you've touched on, Senator, and investing in more pre-pandemic vaccines to protect human health. So there's two aspects as it relates to vaccines. One relates to wildlife, the other human health. Then in terms of, if you want to then drill down to the specific measures, in terms of the vaccines, whilst we'll be working very closely with the Department of Environment in regards to that process, we're currently, and I'll ask Dr. Brant Smith to come up and talk in further detail if you require, but in regards to the vaccines for wildlife, there's already steps underway to procure the vaccines, and obviously the work that's underway with the environment is actually determining which animals might be the subject of vaccinations going forward.
Righto.
So that's one of the measures. And then I can just touch on the others, particularly as it relates to agriculture. 15 million to enhance national biosecurity response capability and surveillance. 10 million to support nationally coordinated communications. 7 million to improve early detection and reporting capacity to enhance Wildlife Health Australia surveillance activities, and 5 million to boost biosecurity and scientific capability, including conducting priority scientific activities such as validating point-of-care testing for animals, establishing an industry working group, and procuring avian influenza vaccines to protect vulnerable threatened species, which I've just touched on.
Sorry, is this all part of Volaire?
That's correct. And all related, Senator, to our response to the risk of avian influenza HB5.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay, Chair. So in terms of the simulation activities, testing our preparedness and our response arrangements, how did we go?
So the purpose of the exercise, Senator, was to actually test our capabilities, to test our response plans, and what those exercises demonstrated over the 3 activities was that we do have a robust biosecurity system, which operates really well, but there were some opportunities to enhance that framework, to make the investment, as I've just outlined, to ensure that we are better prepared for dealing with what is a novel virus, and something which we know would have catastrophic implications from a One Health perspective if it was to arrive.
Okay. So you mentioned before, and I'm sorry, I was trying to listen to the details of what you said. So have decisions been made from those exercises as to which vaccine options to trial and adopt, or is that something you're still working through?
I'll hand over to Dr. Smith.
Thanks, Senator. Brant Smith, First Assistant Secretary of the Biosecurity Animal Division. So, Senator, we had already been looking at options for vaccines for particular threatened species. Prior to this, we've now accelerated that work, working closely with APVMA to make sure we've got the right emergency use permits, and we've been looking at the scope of vaccines that are most effective for the particular species that we're worried about in Australia.
Okay, are they available? Are they available, those vaccines?
Yeah, so we have identified types of vaccines that are available, and we're working with their commercial arrangements now. We're working through those contractual arrangements at the moment to be able to import a quantum of vaccine that we can use if and when needed, if an outbreak should occur.
And how have you decided which species to vaccinate? Obviously, there's lots.
Senator, as I said, that's a conversation we're having with stakeholders, starting with the Department of Environment, as to where those priorities should be placed. Okay.
Given there's concern, obviously, that this summer, even in my home state of Tasmania, they're working on, people are being advised not to collect corpses of dead birds on beaches, and there's a whole range of kind of things going on. Will we be ready to go if there's an outbreak this summer?
Yes, we will be ready to go, Senator.
You will be ready to go, like you'll know which species to vaccinate and which vaccinations to use, and they'll be available?
Noting, I guess, if I could just make the point, Senator, that the vaccines aren't the solution in terms of our preparedness and response to this risk. As we know, we won't be able to prevent the wild birds if they were to arrive in Australia. And there's a range of strategies that would need to be employed to manage the risk if that was to occur. And vaccines is just one of those.
And Senator, could I add one point to Ms Saunders' points? As well as working with the environment part of Australian government and the health part of Australian government, we've worked with all states and territories and got them to bring their environment and health people within. So just using Tasmania, for example, all environment ministers were briefed by us and discussed this issue, I think, 2 weeks ago. And we then engaged with both our state agriculture partners and then our environment networks are all activated. So, and it's the latter, the environment, where the specific wildlife vulnerabilities are discussed.
Are you able to tell me, Mr Fennessy, whether there's any, I suppose, species-focused or site-focused plans now rolling out at state levels?
Well, in one respect, that's why we've engaged through Exercise Volare what are those hotspot vulnerabilities, and getting our state and territory colleagues to work with us, and most importantly for wildlife, to work with DQ, the Environment Department here. Did you want to add to that?
Yes, so Senator, through the Exercise Volare, now I've pronounced it correctly, through that exercise what we have done is actually identify where localised plans currently exist, build on those, building on the experiences through the exercise and through policy guidance and advice from all of the stakeholders at the table about how we improve that. There are a range of tools that have already been developed and they are now being provided to stakeholders around the country, noting there's a whole range of stakeholders that would have an interest in localised plans and will actually contribute to any response at a local level, and they're being enhanced as we speak.
Are you aware of any specific local plans that have been developed?
I'd have to.
Sounds like they're still being developed, but are you aware of any that have been developed anywhere?
Yeah, so we are aware, and we've been working very closely with the Threatened Species Commissioner, Dr Fiona Fraser. For example, Phillip Island's got a very good localised plan, and there are others that we are working with and learning from. And Wildlife Health Australia, of course, is a key partner for us, has got a lot of material available, and they are working at local levels. Part of the funding for environment is to go to this issue to bolster those local response plans.
And are you aware of any specific, I suppose, plans that include the removal of dead carcasses from from not the wild, but from the environment?
What we have discussed with stakeholders is those circumstances where that might be appropriate. So I don't think it's species specific, Senator. It will be specific to those circumstances in which you might see a mass casualty event.
Like shearwaters, for example?
On scale, and if you think about the location, if it's in an urban location versus an isolated part of the country, there's a whole range of factors that would be considered as to the appropriateness of that action.
So could you just briefly talk us through? So if the H5N1 high avian influenza was to be detected tomorrow, for example, say ducks in a wetland in northern Australia, what would be the sequential steps that would be taken? Like what would be? Can you talk us through what to expect?
Certainly, I'll do as a high level, noting that my role includes being chair of the national management group that would stood up in response. Yeah. But what we do know is that it's localised action and plans that will be critical to our success. So it won't be driven by the Commonwealth. We'll work in partnership with states, local governments and NGOs in a response. So what will typically occur is if there was a report of an avian influenza incident, that would be responded to by the state government. They would communicate with us. We would bring together the necessary stakeholders to work through the appropriate response to those arrangements. Okay. As you would know, currently, if it was to occur, as we understand it would through wild birds. We don't currently have a deed arrangement that sits neatly, but we'd certainly leverage off the deed arrangements that exist now, bring the additional stakeholders around the table to ensure there's a common understanding of the risk and agreement to what the appropriate response would be. And as the Commonwealth would assist in facilitating those discussions and coordinating the response.
A decision-making tree already set out that people can follow, like a blueprint?
We're leveraging off the deed arrangements that currently exist, and one of the measures arising from the government's $100 million announcement is that we're in the process of starting the work to develop a national partnership agreement. So it is very clear as it relates to the governance arrangements and cost sharing going forward.
Any idea when that will be finished?
The intent is we're hoping to have that finalised by the end of this financial year.
By the end of the financial year, so
that's
next.
Obviously, we're in
June.
Sorry, it's just the end of the calendar year. My apologies.
Year, yeah. Okay,
end of the calendar year is our intent. Noting, though, it is a national partnership agreement, so of course we're partly in the hands of all our states and territory partners as well.
So, are you able to provide me on notice any information around that decision-making tree that kind of helps guide the plans? What can stakeholders go to?
So, the current EADRA arrangements, the Emergency Animal Disease response plan is what we'd be referring to as the basis. The intent being that we would bring other stakeholders to the table. Environment already makes a contribution through the governance arrangements, and we'd also bring health to the table.
So going back to that example of
sorry,
Senator, one thing just to note is that this HPAI is a notifiable disease.
That's right.
So it requires notification, usually from the Chief Vet Officer of the state that has the first case. They then notify our Australian Chief Vet Officer, and then that kicks in the mechanisms around Consultative Committee for Emergency Animal Disease, reporting up to the National Management Group. So that would kick into place, irrespective of where the outbreak would occur.
Okay, so just on that point, so my final question on this, and I'll put some other questions to you, I notice is, using the duck example again in the NT, like how would we know that an animal's been infected with it? Is there a national monitoring plan? Is that something you're overseeing federally, or is that also done and funded at a local level?
So, Senator, there's been an increased investment in surveillance, and if you give me a moment, I can give you the figures for that as well. But there has been increased investment in surveillance, which has been led by Wildlife Health Australia. In addition to that, though, there's also been really effective communication around the country, which has resulted in passive surveillance by the community. And in fact, we've seen a significant increase in reporting of bird deaths in particular over recent months. And I think I have some statistics there as well.
The other thing, Senator, is we have the Northern Australian Quarantine Strategy that's been in place for 30 years, and the National Avian Influenza Wild Bird Survey, which is already tested at those key sites. But if we did have a case, it would then be confirmed by our national lab, the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness, ACDP, and that would then mean that we are sure that we've got the disease, and they would type it so we know that it's come from a migratory bird, and then you go into the normal processes of response.
Okay.
Senator, just to add to that, I know I was talking to Dr Beth Cookson earlier, and she was relaying to me that in New South Wales there's been an enormous number of calls as a result of the great communication. So Wildlife Health Australia said there have been 257 reports of suspicious or potential avian influenza instances compared to 52 last year. So we're seeing significant reporting, and there is, as Dr Smith said, a testing regime in place.
Okay, thank you. Look, just a couple of quick questions on fire ants before I lose my spot. I'm sure you're going to get other questions. My questions are specific to the environment. In August this year, there were reports of fire ant nests detected near a koala sanctuary south of Brisbane and a vulnerable frog habitat on the Sunshine Coast. What mitigation planning is underway to protect wildlife sanctuaries from the invasive species like fire ants?
Thanks.
I sat on the committee when we looked into the response around Brisbane, the community response and the ag response, but I'm particularly interested in natural values being impacted.
And understandably so. Whilst I can give a general account, I'm going to defer to Dr Berta Hennick, who's our Australian Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer, to talk about specific events.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. Bertie Henneke, the Australian Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer. The detections, when they normally occur, they are within, if they are within the eradication zone, there is a immediate risk assessment happening, and it's the treatment, or the process is in place to treat those nests that have detected straight away, and monitor over a period of up to 5 months to ensure that no further detections are occurring in that area.
Look, unfortunately, I can't verify whether they were within the eradication zone. Are you aware of any nests detected in a koala sanctuary south of Brisbane that may not be in the eradication zone? Or?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Right. I'll check up on that.
Yeah.
So obviously the inquiry on fire ants recommended publishing fire ant program reports and management group minutes for greater transparency, and that recommendation was supported by the government in their response. The 23-24 and 24-25 work plans still haven't been published, and the 23-24 annual report hasn't been published. What are the barriers to publishing and releasing these documents, and when can we expect them?
I might have to take that on notice, Senator, because I have to be honest, I thought the work plan had been published, so I'll need to take that on notice. And I don't believe that the actual annual report is far off, but I'll have to check with Queensland Government as the combat jurisdiction and that responsible for developing the report to confirm timings.
Okay. Further on transparency, until March 2023, the National Red Imported Fire Ant Eradication Program Steering Committee published detailed minutes on their meetings, including main discussion points, agreed outcomes and follow-up actions. For March to December 2023, this was replaced with a meeting summary that provided agenda items and outcomes. Since February 2024, the National Fire Ant Eradication Program National Management Group has only published short communiques with very limited details. Why has this reduction in transparency occurred?
Senator, that's not the intent. In fact, the intent is to improve transparency.
Right.
And what we're now publishing on the website is an outline of the response plan. There is intended to be annual work plans which outline the operations, the science, the communications and indicative budget, quarterly and annual reporting, including the budget position, and communiques from our NMG meetings that I referred to that I chair are published after each meeting on the DAF webpage to highlight program progress and key discussion items. And, as with other national biosecurity sponsors, it's not intended to publish minutes from the meeting, so it's consistent with the biosecurity framework generally.
So, sorry, I missed that last bit. You say that it's not their intention
not
to publish?
Not the minutes of the meeting, but certainly a communique.
So you won't, for example, publish all past details?
That's not the intent, and it's not common practice across biosecurity responses.
So that's just because that's a standard thing across all biosecurity responses?
Indeed.
Do you accept that there's I suppose, there's been a lot of issues with this program, and obviously we've uncovered those and the government's responded to them, but do you accept that maybe this one there's need for greater transparency given, you're going to cop some questions no doubt from Senator Roberts and others fairly soon around this program. Do you feel like could it hurt to publish the minutes of those meetings?
I'm certainly happy to take that away because the intent is to improve in transparency,
Yeah.
Senator. So keen to do that. You'll note that certainly with Queensland government's lead, there's far greater engagement at a community level. We've had significant engagement across industry at the Commonwealth, at the state level, and we're certainly looking about how to actually communicate more effectively nationally. So there's certainly an appetite, intent and commitment to greater transparency. So I'm very happy to take away, engage with cost-sharing partners as to if there's opportunities to enhance that further.
Yeah, if you could, because obviously this has been going on for a couple of decades now and the community is very involved in it, and there is conflict and confrontation over this as well, and there's obviously a lot of questions, so it would something the department could consider. Yeah,
Happy to take that away. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Just, Ms Saunders, I did hear you breaking down the $100 million of Valare, the exercise. I only got to about 72. I heard there was a 50, a 10, a 7 and a 5.
Sorry, I think I only broke down the agriculture aspects.
Oh, good. Could you just
Chair,
break
so
down...
I can go through the,
if
the
you
other
could, please.
the other,
Yeah.
Yes, I can. I'm very happy to do that. Just going to find my brief again, Minister. Senator, please bear with me. So, as I said, it's 95 million, noting there'd already been a commitment by the Commonwealth Government to 6.9 million prior to the activities of Exercise Valare. In addition to the agriculture components, which equate to actually 37 million, we then have for the environment through to Q, 7.1 million to support wildlife susceptibility and disease spread analysis and decision support tools, 28.8 million for preparedness and response planning and to support practical actions for priority species in captivity and in nature, which we've touched on. And then in terms of health, the Department of Health, that is, 22.1 million over 2 years to manufacture and store pandemic influenza vaccines.
Good, thank you. And just quickly, I heard you talking about working with state governments.
Correct.
And local governments as well?
That's correct.
And what about industry?
Yes, indeed. In fact...
and if you've answered it and I've missed it, I won't ask you to repeat it. But
no, and I'm happy to give some further details in relation to that, Senator. Just to give you a sense of our engagement, it did capture all tiers of government in all jurisdictions across a range of portfolios, noting that we are adapting a One Health approach to our preparedness and response work. This included agriculture industries, including poultry and dairy in particular, and as I touched on previously, environmental and non-government organisations. Over the 3 activities that we undertook under Exercise Valare, we had over 330 attendees. We also conducted a webinar which was open to the public, and 1,000 participated in that activity, and certainly garnered through that exercises we garnered strong support and interest from wildlife sector and the captive animal sector, industry and supermarkets, and we had some non-traditional partners at the table, including BirdLife Australia, Phillip Island Nature Park, Melbourne Water, Australian Dairy Farmers, Australian Food and Grocery Council. So a really broad range of stakeholder engagement, keen interest and active engagement, and very solution-focused partners. It was a fabulous exercise, which will continue. In fact, the intent is to have another webinar, which will be open to the public again in late November, early December. The intent is to continue that communication as there is a thirst for.
sounds fantastic.
Indeed.
Now, when I think of Valare, I think of Dean Martin. How did you come up with the name? How do you get Dean Martin, Valare and bird flu?
I think it's flight, Latin for flight.
What is it?
Flight.
Oh, light. Oh.
No, flight.
Oh, flight.
Latin for flight. Because
Australia, I think you know that makes sense.
But it reminds me of Dean Martin too.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Senator
Thank
Roberts.
you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. Ms Saunders, I'm particularly interested in your comments. I'm particularly appreciative of your comments about transparency. You're trying to ramp that up around fire ants. People in southeastern Queensland are very, very upset. They're in the dark. They're subjected to bullying from state police. We've been to CASA on this issue. Department of the Environment yesterday. We're going to APVMA later today. Looking after constituents in Queensland and northern New South Wales. It's a very big issue. Are you aware of the many complaints from community members about the local waterways being polluted by chemicals being dumped from helicopters as part of the National Fire Ant Eradication Program that the Commonwealth funds?
Thanks, Senator. I note your observations, and I appreciate there have been concerns from our understanding, those from a very small cohort of people within South East Queensland. In fact, the statistics that we've been provided by Queensland Government are that since eradication treatment resumed on 6th of August of this year, the National Fire Ant Eradication Program has visited 53,438 properties and received 489 refusals, which represent less than 1% of properties visited. So that's not the whole picture, I understand, Senator, but it gives a fair indication of the actual support for the program that's been demonstrated when Queensland government officials are engaged with the local community.
Have you been to Queensland and talked to some of the affected groups? Because they're starting to form groups now. They're really concerned.
Senator, no, I haven't spoken to them directly, no. But I've certainly been up to Queensland. I've engaged with the program and have a good understanding. Obviously, my colleague, Dr. Hennick's got a much more detailed understanding of the program, but both myself and the Secretary have been up and actually had a look at the program and gone out to some of the sites where the work's being done.
Okay.
But in getting back to you, I haven't fully answered your question, Senator. You asked a serious question in terms of the concerns that have been raised. If I could, I think context is really important when we consider the red imported fire ant risk. And I guess an observation I'd make, having been here now for some months, in fact, my first evidence before this committee in different form was actually before you, Senator, talking about red imported fire ants. It was one of the first things that I engaged with in coming into the department at the beginning of the year, and it's really very clear that eradicating fire ants from Queensland and ultimately Australia is the best way to protect people, animals and our unique ecosystem from their harmful effects. So firstly, for me it's fundamentally important that we continue this journey. We know it's technically feasible and cost beneficial, and we're not saying this will be resolved immediately, but we have a good plan that's been endorsed by all cost-sharing partners, so agreed as a nation that this is the best way forward and that there is a real prospect for success in the timeframe that's been given under the plan. If I could also say that, RIFA, as you would know, is one of the world's most invasive pests. It's highly adaptable, mobile and aggressive, omnivorous and venomous, and the impacts go well beyond agriculture. And if we don't eradicate it, it will have significant negative impacts on the economy, human and animal health, the environment and social amenity. The Central Queensland University estimates costs will exceed $1.2.5 billion annually. And that if fire ants have the potential to infest 97% of Australia and surpass the combined damage done each year by feral cats, wild dogs, foxes, camels, rabbits and cane toads. The cost-benefit analysis undertaken by Central Queensland goes further, and it goes right down to human health and life cycle impacts, $536 million per year. Agriculture and livestock, $381 million. Infrastructure, $250 million per year. And environmental impacts, population declines in 45% of birds, 38% of mammals, 69% of reptiles and 95% of amphibians. And this includes iconic Australian species such as the echidna and the platypus. And if we look at overseas as well, where fire ant populations have established and are much higher than here, communities have been forced to change their lifestyle to avoid exposure to fire ants. And Senator, I know you've made reflections on Texas in particular. In America, the RIFA cost industry and agriculture $7 billion annually and have caused the death of 85 people from anaphylaxis since its introduction in the 1930s. And in Texas, around 100,000 kilometres squared, smaller than New South Wales, RIFA is estimated to cost $1.2 billion each year in control, damage repair and medical costs. Long way of saying, Senator, the work is incredibly important. We have great confidence in the program that's being rolled out by Queensland Government, and we're committed to continue to partner with Queensland to deliver the outcome that's in the best interest of the country.
So, Ms Saunders, thank you for that. I haven't heard anyone complaining about the need to eradicate fire ants. I've heard lots of people talking about the damage, as I said, from chemicals being dumped from helicopters as part of the National Fire Ant Program, because it's indiscriminate, and also the futility of doing so at the moment, because 21 years ago there was one fire ant nest in the port of Brisbane. They're now extending from Caboolture in the north to Gatton in the west, Scenic Rim and northern New South Wales. So the eradication is not working. But I just want to focus on these issues. More particularly, are you aware that Dawson Creek in this otherwise pristine Sanford Valley was polluted with toxic chemicals that have killed much of the local aquatic life of the creek and passed down through flow-off into the Pine River?
So can you just confirm the location again, Senator?
Yes, Dawson Creek,
Pristine
and pristine Sanford Valley, and water flows into the Pine River. And we've also got constituents upset. And the thing is, Ms Saunders, Sanford Valley doesn't have any fire ants. And it also has rainforest, and they've been dumping this stuff on rainforest, and fire ants don't like rainforest. So Currumbin Valley people are upset, Gatton people are upset, Burner people are upset, Caboolture people are upset. So there may be some people who are not complaining at all, but there's some very very irate people.
Understand, and my observation would be, Senator, I'm not sure that whilst I appreciate the concerns, certainly the advice we've had from Queensland Government is those concerns should not be there.
What do you mean by that?
And I'll go on to explain, Senator. So my understanding is in regards to Sanford Valley, I do have advice that in June, aerial treatment containing I'm going to have to correct me, Bertie, on this one, pyriproxyfen may have inadvertently been used in an area containing water bodies in Sanford, Queensland. I think it's the location you're referring to, Senator. The water bodies weren't identified on the maps being used by the program, which was why it occurred. Due to the low concentration of treatment product and application rate used, independent scientists have indicated that the treatment is likely to have minimal impact on aquatic environment.
Well, I visited Dawson Creek and there's no wildlife in the creek at all. And then normally it's teeming with life.
Senator, this is the advice that I have, knowing I haven't actually gone and visited the site myself.
I'm just giving you what I've actually seen.
And so the program is working to determine if there has been any impact on the waterway, and the breach has been reported to the appropriate authorities, including the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority, APVMA, and Queensland Department of Environment and Science. I understand that S-methoprene is now being used exclusively around the Sanford area and is permitted for use around waterways and for certified organic properties, so therefore safe. And I should point out that the fire ant treatments contain the same active ingredients as those found in household and agriculture pest control products and have very low toxicity.
People are upset and they're losing their pets.
Senator Roberts, can I maybe just ask a quick follow-up here?
Sure.
That's right. Could we just get a list of what is used? So what chemicals are used, especially, to start with at least, to focus on the baiting. Is that what those are? They're bait treatments that we're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay, so can you give me a list of what is used? Because I've received the same concerns as Senator Roberts from constituents.
And they are different. So I might go to Dr. Bert Henning in terms of what's released from helicopter versus used.
Yes, that would be great.
Are quite different.
Okay.
There are two chemicals used, Senator. One is S-methoprene.
Can you just spell that? Sorry for the...
That's S-methoprene.
Right.
Mesoprene. And the other one is the aerial treatment is also pyriproxyfen, which is PYRIPROXYFEN.
Okay.
They are the two chemicals.
And these are, as baits, these are intended such that a fire ant may be attracted to collect these baits and take them back to the nest. Is that right?
That's correct.
And they work by effectively disrupting the fertility of the ants. Is that correct?
Right, that's right. So there's no reproduction happening.
No reproduction, right. Okay. Is there evidence that they do impact either other ants or other animals?
These chemicals have both been tested and approved by the APVMA.
Right.
And there's no evidence that there is any impact on ants, bees, or any other insects. It's purely effective on
just on fire ants.
Yeah.
What about on other animals?
Neither on any other animals, humans, the environment.
And those are the only two products used in the helicopter baits?
Yes, that's right.
Is there a baiting, on-ground baiting program of any kind? I should just ask to clarify, that includes the drones and helicopters?
As far as I understand, because the drones use the same approach, like with helicopters, just in different environments where it's more difficult to access via a helicopter.
Okay, and so the on-ground baits, are they different?
The on-ground is a gross regulator, as well as the treatment, and both chemicals are used on ground too.
Those two you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, and then are there, when they're on the ground, say they identify a nest, there's also fipronil used, isn't there, as well at times?
Fipronil is also used, but I have to take that on notice in what situation that is.
And that's exactly a pretty nasty chemical, is my understanding.
That is nasty, or it has an impact on the environment, but it's lost in a low concentration, and again approved.
It's used
by
in
APV.
Isolated cases where there's a nest and they can identify it. If somebody has been contacted, so the constituents have come to me, have got a letter, and they're saying they're getting someone on their property. Would that mean that they could potentially have fipronil used?
It's hard to say.
Right.
Again, if it's used by the standards as written on the APVMA regulations, that it should be safe.
I realise this is being administered by the Queensland Department, so you might need to take this on notice, but in the correspondence that goes out to households, sometimes without their permission, for chemicals to be used on their property, are the chemicals that will be used identified to them?
I would assume so, but we have to take that on notice.
If you take that on notice for me, just to check that are they told which ones are used, and or if they provide any information about the safety or other risks. So there are no side effects to humans of any of these chemicals that are used?
No.
Well, I should say, obviously there is for fipronil. I mean, I've used fipronil, and the packaging is pretty serious. You've got to use it properly, presumably, fipronil.
That is correct with any chemicals.
But the first two used in the baits, there's no way that can have an impact on humans. It can't be transmitted to them in any way, aerial or otherwise, to affect them.
So,
so can I just...
When they're sprayed on a roof, pellets are dropped on a roof of a house, and the house uses rainwater catching, so that's not going to hurt humans? They would be safe to drink that? Because these humans don't think that.
Can I just clarify just a couple of points? One, in terms of the chemicals that are used, which Bertie's just gone to, the actual broad-scale treatment being spread by helicopters, if I can just draw that distinction, and drones is corn grit, which contains active ingredients. So that doesn't kill the ants, it renders the queens infertile and stops reproduction. So it's delivered in a different way and a different quantity.
It's like a pelletised.
That's right. That's right. And then in terms of... And in terms of the safety issue, which is I can fully appreciate would be forefront of mind for people and their pets, etc., in terms of their properties, but understand that the broad-scale fire ant treatment contains the same active ingredients as those found in household and agricultural pest control products and have very low toxicity to mammals, and I've touched on that earlier. But to give you a sense of scale, for 500 metres square residential block, 100 grams of product is applied, containing only 0.5 gram of the active ingredient. So this equates to using just 1/3 of one flea collar on a property or 5 flea control tablets.
Right, but just going to Senator Roberts' question, what about them going into gutters or rainwater systems? Is there any testing of the risk of that?
I'm not sure if there's testing
maybe
that
we can take it up.
scenario.
Presumably APVMA, they have approved
That's
these
correct.
chemicals, so I'll take it up with them
and
later.
As and it's once again, if I could just go back to the amount, as I said, we're looking at 500 metres squared, only 0.5 gram of active ingredient.
Can I also ask if you could perhaps take on notice whether, I know fipronil contains PFOS chemicals to help it stick. Do these other applications contain anything from the PFOS family?
I'd have to take
if you could take that on notice, that would be quite useful to know too.
We've heard stories of permits that have actually changed, reversed the warnings on the packages in which the insecticides come.
I'm not aware of any evidence of that, Senator.
Okay, we might get some to you. Are you aware that the chemicals are highly toxic to fish, invertebrates and molluscs and other living life in the creeks and waterways?
No, I'm not.
That's according to the warnings on the chemicals.
I suspect, but I'll take it on notice, and Dr. Hennick will probably clarify this. But I think the key issue is the quantum that's being used is very small in these instances. And once again, as Dr. Hennick has said, this has been approved by APVMA for use, as is being used by the program.
That doesn't mean it's right. It's doing damage in southern Queensland. That's all I'm telling you. So, are you aware that no environmental impact study has been done to consider the risk to the environment of widespread use of reproduction inhibitors to the local native fauna and marine life?
The APVMA, as part of their research, is also doing risk assessment before they approve any chemicals, and all the chemicals that have been proved or have been researched and evaluated by the APVMA also look at environmental risk.
Are you aware that chemicals are now killing off the bees and other pollinators in the affected areas and ruining local organic production of fruit and vegetables?
No evidence of that, Senator.
No.
Okay, you're not aware. So are you aware that the food chain is in danger for all native insect eaters in the treatment areas?
No, Senator.
So what will you do to investigate this with a view to halting the spraying until a full environmental impact study is done, including the means of dispersal through helicopters? Helicopters are fairly indiscriminate.
My understanding is certainly there's been significant oversight by scientists from around the country in terms of the response plan and the nature of the treatment being proposed. So this response plan is informed by experts with scientific knowledge of the nature of the treatment and the nature of the risk that we're managing.
Okay, could you take it on notice, please, to give me the location of significant fire ant damage in this country, please? Because no one's been able to show me. I'd just like to know, just tell me where and I'll go and look at the damage.
Significant, well,
if you tread on one, you'll know that.
I think that's right, Senator.
No, I'd like to know where the damage is, because we've told about the damage. I'm not denying there's damage. I'm open to that, but I'd like to see some damage myself.
We'll certainly take that on notice and go to Queensland
I wouldn't
to provide.
expect you to rattle off the locations now. Take it on notice, yes,
certainly
please.
There have been significant anecdotal evidence, individual cases, families affected directly, routinely in Queensland affected by
These people are doing their own research and they're mad keen to use data. So I'd like to see the observed damage. The best data of all.
Don't have that data, but we'll certainly raise that with Queensland.
Well, if you could get it to me on notice.
Take it on notice.
And I'm happy to drive there. Matt and I can go ourselves.
Sounds like a road trip. Can I just quickly clarify too before we go off it?
I'm busy.
South East Queensland, Matt.
Can I quickly clarify this water issue that Senator Roberts raised earlier? What was the chemical used there in the Dawson? Was it the Dawson River or?
No, the Dawson Creek.
Dawson Creek.
Sanford, not
Sanford Valley.
Yeah. What chemical was in it?
It's the S-misoprene chemical, which has been approved for use in waterways.
Oh, so it was approved. Sorry, I thought it was inadvertent or it was a
No,
mistake
they used
made.
a different one. They used the other one before because the mapping didn't show at the time that there was a waterway. And that
so they had done that before. That was incorrect. That was the I can't read my own writing, particularly when it's not.
The pyroproxifen.
Pyroproxifen. So that was the one used. When was that used?
That was used in June 24 when the reports came through.
And what's the risks of using that?
So the advice we've had, Senator, is that due to the low concentration of the treatment product and application rate used, an independent scientist, and I have to confirm who that is, has indicated that the treatment is likely to have minimal impact on the aquatic environment. And the work is underway to understand the impact on the waterway and the breach, and as I indicated earlier, has been already reported to other authorities.
Even if that assessment is true, what I'm trying to understand, what it could be the negative impacts. Obviously, he's saying it's likely it may not have some, but that does indicate that there's a chance that it may have negative impacts. I'm trying to understand what those negative impacts would be.
And that's yet to be determined, Senator. Because
well,
I understand that.
Maybe I can take that. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, obviously, you have some concern if you've engaged an independent consultant, if the regulations say that you are not to use this chemical in waterways. I'm just trying to understand why the advice is not to use it. There must be some risk to explain that.
Because I understand the S-methoprene,
yep.
Which is now exclusively used in the Sandford area, because it is actually permitted under APVMA for use around waterways and certified organic properties. That's the why that's now being used. I don't believe the pyriproxyfen was authorised to be used for that.
No, but I'm trying to understand why it's not authorised. I understand that's the rules, but why are the rules there? Maybe do I need to ask APVMA though? That's for the experts.
Potentially, yes, potentially that it would be.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Or underlying reasons of why
it would be on the label why there potentially is an impact or why it's not used on.
I'll ask for the APVM later. Thank you. I'm done with that, Chair. I've got other questions.
So no, I will come back to Senator Roberts. You actually,
thank you.
Still got the call.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Why are there discrepancies and contradictions between the latest permit and the safety data sheets regarding the safety precautions and application guidelines? These have been reported by constituents on the ground.
I'm not aware of those reports, Senator.
What research justified changing the permits that originally said the reverse of restrictions?
Yes, Senator, I don't have any visibility in relation to any inconsistencies in the application of the permits.
Well, these are reliable people we're dealing with. Does it raise concerns with what you just read out a little while ago? I mean, could that be faulty?
Could what be faulty, Senator?
What you're reading out in answer to my first question.
No, that's faulty. That's based on evidence, factual information held by the program lead.
Why do current permits allow distributing the chemical in or near a waterway when the safety data on the material itself says they should not be placed in or near waterways?
Well, as I said, if we go back to the evidence we've given in regards to the Sandford Valley, we understand that the use of pyroxyphren, I've pronounced that incorrectly again, may have been inadvertently used in that location. It wasn't intended to.
How does the program justify treating areas without evidence of nests? There's no fire ant nest in Sandford Valley.
I'd have to look at the specifics of the rationale for that particular location, Senator, in relation to what I don't know if that's within the eradication zone and or within the suppression zone.
So what's the difference between eradication and suppression? Just in terms of the definition, I think I know what the two words mean, but I'd like to hear that from you. And also in terms of the funding. Is there a difference in funding to the state government for suppression compared with the eradication?
Yes, there is. So the cost-sharing partners nationally are funding the eradication response plan.
So who's in the partnership?
That's all jurisdictions.
All states and Commonwealth and territories.
That's correct. We're 50% contributors of the Commonwealth, and all jurisdictions contribute to this work. And cost-sharing partners then bring the scientific expertise and governance to support the work.
Right. And they pay the money?
Correct.
Is it entirely Commonwealth money?
No. As I said, all cost-sharing partners, which are all jurisdictions and the Commonwealth.
And the only location of fire ants at the moment in Australia is in Queensland and now northern New South Wales?
That's correct, but it's a nationally significant
I'm not
issue.
arguing that.
And as we touched on, the impacts for the nation are significant if we aren't effective at eradicating this.
So if I were Queensland and I wanted more money, I could stipulate that I'm involved in an eradication program and get money from more states.
The short answer is no. It's more complicated than that, Senator. Has to relate to an exotic pest weed disease. Has to be of national significance. Has to be eradicable and has to be cost beneficial. In regards to fire ants, it'll be any decision about shifts in the funding to support the work will be the subject of deliberations of all cost-sharing partners.
Right, I'm not saying it's just done automatically, but with suppression, it's up to the state, isn't it?
That's correct.
So the state gets no funding from other jurisdictions?
That's correct.
So eradication?
Is the responsibility of is a shared responsibility of the nation.
Right, so Queensland gets more money with eradication, the Queensland program gets more money with the eradication programs. And in the duration of the eradication programs, the fire ants have spread from Brisbane Wharf, one nest, to northern New South Wales, Caboolture, and the western part of Lockyer Valley.
The program's actually been very effective, more so than any other country, in slowing the spread of red importer fire ants.
And I will add, I think there has been 2 detections, both very small, one in Western Australia, I think Fremantle, and one in Tasmania.
Of an ant.
Of an ant. So very small, but it is something we have to be...
Queensland on it. Just to clarify that, the detection of the ant that was found in Tasmania came through the mail. So that was only one ant. And the one in Western Australia, there have been previous detections around Australia, but they have been all eradicated, and the only one which is active is the South East Queensland one.
So that's the only active one now.
Where the infected zone is spreading.
It's not spreading. The program is actually, reducing the density of the ant, and that there was 2021. There was an independent review, and they have identified that the density has been reduced over the previous period of the whole eradication program since it started in 2001. And it's also evidence that if we're looking at other countries like China or the US, the spread has significantly reduced and it's only less than 5 kilometres per year, while in other countries like the US, it's around 50, and China it's around 80 per year.
I can't remember the number of thousands of nests at the moment, but it's gone from 1 to, I won't say the figure because I don't know, thousands of nests now. And it's gone from one wharf nest in Brisbane to northern New South Wales, as I just said, it's spreading.
Now, the one nest that was discovered or detected in 2001, it is believed that was the ants were there about 10 or 12 months before. They were there for a period, so they were actually reproducing. So it was not just one nest that was found. It was already further than that.
All right, well, I look forward to getting a list of locations I can go and visit. Thank you.
All done. Thanks, Senator Roberts. And I'm keen to move along. Now, Senator Faruqi, I believe you've got about 3 minutes worth. Is that right?
3 minutes worth?
4?
No, but I have questions for live animal exports.
Well, we're in this area.
Yes.
So let's get moving along, and then I'll come across to Senator.
Senator Faruqi, this is the biosecurity outcome at the moment.
Okay, so can we move to live animal export?
So we did that earlier.
Yeah, we've done
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's outcome 1. I told you I had 3 minutes worth.
Yeah, okay, so I don't have any questions here. Yep. Okay, thanks. I'm fine.
Okay, Senator Mackenzie, Canavan. Senator
Canavan. I just wanted to... Sorry, I just had a quick question about the red fire ants. In mid-24, a large fire ant infestation was detected at Schwartz Barracks in Oakley. The Invasive Species Council called for an audit of defence sites to ensure that there were no other undetected fire ant infestation. What actions has the government taken to survey defence sites to ensure they're fire ant free?
Thanks, Senator. Certainly, as it relates to defence sites in Queensland, both ourselves and Queensland Government have worked very closely with Department of Defence, who's been very responsive to ultimately what are their responsibilities in terms of the RIFA response. And there's been tremendous work done in terms of working with the program to actually implement risk mitigation in those locations. So that's been very positive. And in fact, I'm aware Defence have actually circulating communication across their entire workforce in regards to surveillance requirements, expectations, things for people to look out for and to report.
So they're educating on base. Is that only happening in Queensland? What about northern New South Wales bases?
That communication actually went out nationally.
Okay, great. So has there been... yes, everybody's behaving in a biosecurity aware state on base, if they've all taken that on board, but has there been an actual audit process, which is what actually was called for as a result of what happened at Oakley?
I'll defer to Dr Hennick on that.
Thanks, Senator. An audit process in itself has not happened, but as part of all the detections of importance, there is tracing from where the ants come from, and all detections that are currently within South East Queensland, detections of importance, are related to human human movements. And it's mainly related to the turf of industry and also landscaping industry.
Yes, no, I appreciate that, but we know that there is a large infestation reported recently on Barrack, and just wondering if there's been any other defence sites where red ants infestations have been detected, and whether Defence is auditing their sites.
Yeah. So the Oki site is outside, but there are some defence sites within the suppression zone, and the Defence Department is managing those pest and diseases, or those ants, as part of their pest and disease management.
Okay, thank you. Biosecurity levy? Yeah.
Here we go.
Sure.
All right, so just on the biosecurity levy, I was looking at the annual report earlier, and if I take you to page 214 of the annual report, the table G5 there has a table of actual and budget expenses for biosecurity. The budget figure was $792 million, but the actual amount spent last year was $739.7 million. So am I right to say the department spent $52.3 million less than expected on biosecurity last financial year?
That's correct, Senator.
Right. Just wondering, that seems awfully similar to the amount that the department's asked for, and I realise the levy wouldn't have applied last financial year, but does the department expect to keep to, has it changed its forecast figures for this financial year, given the underspend last financial year?
No, it doesn't, Senator, and I say that because whilst it might appear coincidental and the figures are very close, the primary reason for that variance is due to an underspend in the STEPS program, so our ICT work, and the remainder is predominantly related to, we received funding through a range of measures to support the increase of ASL and our workforce numbers, but due to attrition and challenges with recruitment, we're unable to bring that full quantum on board, which has resulted in the underspend that you see before you, the $52.3 million.
So this financial year is still expecting to spend $841.1 million?
That's the intent, and we're certainly tracking based on expenditure to do so.
But that's a pretty big increase in 1 year. What explains that? So you've spent $739 last year. You're going to increase your spending by $100 million in 1 year.
What combination of factors? One, in terms of increasing our resourcing in accordance with the funding that's been allocated. So significant, and we can talk to further about the work's being done in terms of recruitment, knowing a large proportion of our dollars relates to our workforce. Also investments in ICT, other illustrations of what we're doing there, and really, I guess in simple terms, what we have done is fully allocated the budget, and all divisions are expending their costs in accordance with that. But there's a whole range of things that we're doing in accordance with the budget allocations to fulfil our biosecurity obligations, noting the government has increased its investment in biosecurity. We all talked about the sustainable funding arrangements, an additional $800 million per year. And what we have done is ensured that we are fully cost recovering from our importers, who are now contributing 46% towards our efforts. We've obviously got taxpayers contributing their 33%, as you know, and Australia Post delivering 2% of our expenditure, and we've allocated resources accordingly to deliver on that. So what we are doing is delivering services at the border and fulfilling our obligations both pre and post border.
Okay. So of that $100 million increase, how much is due to the ICT upgrades? Are these the STEP upgrades?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have the breakdown in front of me, Senator.
Right.
And I'd probably need to bring the CFO back to actually go through line by line the allocation of the budgets.
Senator, what I can inform you just from the work that we're doing at the CFO is that of that gap, a significant amount is related to ICT programs. I think STEPS is 17.9 million, and I think some of that is referenced in the footnote.
It says here in the budget the STEPS is 57.4 in 24-25, is that right?
I think, from my understanding from our financial result, 17.9, and there's another ICT program of a similar size that is a combination of biosecurity and trade. We can get back to you and take it on notice, but just to give you an order of magnitude, it's the ICT programs, and with STEPS, which is Simplified Targeting and Enhanced Processing System, that went through a gateway review. So we wanted to pause any investment in that program until the gateway review was finalised, and I think that's now in the process of being finalised, or has finished now just now.
But so it seems like the vast bulk is because of the resourcing issue. I mean, if you couldn't employ the staff you did as you wanted to last year, did that mean our biosecurity systems weren't working as well as they should be?
I think the short answer is, Senator, that in terms to acquit our budget, and that we needed to have greater resources than we had in place. I think if you look at our service standards, there certainly could be obviously improved service standards had we had additional resources to deliver those outcomes.
Okay, so what services were lacking last?
So they weren't lacking. I think the reality is what it has meant is some things took slower to achieve.
Okay, like what?
So if you go to the annual report, in terms of service standards, if you just take one moment. If you look at our key performance, I'll come up one. Thank you. So if we go to service standards, if I can refer to our annual report, pages So if you go to page 52 of our annual report, biosecurity service standards, we partially achieved 4 out of 11 service standards, met compared to 5 the previous year. A key reason, as outlined in the annual report, was resourcing availability, and that's a combination of both attrition and recruitment factors.
What page was that? Sorry, I just...
So if you read from page 52...
This is on the printed document?
Of the annual report.
Okay, is it on the PDF or the printed document?
Hard copy document.
My 52 doesn't seem to say that. Oh, I don't know. Is it in a table or just the text?
So you can go to the measure B102.
Okay.
Biosecurity standards met, result partially achieved, and subsequent pages go on to consider the breakdown of those service standards, what's been achieved, the targets, and the analysis for not having achieved those targets.
Right. Okay.
I don't understand the maths on this. Sorry. So there's 11 service standards, 8 or more were met, so that leaves 3.
No, they're the tolerances, Senator.
Right.
So achieved is when 8 or more out of 11 service standards are met. Partially achieved when 4 or more not achieved.
Okay.
So partially achieved, and so that's just an indication.
So a drop in service
Senator.
standards. Yeah.
So things are taking longer to do.
All right. Okay. Now, I thought though when I raised this question earlier, the department said that it had the funding appropriation it needed, despite the lack of the levy. So why don't you have the resources you need, despite the levy not passing?
So we certainly had the funding this financial year, Senator, to meet our FTE targets and therefore coming with a balanced budget. But as I indicated, due to challenges we had with attrition and recruitment, we were unable to bring them in on time. I think the second point to make is, as much as I'm simplifying it in layman's terms, the reality is it's not even as simple as bringing them through the door, but it takes, as you know, Senators, 6 to 12 months to train officers so they're fully equipped to undertake the tasks that they have. So there's always a lag when we're playing catch up with the recruitment.
Okay. All right, I might leave it there for biosecurity levy. Moving on to avian influenza. I didn't hear all the questions Senator Wish-Wilson was talking about because I was talking to my colleague Senator McKenzie about Catholic theology. Seriously was. So excuse me if I repeat questions. Just let me know. I can go look at the transcript. Can I just ask about the HPAI task force? Is that right? Is that what it's called?
Correct.
What are the outcomes expected from this task force?
So, Senator, the task force was established by the department with a view to ensuring that we had an inclusive approach to our preparedness as a department, and by doing so, bringing in our stakeholders across the Commonwealth. So the task force actually brings together our colleagues from the Department of Health and the Department of Environment with a view to ensuring that we are, in a very integrated way, considering the risk of HPAI, ensuring that we have a common view, common understanding of the nature of the risk, a common view and approach, an integrated way of preparing for and responding to the risks that we've been talking about already today. In terms of what the task force is delivering, well, it's already delivered a lot insofar as it's the task force that is responsible for having undertaken the collaboration engagement across the country through the exercise Volare that we spoke about earlier, and it's been fundamentally important in actually coming forward to government with strategies aimed at improving our preparedness and responsiveness as a country and getting the 100 and getting government support for the $100 million that were recently announced. The task force will now go on to implementing those measures, and from a department point of view, ensuring that we're adequately prepared, and if it was to arrive in the country, that we've got the capability, the expertise, knowledge and experience to respond.
Okay. How many staff are in the task force?
It does vary, but Dr. Smith, how many have we got?
Yeah, so Senator, it has varied. At the start, we had a bit of a surge, so there's probably approximately 30 people in the task force, cutting across different agencies. That's come back somewhat, so it changes, but it's approximately 15, 17 people.
That's all federal employees, are they?
Federal
across
employees,
different departments. And how is the task force working with industry?
So we have regular engagement with industry. So we have met with the Chicken Meat Federation and the peak bodies. We've met with cattle industry, so Cattle Australia, Dairy Australia. We've run webinars with them. We've provided information to them, and we talk to them every week.
Just on that, they're all peak bodies, but the state farming organisation is the one that have actual farmers as members. Do you engage with the state farming organisations? Because they're the ones that are the members of the NFF, for instance, and the types of bodies you're talking about.
Yeah, not directly on these matters, but we have worked with our state and territory agricultural counterparts as well, and they've been engaging at that level.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can I ask now I don't know much about this, but the H5 clade variant, does that make sense? Have I pronounced that right?
Yes.
Okay. How is that different to current strains that Australia's experienced in 2020 and in this year?
So the strains that we had domestically with that H7 strains, right. They were the ones that impacted the 3 jurisdictions in the poultry sector. They are low pathogenic strains that mutate to high pathogenic strains, and then they spill over from wild birds into poultry, and then they cause the disease. We contained that through the work of the states and territories quite quickly, and are now in the process of getting disease freedom from that. So that's been that part of it. This clade, which is 2.3.44b, which is the one that's an H5 strain, that's the one circulating around the globe, causing a lot of mortality events. So this is a different strain. It spreads by migratory birds, and it's now impacting more species, so both terrestrial and aquatic mammals, right. Sea lions and others. It's causing more severe disease, and it's spreading throughout the Americas and now into Antarctica, so the spread has changed.
But we don't have that strain.
We do not.
In Australia. Well,
we're the only continent that doesn't.
Right, okay. Is there any impact on humans of either of those strains?
So advice from our health colleagues has been there's been very few cases of disease, but I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf. But the advice I have is there's been a few cases in the US with impacts, but it's been mild, and that's the advice they've been providing.
And that's from the H5 strain, is it?
Correct.
The ones that...
On the H7 side, we've not seen any cases of human infection.
Okay, all right. Who has to pay for this response now that we've had to undertake?
For the H7 strain?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Yeah, so that's part of our normal cost-sharing arrangements.
Right. So industry is making a contribution?
Correct.
How much is that at this stage, or do we have an estimate of how much it's going to cost the industry?
I'd have to get some advice from...
Do you charge them later, or do they pay as you go, if you like?
I think it's all part of the national deed funding arrangements, so we'd certainly be able to get you the...
Okay, maybe just take that on notice.
We've actually, and I can get the figure, in terms of H7, we've actually, as NMG, we've actually approved a quantum that jurisdictions can work towards that will be recovered through the cost-sharing arrangements, but I have to take on notice that figure. Sorry? 117. 117? 117 million, Senator.
That's from the industry, or that's the total?
That's the total cost.
How much does industry have to fund?
Do you want to come to the table?
We'll just get some more.
And while coming to the table, when I say industry, or you say industry, what does that mean? Is that simply egg producers?
So there's signatories to this deed. So it's the Chicken Meat Federation, Eggs Australia, Duck Meat Federation. They are the signatories, and they then apportion that. So it's an 80-20 split. So it's a Category 2 disease, so 80% funded by the Commonwealth. 80% from government, 40% Commonwealth, 40% states and territories, and then 20% is through industry.
Okay, that answers that question. Might give a leave pass to the lady at the back. So it's just the industry then? I mean, my understanding of these diseases is they often can or do spread from birds who are outside and potentially accessing waterways and other things that wild birds might. Obviously, that has there's an increased risk of this occurring because supermarkets, and mainly supermarkets, I think, have demanded birds be let outside in recent years. Do they have to pay for any of this? The Woolworths or Coles up for any of the costs of this outbreak?
Not under the deed arrangement, Senator.
Yeah, so it's all...
No deed arrangements.
No responsibility.
Whilst putting the burden on.
Last time they were reviewed, Senator.
Sorry?
I'd have to take on notice the last time they were reviewed. It's certainly been the subject of discussion as a member, as chairing of the National Biosecurity Committee. And I understand the IGAB review may potentially also touch on this issue, noting that review is due to be considered by ministers in January.
Because to Senator Canavan's point, these are outside agriculture entities requiring behaviours of agriculture that increased agriculture's risk to disease and aren't sharing in the burden of cleaning that up.
Yeah. As I said, all care, no responsibility. Is there a vaccine for avian influenza? A human vaccine?
Human vaccine, yes, there is, and government's just invested $22.1 million for the rollout of that vaccine.
Okay, so how many flu vaccines will that purchase?
Let me just confirm if it has a number. I'm not sure I've got a number, Senator. It's just $22.1 million over 2 years to increase and diversify the readily deployable vaccines for the National Medical
I might have missed. Did you mention a figure, a number of vaccines?
No, I don't have
that was repeating the
I don't have
funding.
a figure.
Or maybe you could take that on notice.
That might be a question for Department of Health, Senator.
But you are saying that so far, are these vaccines against the H7 strain?
No, these are for H5.
Oh, okay. Yep. But there's no reported, I think I heard earlier, there's no reported major impacts on humans from the H5 strain?
From the H5 strain? Certainly, the advice from the Department of Health...
Sorry, I might be getting confused with my 5s and 7s.
H7?
So is this the vaccines for H7 or H5 again?
H5.
They're for H5, and that's the more pathogenic one?
That's correct.
I think I was thinking the higher the number, the worse it is. But, okay, H5's the bad one. And so there has been some, he said, some impacts. But is there evidence, has there been any fatalities from H5 infections?
So, Senator, I don't want to speak out of turn because this is really for the Department of Health, but H5N1 has been around for some time.
Yep.
this particular clade is particularly virulent for animal species.
Yeah.
There has been spillover into human cases. There was a case of a child who came back from a country overseas who got the disease, who was mild, but that would be best asked for at the Department of Health.
Is it infectious is there human-to-human transmission?
Again, best to ask the Department of Health. Yeah.
All right. Look, I might put other questions on notice there.
I've just got a couple of biosecurity.
Yeah. Sorry, that was just on the avian flu. But over to you then.
Thank you. I just wanted to check on some issues around United Airlines' failure to continually declare the arrival of dogs in Australia. Yeah. So my understanding is United Airlines failed to declare the arrival of dogs in Australia in March 24 and December 22. Can the department please outline the incident and how the biosecurity risk was managed for rabies?
Okay. Two parts to that question, Senator. If we take the first...
Well, the 24, just for clarity, March 24 incident was into Brisbane, and December 22 was into Sydney.
Correct. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Anna Brezzo, our First Assistant Secretary.
And you might not... in this particular committee, we had a lot to do with Max and Henry from the UK a few years ago, so we do like to make sure we're doing everything correct for our canine colleagues.
And there have been some changes in that regard too, Senator, which is good news.
I welcome the question, Senator, because in this instance, it wasn't so much about the dogs and a biosecurity incursion. Really, this was all about pre-reporting requirements.
Yeah.
So the dogs themselves were assistant dogs, and they did have an import permit to arrive into Australia.
Mm-hmm.
What we require under the Biosecurity Act, however, is that the airline lets us know ahead of time what is actually coming on board their airline.
Mm-hmm.
That gives us enough time to do the appropriate checks, to make sure that we have people there to meet the plane if needed. It also pertains to disinfection requirements that the plane's required to undertake. So for United Airlines, they actually failed to pre-report many on a number of occasions. So that was for the dogs, but also for the disinfection. So,
sorry. So you just said that. So you're saying that it wasn't just the 2022 incident and the 2024 incident for United Airlines. Have there been other breaches?
So in August 2023, there was a failure for invalid disinfection.
Right. Thank you. So 3 breaches from 22, 23 and 24.
For pre-arrival reporting.
Yep. So given that the airline has failed to meet prescribed measures, how was the biosecurity risk managed then, given that they didn't fulfil their obligation? Or the potential biosecurity risk managed?
Potential, because our department and great departmental staff recognised...
In our airports?
In our airports, recognised that there was... when they're meeting the plane, it's a bit hard to miss the dog coming off a commercial airline, certainly going through biosecurity, and they reacted appropriately, made sure that departmental veterinary staff were there to meet the passengers and their animals. They assessed the dogs and made sure that before the dogs were released, that they had cleared and met all the biosecurity requirements of Australia.
So my question, I guess, goes to what penalties does United Airlines have to pay or otherwise, or not, or have some sort of slap on the wrist when potentially this could go very, very badly, very, very easily?
Absolutely, and certainly we don't shy away from making sure that that United is aware of their failings here.
But what happened?
compliance. So I have to let you know that entering into an enforceable undertaking is actually a very serious undertaking for an entity. So in this instance, for United, all costs associated for the legal advice, the interactions, the external auditing required, changes to systems and processes, creating their biosecurity training packages and associated training for staff are all borne by United Airlines. To top that off, we now monitor them for the next 15 months and they have to report to us that they have made all these changes. And what we are now doing is we are saying we are helping them build a very sustainable, ongoing, enduring compliance framework. Should they fail to commit or to abide by the agreement in the undertaking, we will take them to federal court and let the federal court make that decision.
So is there no provision under the arrangements at the moment to fine them, or is the only option is it a voluntary or a forced?
The undertaking is a voluntary one.
Voluntary, so they can choose to do it or not.
So to enter into the undertaking is voluntary.
My questions.
You may.
So the voluntary enforceable undertaking, if they fail in those issues, then the only option is to go to federal court. Or is there another mechanism within the legislation or regulations that would give the department or the government a bigger stick rather than heading off to federal court?
So with respect to the enforceable undertaking itself, they've entered into it voluntarily, but now it is a binding agreement. And so we will monitor them. Should they breach at any time, we have the choice to engage with them further or raise it to the federal court.
So they first breached in 22, they breached again in 23, they breached again in 24. When did they enter the enforceable undertaking?
In August this year.
So what happened in 22 when they were clearly in breach of their prescribed measures they were supposed to adhere to?
I'll have to take that on notice with exactly what response the department took at that time.
And what happened in 23 when they did it?
Likewise, I'll have to take that on notice.
And so this breach in March 24, what happened? We ended up in an enforced undertaking.
We entered into negotiations.
August.
We entered into negotiations with United Airlines. These negotiations to enter into an enforceable undertaking are not done overnight. They are done with our departmental legal team, our enforcement officers, and with United Airlines officials.
So I appreciate what you're saying about the costs and how expensive setting up processes are. But if I could, on notice, get an understanding of the costs of rabies, a cost of these sort of breaches, that the laissez-faire attitude of United Airlines over a long period of time, it would suggest, would actually cost the Australian public. Because I'm not convinced that entering a voluntary enforceable undertaking after 3 very clear breaches after a long period of time is sufficient. If our biosecurity systems are going to hold, if there's a breach, I don't see that. Looks like permissive parenting, that we just let them keep getting away with a slap on the wrist. So is there any other airlines or companies who have had similar breaches to United Airlines?
I might have to take that on notice, Senator, I think. But can I just if I can just respond to your observations about this process. And my observation is this is absolutely proportionate, Senator, and that it is in fact not a slap on the wrist. In fact, it goes well beyond what any fine could resolve, insofar as our intent is is not to punish, but to actually address the breach, which is non-reporting and ensuring that they have the systems, the process, the training to ensure there isn't a recourse. So this is going to have much more effective and long-term implications for compliance, which is obviously our intent.
I just don't know why it wasn't done in 22. That's why I'm interested in what happened in 22 and why when they did it again a year later in 23 and then they did it again in 24, then we enter the enforceable undertaking. There's then therefore 2 points of risk that didn't need to occur because we could have assisted them to have the type of regime internally that we need as a country in 22. So the 23 and the 24 breach wouldn't have occurred. That's what I'm interested in. I agree with everything you're saying. I don't think we acted quickly enough and swiftly enough, and so that is why I'm interested in what happened in 22 and 24. Having been an agriculture minister previously, when we had African swine fever heading our way, etc., we had to get really serious and turn people around. It was a complete change of sort of mindset, and because you shouldn't be able to just keep bringing grandma sausages in and potentially because once it's in we can't get it out. That's the whole point. Right. So anyway, I'll leave. It sounds like the officers know what I'm talking about, so I'd really appreciate some more detail on that. Thank you. And Senator, if I could just make the observation though, had a biosecurity risk materialised at the border, the response would have been quite different. But that wasn't the case in this instance. No, I understand the context. I don't know why it took us so long for an voluntary enforceable action on this airline. Understand the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask some questions about sheep and goat tags. If that's okay.
Yes, you can have one. Tags. Traceability.
Another scare campaign.
Don't put it on Instagram.
So I suppose to start with just an update on where we are with the rollout of sheep and goat EID tags.
Thank you, Senator. So in terms of the sheep and goat EID, the national rollout will commence from the 1st of January 2025. As you're aware, the reason we're doing this is that we want to continuously improve our systems to protect farmers and industry. Obviously, the faster and more accurately animals are traced, the faster we can respond to any outbreak. Oh, sorry. I have had this feedback already today. How's that, Senator? Okay. Cool. So we're commencing from the 1st of January 2025. The plan is that we're obviously continuously improving our systems to protect farmers and industry, and so the faster and more accurately animals are traced, the faster we can respond to any outbreak. We're moving from mob-based identification to EID traceability for sheep and goats, so that's individual tags, and it'll obviously improve the accuracy and efficiencies of our systems. For example, if there was an outbreak of foot and mouth disease, the impact would likely have an immediate and unprecedented impact. So the work to date, the Australian government's committed $20 million over 3 years from 2022-23 to 30th of June 2025 to support the implementation nationally, with $14 million of this provided to the states and territories in recognition that they are responsible for the operational implementation. We also have a sheep and goat traceability task force which is overseeing national implementation. It has an independent chair, Mr. Ron Cullen. There are also representatives from the state, territory and Commonwealth governments, a representative from Safe Meat and representatives from the peak councils for sheep, wool, goats, beef and or dairy cattle industries and processors. So far, Senator, on track for commencement on January.
Okay. I'm just, I suppose, a little worried because my understanding is that AgForce, the wool producers have all pulled their support for the rollout, citing a lack of funding and disharmony around the proposed business rules. Are you aware of that?
Senator, we are aware that there's a range of stakeholder concerns in terms of support for the policy. However, I would note that there was very strong views, including from sheep producers and wool producers, that a national approach was required with no alternative ways out. So the key question is certain industry bodies. For example, I think New South Wales farmers are suggesting that if you had a lamb going direct to slaughter, there'd be no need to tag that animal. The reality is our system is only as strong as our holistic arrangements, and so there was certainly strong views from a range of industry players across the country that, you know, if you started to sort of do well, this one doesn't need a tag and that one doesn't need a tag, actually you've lost the benefit of the full investment of the tag. Yep. And so while I
suppose the key issue here is my understanding is the criticism centre around whether this is economically viable for producers. Has the government done some assessment on the impact on producers of rolling this out next year?
Senator, I'll have to take on notice any analysis we've done on this topic. It is certainly the case that this has been very detailed design, co-design with states and territories and with industry and with the independent chair managing the governance arrangements. So it's certainly not a new topic. It's not something that has been sprung on industry. And
as you say, my previous experience was the industry are broadly supportive in principle. The issue is the details of the rollout here. Is the government considering any additional assistance for farmers to help implement the system?
Not at this stage, Senator, and there's been a recent conversation on this topic as part of the Agriculture Ministers meeting very recently, and Minister Collins has written to all of her counterparts on this topic. So it's something that is being actively monitored by ministers and actively monitored within industry. There is, of course, always the potential that states and territories could provide some additional funding to their farmers in their jurisdictions.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously, I'm a little concerned only months away, and it'd be much easier if we had industry buy-in. Just some detailed issues that industry has raised. Could I get your response on this? Apparently, there's concerns about or issues with the National Vendor Declaration, especially the ENVD app and the My MLA ENVD portal. Are you aware of these concerns and what is being done to fix them?
So, Senator, in terms of those concerns, I might need to take it on notice to get you the correct detail. I am aware we have a team in the department who are working on this on a daily basis, who are in regular contact with industry. And, you know, obviously, as I mentioned before, Safe Meat, which is, of course, the industry body setting these standards, is on the industry task force and the governance task force and is working with industry. So I can take it on notice to get further detail, but we are aware there is disquiet from certain stakeholders. But as you mentioned before, overall, there is broad support for the policy to be implemented in full.
Senator, if I could just add, I was at the meeting on Friday last week with all state territories. Oh, I don't know if it's turned on. Sorry, through you, Chair. Oh, there we go. Senator, I was at the meeting. No, sorry, I went too far forward. I was at the meeting on Friday with state, territory, Commonwealth agriculture ministers, and the week before I met with all state, territory senior officials. So on Friday last week, ministers noted that all jurisdictions continue to track well towards the national rollout of EID for sheep and goats, including the mandatory EID tagging of newborn lambs and kids from 1 January 2025. Now, that's not to say that some parts of industry have raised concerns, but certainly the advice from state and territory ministers across the whole nation is that they are continuing to track well. So, and that was in their communique from end of last week.
Okay. The other issue here is apparently the linking between the ENVDs and the NLS database. Is that complete? Is there a linking between those?
Senator, I'll need to take that one on notice in terms of that technical detail.
Okay. Is there any consideration of adding a visual tag option for those direct slaughter? Did that get covered? I might have missed that while I was reading my notes. So a lamb going direct to slaughter, do they have to have the E tag or can they have a visual tag?
The expectation they do have the EID
There's no
tag.
consideration that might save on costs and just go with a visual tag? No.
Well, let me take that on notice to
Okay.
understand. I know that's obviously
Okay.
been a topic of discussion.
And some are also raising the why don't we use cheaper and some say technologically superior UHF tags? Has there been an assessment of that option?
Again, Senator, I'll take that on notice and
Okay.
come back to you with more detail.
All right. Well, look, I think that that is me done for outcome 2, unless there are
Okay, great. Shall we
any
go
others?
straight to APVMA?
Yep, we can do that.
All right. So to outcome 2, people, if you could travel safe, that's great.
Just the agencies now, fantastic.
And who wants to lead with APVMA?
Yeah, I can start off with 5.
Sure, I'm happy to.
Start?
I can.
You want to go first?
Yeah.
All right, you
I
go
might,
first.
I might just have 5 minutes.
Yep.
Just briefly.
Yeah, I might suspend. Look, let's suspend for a couple of minutes. We just got to talk about something. Thank you. Thank you, broadcasting and Hansard. We're back.
Maybe for a Formula One.
Colleagues, we're in broadcasting. We are broadcasting. Thank you very much. Thank you for indulging us there, Minister, and the Department of Officers. Senator Mackenzie, you have the call.
Thank you
Oh, no, sorry.
Chair.
Sorry.
Thank you, APVMA.
Sorry, I have to welcome APVMA. My apologies. Welcome. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement?
No, happy to go straight to it, please.
Fantastic. Great. You've read the email. You've read the email. Senator Mackenzie.
I just had some questions around a QAN, SQ240005555, for those pulling that up. The APVMA has indicated that overall timeframe performance for March 24 quarter remains over 90%. A timeframe performance of over 90% represents dedicated delivery of new ag-vet chemicals to Australian farmers and the vet community. What is the most recent reporting period, please, Mr Hanson?
Thanks, Senator. I think in the next week or so we'll be publishing the end of quarter one for 24-25, and that number is going to show an overall of 91.2%.
So trending in the right direction.
Well, actually, I think we're going to slip below the 90% timeframe performance target this year.
Okay.
And it's driven mainly by our timeframe performance around major pesticide applications. And we're seeing them change dramatically. So if I look at item 10 pesticides, so they're an already approved active constituent in a new product or in a new mix with another active constituent. Quarter one last year we're at 90%, quarter one this year we're at 67.9%.
Right.
Now the reason for that drop is the dedicated regulatory scientists we have that look at the environmental assessments and the health assessments, the toxicology assessments. Those teams are split between doing the chemical review or chemical reconsiderations and the assessments of new products. They're not an easy skill set to hire in off the street. And it was July last year, when the pace for chemical reconsiderations and chemical reviews got increased. So first 6 months of this year alone...
So, somebody's made you review chemicals more regularly? Is that what you're saying?
No, it was always been a part of the regulatory responsibility. It was just telling us to get on with the job around overdue ones. So the first 6 months this year, however, we've already done 2 final regulatory decisions, and we've done 4 preliminary proposed regulatory decisions, which is more in the first 6 months than the last 2 years combined. So those specialty skill sets of the environmental and the health assessment teams, who are the ones who also have to be doing the chemical, the pesticide or ag chemical
the major
assessments.
Pesticides.
Yeah.
So if the same teams are doing both the major pesticide approvals, which is actually where farmers are going to get that, potentially new product, innovation, productivity gains, etc., as opposed to reviewing existing chemicals, how do you assist those teams to prioritise their workload in a way that actually assists Australian farmers?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the good thing is that yesterday's release of the detailed response from government calls out a number of reform opportunities and pieces that actually help us with our efficiency pieces. And I know both industry and community groups have been calling these out for a while now, but some opportunities for us to change the amount of resourcing required to improve the efficiency of consideration while not increasing the risk or not trading off the safety elements of assessments.
So you've heard that helpful suggestions. What's the plan, Stan?
So in the first instance, it's just really good, thorough communications with applicants about their timeframes. Let them know. And being pragmatic with them about the fact that if they don't have a complete package to send in at the moment, but they have got their environment or their health assessment packages done, send them in now. Because
Start
we're
the
going
process early. Can I just ask, the targets have been removed from the corporate plan in 24-25, is that the case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Could you just check on that for me? Because that is quite a significant drop from 90% to 67%. So people are making investment decisions based on 90%. That's the expectation of government, of community, of industry.
Yep.
And you're well short of that. Other than having conversations, how are you going to improve that? Because you're not going to suddenly be employing 50% more chemical experts.
No, we did. The team last year did, however, hire more, and so there was an increase in staff last year, and that training and that onboarding is now starting to generate benefits. And
so, what is the plan? Sorry, I'm getting a bit of. How are you going to get 67% better next quarter?
I don't think we'll get better than 67% next quarter. I think we're...
What about the quarter after that, quarter 3?
Yeah, quarter 3, potentially. Like, we've got a big back end to this year on the chemical reviews as well, which is, you know, we've publicised and put out there. I think we've got 4 final decisions in the last 6 months.
It sounds like there's a priority problem. You've got a team working on 2 things at the same time. One is reviewing existing chemicals which have already been approved as safe to use on farm, and the other is the new innovative product which needs serious consideration for approval here at home so someone can get out in a paddock and use it appropriately.
Yeah, it is.
What is the expectation of your staff around those 2 parts of their role?
Their biggest expectation is they don't get either wrong. Like, they've got to make sure they're taking the right time to get the decisions. But then the second one is, like, the chemicals we're dealing with in the chemical review process, it's not as though they've just jumped onto the list. If we were to have a measure about their timeframe performance, it's even worse than the products that are coming through. I'm being frank about the fact that we will have a...
You're actually not allowed to not be frank in a Senate inquiry.
We are looking to not only resourcing options but efficiency options, and a number of those are called out in the detailed response yesterday. A number of those have already being progressed and worked on, but like the next 6 months we're going to see a continued drag on registrations, and we're talking to the industry about that. We're helping, and we'll at the same time deliver against the expectations on chemical reviews.
Thank you. So has the Minister given you any feedback about performance for quarter 1?
I don't think the Minister's seen the performance data on quarter 1 yet.
And when are you releasing it?
Aren't
you releasing it?
Yeah, well, it'll go from my inbox where it arrived today. It'll go up to the Ministers, and my experience in the last 3 months in this role is that we get normally a pretty quick turnaround and release. Right.
And did the previous Minister express any concerns to you about your performance timelines?
No, I actually didn't get a chance to have a conversation with the...
Well, maybe speak to the organisation. I'd be appreciative if there was any communication, positive or negative, or none. Thank you. That's me for APVMA.
Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask a couple of questions about the government's response to the review? One thing mentioned is it says reform activities outlined in this response will be implemented in a timely and sequenced approach, with the APVMA and the department managing resources to ensure business as usual work is not compromised. And you go on to talk about to allow monitoring reform activities, the department and the APVMA will provide quarterly coordinated progress reports to the Minister. The department and the APVMA will work with state and territory governments, regulated entities and interest groups to explore the approaches. Will you be publishing progress reports on the DAF or APVMA website once this process gets underway?
At the moment, our intention is to provide those updates as stated in the detailed response to the Minister.
Yeah.
We haven't got plans to publish them publicly at the moment. We'll consider it we'll consider what value that provides in doing that.
Right. Why wouldn't you? Can you say off the cuff why you wouldn't provide those publicly?
Probably just if there's any sensitive information contained in those progress reports, but so we can have a look at and think about kind of the nature of what that reporting will look like, and update the Senate at the next estimates about our plans in relation to those reports.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you on that, or I'll put something to you on notice. Yeah. In terms of consulting, working with state territory governments, regulated entities and interest groups, do you have any information on what interest groups will be targeted and who's going to be on the list of people you'll work with?
There's a broad starting list of stakeholders. I don't have all of them in front of me at the moment, but they'd sit across...
Could you provide that for me on notice?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, okay. Then you mentioned...
But broadly, just to kind of give you a sense of it, there'd be, if you like, users of products, there'd be applicants or people who want to register products, and then be people concerned with the effects of those products.
Yes, good. All right, well, that's the one I'm particularly interested in.
Kind of the broad set of stakeholders plus state and territory governments.
Okay, thank you. Under Section 1, Improvement in Regulatory Practices, it states the government is committed to continuous improvement in regulatory practices. This will be achieved through early, regular and meaningful stakeholder engagement. Have you any idea on how you will engage with stakeholders?
It will depend a bit. So it will depend a bit on the, if you like, the reform activity that we're looking at. But broadly, for example, if you take kind of matters like cyclical registration, we'll be looking to work with industry and understand their concerns. We'll be looking to understand people who use those products and understand their concerns in terms of the consultation that we undertake.
So you'll be initiating that consultation and contacting stakeholders. It won't be, here's a hotline, you can call us if you've got issues?
Yeah, so again, it'll depend. So for example, for national harmonisation, we'll primarily be working through with state and territory governments at officials level, though we will be obviously working with concerned industry participants as well. It will come to the matter, but to your point, it's active consultation, because what the detailed response does, to take a step back, it identifies a number of areas where we'll be looking to continue work in relation to the reform of the AgVet chemical system. To your point about continuous improvement, and those discussions, our strong and firm focus is on doing those in concert with stakeholders, so that we're apprised of their concerns and their interests as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. A couple of other questions. One in relation to the question on notice that I put at the May estimates. It's question SQ24-000327, and it relates to antibiotic use in salmon aquaculture in Tasmania. You provided me a copy of PER 82375, which was the temporary permit for the use of antibiotics. You mentioned in my questions, I'll give you a chance to find it. Luckily, I took a photo on my phone, otherwise I couldn't find it either quick enough.
Your filing system's better.
Chair went to me quicker than I was expecting. So it was in relation to issuing of a permit authorising the use of OTC for salmon in Tasmania, and that was in April 2016. And the permit expired in February 2018.
That's correct. That's a APVMA matter?
That's correct. It is, yeah. So you responded that under the permit that was issued, the use was expected to be under 1,000 kilograms per annum.
That's correct.
I'd mentioned a report in the media which is talking about 600 kilos were used in January of that year. But I was particularly interested in your response to my third question, where you said no permits have been in force allowing antibiotic for use in salmon since February 2018 when it expired. So could you explain to me, if the salmon industry doesn't have a valid permit for the use of OTC at the moment, how are they able to use it?
So, Senator, it obviously is a registered product, and it's just about the use pattern that they're following at the moment. As we said in the response there is no permit in place that we've issued to allow use. There is the potential for off-label use being used for a registered chemical which isn't specified on the label under veterinary control, under veterinary care. And there's also powers under state legislation that allow control of use that allow someone to use off-label use within a state.
Okay.
But from our visibility, there are no permits in place that would allow this registered product to be used in the way in which it was described.
Okay. I also put in a question just saying, does FSANZ look at, for example, antibiotic levels, residual levels of antibiotics in things like Atlantic salmon? And their response was no. So given there's been reports recently in Tasmania of OTC being found in 8 times the acceptable limit in human consumption, for example, in mackerel around salmon farms, and the company commissioned extra studies which came back to confirm that was correct. Who polices the amount of antibiotics, both in the environment and in our food? Is there any national regulation of that at all? I presume it's the EPA in Tasmania in relation to impacts on the environment.
Yeah, so the control of use is actually specifically controlled by the state jurisdictions.
Right.
So that's an issue that the state government would have to deal with and would be looking at.
What about in food? Like, you can go and buy this salmon in Woolworths. Who checks it for antibiotics?
Yeah, I think I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
It's pretty... I mean, you've probably also been aware that under recent FOIs, there's been mass fish mortalities in the last 12 months. You know, we're talking about like millions of fish because of warming oceans and oxygen depletion and nitrogen problems and problems with disease. Clearly, it's going to get more difficult with climate change, this industry. And yet, they have to use a lot of antibiotics to try and keep the fish healthy. Surely you must know who regulates antibiotic content in a consumer product as popular as Atlantic salmon.
Again, I probably...
I just figured
what I understand, Senator, is that for antibiotic use more broadly, there is work under
OTC I'm particularly interested in, though.
Yeah. Well, more broadly, what I understand is that that's considered under a One Health banner,
right.
Looking to ensure that antibiotics are used as minimally as possible, but also kind of in the correct way when they are. So that's when we say One Health, kind of when we think about agricultural production systems, that's obviously in the context of veterinary use. So there is work that this department does working with veterinarians to ensure that when antibiotics are used, they're used in the
Could you take on notice
right
whether you've ever talked to the Tasmanian salmon industry and their vets about their use of antibiotics?
We can take that on notice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whether you would, like, is there jurisdiction for the Commonwealth to look at this?
I think that would primarily be a matter for state jurisdiction.
Right.
And the Commonwealth's involvement would be minimal, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Even if the food's
So
exported and...
The challenge for us is we do all our work and all our assessment based on the label use.
Right.
So the moment that it goes off-label use, none of our work around residues and trade impacts are able to be assessed. And that's where it falls to the state and the state jurisdiction around control of use and reporting any of the concerns or issues that they see out of whatever alternative use patterns they're approving at a state level.
So would they test it at a state? Are you aware if they would test the salmon at a state level when they're harvested, or is it when the food's processed and hits the supermarket shelf?
Is that outside of our purview? But like we can take on notice and provide answers back.
If you could.
Happy to come back.
Thank you. I've just got some questions on paraquat, which is very topical at the moment. I've asked other questions, including at the last estimates, around the use of paraquat. Could I ask, there's obviously been in media in recent weeks, started with an ABC story which you'd be familiar with, but there seems to be a growing list of expert neurologists who are calling for banning of paraquat. Which expert neurologists does the APVMA rely on?
Thanks, Senator. No, to be specific, no one epidemiologist or neurologist. However, we do look at all of the data, all of the reports, all of the submissions that have been made, and I think we had 168, something like that, 168 submissions in last week.
Yep.
And 29 of those.
So you're saying the last week?
Well, it closed off last week.
Oh, sorry.
The 3-month open period for comments on paraquat and diquat. So at the end of that, we ended up with 168 submissions. 29 of them were regarding human health.
Yep.
And we're working our way through those. But it'd be fair to say that we look for science and data that allows us to actually work out whether there's a cause and effect. And there's a number of studies that are sort of held up as a golden standard in these ones. The one in particular that I think has been quoted the most is the Shestra. I hope I pronounced that right for the doctor's sake, one from 2020. And it looked at the agricultural health study. So that's a large cohort study that I think at last time I had a look at had something like 90,000 participants in the US captured in that. And it looked at the detailed recording of their use of in excess of 50 different individual chemicals and tracked them for the period of their lifetime every 5 years with follow-up questions and so forth. That one is probably regarded as the biggest epidemiological cohort study, and the cohort studies are important because they provide you the most tangible cause and effect. So that's the one that we sort of referenced in our proposed regulatory decision. We'll have a look through the 29 submissions we've received from doctors and associations and health organisations and see if there's anything new in amongst that list that we haven't already been looking at or had consideration of.
Because you would expect if neurologists go public, especially if it's a group of them, that they would have looked at this kind of thing as well.
And it's just from what lens have they looked at individual patients, a community perspective. So we tend to look at the studies that can actually help us narrow down to the actual chemical in use and actual use patterns and use details.
And do you have a specific methodology that you use to determine if a pesticide is a neurotoxicant or not?
We rely heavily on the external reviews that are done.
Right.
But coming to my aid is Dr. Sheila Logan, who is able to talk to this in more detail.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Sheila Logan, Executive Director of Risk Assessment Capability. Consistent with other international regulators, the package of information we assess on the toxicology of chemicals includes, as well as detailed evaluations on general toxicity, also includes specific studies on neurotoxicity, as well as methodology to address concerns around developmental neurotoxicity. So we have specific assessments of those neurotoxicological endpoints as part of the overall toxicology assessment.
Okay. So you don't have a specific methodology then, you use available, you use other studies?
So in the field of toxicology there are a range of agreed methodologies which are harmonised through the OECD processes.
Yeah.
Many of the studies will follow those aspects, but there are also from time to time specifically designed studies which use a agreed upon different methodology, may have been approved by US EPA, for example, to look at those effects. So there's a range of different methodologies.
Okay. I'm particularly interested in how over time we have or haven't taken into account international developments in this area. How have you accounted for international decisions like trade criteria and most recent updated independent technical assessments for paraquat and diquat? Because the way it looks to me anyway, and I'm obviously no expert on this, is that there's been an undue reliance on information submitted in the original applications for active constituent approvals, including declarations of composition and certificates of analysis, going back to October 1997 through July 2015, May 2016, August 2017, and February 2024. So how do you account for international? How have you accounted for international developments over that time?
I think the short answer to that is the fact that we monitor for all international regulators' decisions and assessments. And when a decision is made by an international regulator, and there's probably a distinction between international regulator versus an international court or a court in another jurisdiction.
Right.
But where an international regulator has reviewed, made an assessment, we look at that data. We look at the applicability of the data for the use patterns, the label requirements and the dose rates or the application rates here. And we factor then into, does this change the risk profile?
Yeah.
And if it does change the risk profile, do we need to do something in terms of changing labels? And I guess paraquat probably a good example of where, and I'm going to need assistance in the year, but there was a year earlier where we did do a review on the back of mortalities due to consumption of paraquat in overseas jurisdictions, and that required us to, off the back of those, to change labels over here to put requirements on there about not transferring it out of its purchase packaging to clear bottles or labels or drink bottles and those kind of things.
Okay.
So
on the 2nd of December 1997, the NRA Gazette first published the regulatory authority's intentions to conduct a review.
Yep.
Has that happened since 1997?
It's been ongoing and being
ongoing,
done.
but not finalised, or?
No, well, this is what we're at the moment. So this is the review that we're currently at, that we've closed off consultation.
Right.
And the final decision will be about midway through next year.
Does it normally take this long, nearly 20 years, to get a review done, or
No.
is it constant that you?
It's
you
one
keep
of those
them
ones
open?
where the chemicals will get put on the review list because of a particular concern or issue.
Right. Was this one of the minister's ones that he directed you to review?
It was one of the 8 chemicals on the minister's list.
Okay.
But it's fair to say that there's been probably at least 4 different periods of review of paraquat during that period. Some of them producing quite detailed assessments, such as the 2016 assessment around human health and toxicology, which was done in partnership with the Department of Health and produced a detailed response. But it didn't cover the whole suite of the assessment, the statutory criteria. It just looked at, is there a concern around human health? And there have been other times when we do deep dives into, is there a concern about environment? Is there a concern about trade or residues? And so there's been no one complete one done, which is what we're in the process of finishing now.
So the MRLs for all these products haven't been substantially changed since 2012, but there has been a host of bans internationally on this chemical. Why wasn't further detailed research into that conducted when those bans took place?
So, in terms of the establishment of the MRL levels, we would look at changing MRLs when there was change to the recommended good agricultural practice on the label, because the MRLs for Australia are driven by the lowest levels achievable consistent with good agricultural practice. In relation to the overall trade concerns, which would arise if our MRLs were significantly different to another jurisdiction, while that was monitored, the complete assessment of that trade issue has been completed in the current review.
Okay. If it's really quick, so I've only got another 5 minutes, Lade, so
I'll do it at the end. I don't.
We've got everyone at the end. If we can just do everything quick.
Okay.
And officers, can I plead, if we can have the answer in 1 or 2 words, I'd love you for the rest of the night.
Well, it's hard. We are talking some pretty technical stuff here. So how much legal risk is there to the Commonwealth for patients of diseases that are being rightly or wrongly linked to approved paraquat usage? Is it something the department's discussed at any level? The fact that we haven't changed our...
Could you repeat the question, sorry?
Yeah, I'm just interested if you identify any legal risk to the Commonwealth for patients of diseases that are now being rightly or wrongly linked to paraquat use.
We haven't looked into that specifically.
Right, okay. In relation to the 3 monthly reports on outstanding chemical reviews as requested in the ministerial decision we just talked about there, 13th of July 2023, they're not publicly available. Are they going to be made available?
So those reports are then used to update the website to detail the progress on there. So our website's got the most up-to-date dates for both release of proposed regulatory decisions and final regulatory decisions, and they are what comes out from the conversations every 3 months with the Minister.
Right, so will they be made publicly available though?
They are publicly available on the website.
They are,
yeah.
okay, right, sorry. The APVMA Special Gazette is set out in 2 parts. Part 1 relates to the reconsideration of paraquat active constituent approvals, product registration and label approvals, and Part 2 proposing to make regulatory decisions in relation to the reconsideration of diquat active constituent approvals. Each part has had a Part B draft statement of reasons. Why did the APVMA determine that paraquat and diquat reviews should be included in the one APVMA Gazette? And in future, to avoid public confusion, wouldn't it be better for individual active ingredient chemicals and related product formulations be provided in separate gazettal notices?
The decision to publish both paraquat and diquat at the same time and in the same gazette was due to the very large number of products on the market which contain both active constituents. It would be feasible for us, we could publish a chemical review as part of the standard gazette, but that was considered unwieldy because the documents are quite lengthy though.
Right, okay. Look, last question for me, and I've got a lot of detailed questions which I'll put to you on notice. The technical reports on paraquat and diquat do not include assessments of adverse experiences in accordance with the guidelines for adverse experience reporting program for veterinary medicines and agricultural chemicals. And I understand companies are requested to provide the APVMA with an annual summary of all suspected adverse experiences. And you don't have any detailed assessment of dietary exposure evaluations and national residue survey results. Is there any reason for that?
So we scrutinise the adverse experience database in relation to whether we publish adverse experience. In relation to the dietary exposure, there was a dietary exposure conducted as part of the residues, but we relied on the more conservative estimates of both chronic and acute toxicity, which assumes all produce is at the MRL maximum. And as there were no problems identified in that more conservative estimate, we didn't go forward with further refining.
So just in layman's terms, then the adverse experiences, that would be something, for example, if a farmer was to use the product and was to believe they got sick, they would tell their chemical company or their chemical rep, and that would get passed on. Is that basically the assumption?
Yeah, that's the assumption. Whether they get sick, or it might be that they don't think the chemical worked, or that the chemical at the use rate destroyed the crop, or something like that, yes. And we'd expect that would come back up through. In the first instance, they're most likely to report it to their state jurisdiction or online to us. I've got to say we get very few ag chemical adverse experience reports in. We get vast majority of veterinary medicines.
And you haven't had any on paraquat over the years?
If we have, they're being considered as part of the delve into the details.
All right. Yeah, sorry, Slade, you go. Yeah.
Just because a foreign jurisdiction makes a particular finding on a chemical like
the paraquat or diquat, you would ignore the decision and look at the science underneath that decision. Is that correct? Because decisions might be made on political grounds, they might be made on emotional grounds. You would look through the decision to the science, correct?
That's right. And so we wouldn't ignore it. It would be a trigger for us to have a look at what led them. And it might not be as blunt as a political decision. It might well be that their use patterns are for different types of crops at different years with not the same level of technologies that we might have. So yes, we'd look at the data and work out how applicable it was for us.
Great, thank you.
Can I just
Senator Whish-Wilson,
sorry, just got one last question.
One last one. I do want to get moving, please, people.
Which is to say that it's also regulatory systems across jurisdictions aren't necessarily comparable as well.
No.
Just to go to the point that Mr. Hanson raised. So we have a risk-based system. A number of other jurisdictions have a hazard-based system. So we look at both the hazard and the controls that are applied. A number of other jurisdictions just look at the hazard. So we have to look at, I guess, the science in relation to the system that we use to regulate.
And colleagues, look, I just want to let you know, at 6:30 we will finish. I've got agreement from my colleagues now that there's going to be a couple of minutes. Senator Canavan, Senator Whish-Wilson, I really need you to wrap up, and Senator Roberts. We will go into the dinner break, if it's all right, please, for 10 minutes. So we can wrap up so APVMA can leave, and then we can come back after the dinner break with Life Corp. Senator Whish-Wilson, one quick.
I'll put it on.
Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Senator Canavan.
Do you want me to go next?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I'll come to Senator Roberts. Thanks, Pete.
Okay, very quickly. I just wanted to, earlier we spoke to the department about the chemicals used for fire ant baiting. Now, I can't pronounce these things, but S-mesophoprene, I think, and pyropyrexophrine or something like that. Does that make sense to you? Yep. Okay. People have contacted me concerned that there could be or is an impact of these chemicals. They're used in pelletised baits, is my understanding, to human health. Is there any evidence that that's the case?
So for us to approve a permit and all these chemicals that we're talking about, I'm assuming that we're talking about the chemicals that have been covered by the permits that have been issued, and I think there's something like 19 permits in place at the moment, majority of them with Queensland Department and New South Wales DPI. I think there's one to a commercial nursery and one to GrowCorp.
Okay.
So all of those actually have to meet the statutory criteria of safe to environment, safe to people, safe to animals, no residues, no impact to trade. The caveat on all of these is they all come with label requirements about how they are to be used, and if used in accordance with that, then they're deemed to be safe. Label.
Maybe on notice, could you provide the on-label, like do you approve the on-label instructions? Do you have access to those?
So in addition to on-label, we actually spell out in the permits, and these are all online, but happy to sort of provide them through the actual details for each permit in terms of so for example, it might not be do not apply directly into water, or within 8 metres of waterways. If you're using ground equipment, stay 20 metres away from waterways. If you're using aerial application, 8 metres for ground equipment on waterways, 20 metres for aerial. So all of those pieces are built into the actual permit requirements. So the objective is to make sure that someone following those permit requirements will continue to meet the safety, efficacy and residue and trade assessments that have been done for each and every one of the permits.
Okay, so for both or individually these chemicals, what are the risks if the on-label instructions are not met? What are the risks to human health if they're not met?
They can be quite significant. Some of the chemicals have significant influence on human sort of toxicology outcomes.
Okay.
Hence why they have both, in normal day, they have label requirements, and in these permit use, they have additional requirements placed on them in terms of the minor use permits or emergency use permits.
All right. You might not know this, should have asked the department, are those risks, although they didn't know about the risks, are these risks communicated to householders that are subject to the baiting program, sometimes against their will? in the fire ant response?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You don't know that.
Once we issue...
Do you mind taking that on notice, Secretary? I realise your people are gone. If you could take that on notice, if that's communicated. And this is also, I should say, again, it's a Queensland Government program. Finally, the pyroproxyphene, or whatever that one is, it was apparently applied to some waterways inadvertently, or some areas where waterways existed. The people at the time did not realise, or their maps did not show waterways. Apparently that sounds like it was against the on-label use. I'm just asking, what are the implications or potentially the risks, the negative consequences of that application?
So you're right, that wouldn't be in line with the permit. And in terms of what the risks are, it would depend on the amount that was applied, how the stretch and the amount of the waterway covered, and that's not something I'm...
They're saying, they've done reports saying it's not significant, I should say that, but yeah. I'm just wondering, what are the extreme outcomes if those assessments are wrong?
Yeah, I'd have to take that
on notice. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Roberts, and I'm encouraging the officers, direct, quick responses. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just continue on what was going to be my second set of questions, I'll do now, because I'll continue on from Senator Canavan. So there's label use and there's permit use. Where are the Australian environmental impact studies for both these chemicals regarding widespread applications in South East Queensland and Northern New South Wales? Do they have to do an EIS?
Not an EIS, but they need to meet the environmental thresholds of the statutory criteria in terms of not being harmful to the environment, and that's an assessment that gets done by APVMA before we issue the permit.
So it's built into the permit?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Who's responsible for that? Is it APVMA?
So it's our responsibility to look at how they're proposing to use it, to put the restrictions on how it should be used to make sure there's no impact to the environment, and then the actual following of those instructions, the responsibility of the state jurisdictions.
State, okay, thank you. I'm appreciating your succinct answers. How does the program justify treating areas with no evidence of NES? And how can this be effective if the bait is only active for 24 hours after application?
I'm sorry, Senator, that's something for the program.
Okay. Do you know why there are discrepancies and contradictions between the latest permit and the safety data sheets regarding safety precautions and application guidelines? And I think the permit they're talking about is the permit of the helicopter.
For the aerial applications?
Yeah.
I'm not. I heard that question before. I'd be interested to see what the variations, particularly the variations between label and, so not necessarily the safety data sheet, but the label and the permit. If there was differences on that, I'd be interested to see them if you had it.
So how do people get hold of you?
We can cut.
Okay.
We'll find a way.
Is there an entomologist? Oh, this is to do with the program. You've already said you don't know. Okay, let's go to my first and most important set of questions. In previous estimates, I've asked if an mRNA vaccine has been approved by your agency, and the response was no, it hasn't. So let me first update. Has the APVMA authorised for use any mRNA vaccines?
I understand the answer is still no, but I might just, if we're going to go down a line of questions on registration of vaccines, do you want me to get an expert to the table?
Yes, if you like, that'll make it clear.
Excellent. Dr. Maria Trainer. But as far as I'm aware, the answer is still no to that.
Okay, thank you. The New South Wales Department of Primary Industries has imported, tested and now manufactured an mRNA vaccine for border disease in New South Wales at the Elizabeth MacArthur Institute. Was that action taken with the consent of the APVMA?
Thank you for the question. Dr. Maria Trainer, Executive Director for Registration Management. We have not issued any permits or authorised any messenger RNA vaccines in Australia anywhere. But we do have a general permit for small-scale research, so permit 7250, that potentially would allow for the research to be conducted.
So you don't know if they're doing research, but they could legally be doing research under a permit?
Yes.
Could you take it on notice to supply whether or not the Elizabeth MacArthur Institute has such a permit?
Provided they met the criteria around the small scale and that's spelt out under the permit, then we wouldn't be informed about it, but that's something we can certainly make an inquiry about.
Thank you, and if you could let us know on notice, please. The Elizabeth MacArthur Institute has also declared they are developing mRNA vaccines for lumpy skin disease and foot and mouth disease. Have they applied for or advised you of their handling of this incredibly dangerous genetic material?
At this point in time, we've received no applications to register or authorise any messenger RNA vaccines.
So you haven't heard from them?
No, not on that. And I'm not sure that we would be the people that they'd notify about bringing in the genetic material for the vaccine. That would be more likely DAF and biosecurity.
Okay. When I was told when looking into this matter that once we have foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease material in Australia, we can risk our disease-free status. Is it true? Is it a true statement that if the Elizabeth MacArthur Institute mishandles this material and one animal is infected with foot and mouth, Australia will lose our disease-free status and the $20 billion a year this brings in?
So that's well and truly in the domain of DAF and biosecurity.
Outcome two question, Senator.
And
okay.
Senator, what I can tell you is some of the work we may have done in the past is done offshore, so not in Australia. So we might work with overseas labs. Here. Yeah, but it doesn't come into Australia unless there's a biosecurity permit, and there hasn't been any. There hasn't been any permits allowed for that.
Okay. Who should we put a question on notice to in regard to that?
To the department.
To the department. Okay,
yep.
Thank you. I'll get on to something quickly. I'll put most of it in a letter to the Minister on a question on notice. There's also foot rot for sheep. I'm advised that an overseas manufacturer has been given approval and the previous Australian manufacturer has not had its approval withdrawn. Yet the overseas manufactured vaccine is more expensive for sheep farmers based on the need to more frequently apply it plus the cost. It's less effective, and the locally made, therefore, is more effective, cheaper, higher value than foreign made. We also have a declaration from a veterinary officer, the veterinarian, that the local product is far more effective. Minister, is your government prepared to commit to a process? I've condensed a lot of things into this. I'll put it in detail, question and notice. Minister, is your government prepared to commit to a process whereby it identifies and quantifies the need for this Australian manufactured vaccine and work on foot rot with the relevant parties to ensure the availability of this vaccine for Australian sheep farmers?
I'll take that on notice too.
Okay.
And I can provide one more sentence to that, which is the Australian-made vaccine had an emergency permit because there was no other registered product available in the market. The moment that there became a registered product that had actually come through the front door, had all the safety criteria met, the criteria for an emergency use permit no longer met. We would love the producer of that Australian-made to come back through the front door for registration as a product. And we're open to conversations with them on that when they're interested.
So would veterinarians and so would farmers.
Yep.
They would love that Australian manufacturer to come back. I must say, Chair, Mr Hanson, comments exactly as you said, precise and succinct and direct, and love your forthcoming.
You were the problem.
Forthrightness.
Good on you. You were the problem. You got the MR tick of approval, so you're on a roll. We're on a roll here. Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Hanson, thank you very much. We will now break till 7:40. What is it? 7:42, where we will hear from. Quickly, I've lost the agenda. Life Corp. Thank you. Thanks, colleagues. Right. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. That's great. Welcome back, everybody. Now, I would like to welcome representatives from the Australian Livestock Export Corporation. Mr. Settler, do you wish to make an opening statement?
So, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for the opportunity for Wayne and I to appear today. My name is Troy Setter and I'm Chair of LiveCorp. With me is Wayne Collier, LiveCorp's CEO. So I want to start by confirming LiveCorp's responsibilities. We're the exporter-owned research and development corporation and services body for the live export industry. According to our constitution, LiveCorp was established to promote, protect and further the interests of the Australian live export industry in any lawful manner and to promote the export of Australian livestock to overseas countries. ALEC and NFF create policy and lobby. LiveCorp does not. And the Federal Department of Agriculture is the regulator. To summarise export figures for 23-24, beef cattle numbers increased 28% year on year, largely due to the lower cost of Australian cattle and good demand from Southeast Asia. Chinese demand for dairy cattle has softened, with volumes down 47% for the 23-24 year. Demand exceeds the ability of industry to supply Australian sheep to the Middle East. However, tensions in the region, logistical issues have had an impact on the cost and availability of ships, which resulted in a 25% fall in sheep export numbers last financial year. Cattle numbers have also been impacted to that region, as 67% of ships from Fremantle to the Middle East have carried cattle on average in the last 5 years. Goat exports rose 29%. Despite a decrease in exports overall, demand remains strong. For instance, in the first year of the trade reopening with the world's largest live animal market, Saudi Arabia, it became Australia's third largest market for live sheep. The new Indonesian president's policy to provide meals for school children to combat stunting, for instance, provides opportunity for breeder cattle, sheep and goats as well from Australia, ready for milk and for slaughter. And LiveCorp is in discussion with exporters, the dairy industry, Indonesian stakeholders about what those opportunities may lead to. LiveCorp has been involved in the successful delivery of vaccine support for the livestock export industry in Indonesia to help protect Australia's live export industries and biosecurity. More than 400,000 head of cattle and more than 10,000 head of local sheep and goats have been vaccinated against foot and mouth disease or lumpy skin disease. This will help boost the capacity of smallholders and help their livelihoods. LiveCorp has continued with our long-running independent Australian-wide community sentiment program. Trust and acceptance of the industry are at their highest level since we started in 2019. 3/4 of participants in the latest survey believe the benefits of live exports outweigh or are equal to any costs associated with the industry. 76% of participants agree there should be more balanced news coverage about the live export industry. Thank you, Chair and Committee. Wayne and I are happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Setter. Questions? Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. Mr. Setter, if I could start with you.
Yes.
As you would be aware, LiveCorp's statutory funding agreement with the government restricts LiveCorp from engaging in agri-political activities,
yes.
Which include, among other things, promoting a particular political party's policy over another political party's policy, or advocating that the Commonwealth or a state or territory government adopt a particular policy. How does LiveCorp ensure it is complying with these requirements?
We have a board of predominantly independent directors. We operate to Australian government standards. We are independently audited annually. We have a strong management team. We work very, very closely with the department on the RDC side as well as the regulator side for the Department of Agriculture. And we take our responsibilities very seriously. We also work closely but carefully with ALEC, who is the legislated peak council for the Australian live export industry, who are the policy and lobby organisation for the industry, and they work closely with the National Farmers Federation.
And what happens, have there been times where LiveCorp has not complied with this requirement, and what have been the repercussions?
There hasn't been times that we haven't complied.
Okay. Would you consider the Keep the Sheep campaign to be an agri-political activity?
We would consider that most of the Keep the Sheep campaign would be a political activity, yes.
It would be a political activity.
I know they have given, and I'm not here to defend them, I know they have given practical information, they've supported farmers with mental health issues, and they've provided factual information to farmers and exporters as well. But yes, they do agri-political.
Because the very purpose of the Keep the Sheep campaign is to overturn the federal government's phase-out policy and to promote the coalition's policy over Labor's policy in key electorates in WA. You might be aware of that. Mr. Setter, what involvement have you had with the Keep the Sheep campaign? Keep the Sheep campaign.
I have been on some. I can give you some of the things I can remember. I've been on hookups organised by the Australian federal government, where they've updated industry on matters in terms of the closure of the trade, and there's been people from that organisation there. I see their information come through by email. I see some of their other information on social media, and I know that ALEC has an engaged relationship with them.
Have you publicly promoted the Keep the Sheep campaign?
Not that I'm aware of.
The information I have, Mr. Setter, is that you have retweeted Keep the Sheep messaging on at least 4 occasions. In June, in May, and twice at least in May. Do you consider that appropriate, given what you've just said about them being agri-political and the requirement of Live Corp being that you cannot be involved in that activity?
I would have to have a look at the exact tweets, but I'm happy to have a look at them. I'm happy to review them. Wouldn't hide from it.
Okay, so you think you haven't promoted the Keep the Sheep campaign? I'm giving you dates. Unfortunately, I don't have the tweets in front of me.
I'd be more than happy to be Friday with the tweets. It wouldn't have been intentionally on a political position. And according to our constitution, Live Corp was established to promote, protect and further the interests of Australian livestock industry in any lawful matter. If I have tweeted or retweeted any of their tweets, it would not be purposefully to conflict our agreement.
What does that mean?
Retweet.
Retweets aren't endorsements.
Yeah. Sorry?
Retweets aren't endorsements.
Okay, sure. That is promoting. It's promoting a campaign. It is promoting a campaign. If you could take that on notice, please, and give the committee what tweets you had retweeted and whether they contravene.
I'll also have a look at ones from some of the activists that I've retweeted as well that are anti the sheep trade as well, and make sure that they get tabled as well.
I don't think this is an issue to make light of.
I'm not making light of it.
Yes, I think you are.
I'm making light of it, but I don't think Troy.
I think you can accuse Senator Canavan of that. I think Mr. Setter's been answering the questions.
Okay, Senator Canavan. It's my question time, Chair. If you wouldn't mind, it is my question time. Point of order.
Okay, colleagues, order. And I'm just saying, this time of night, let's just get the questions asked in silence and let's listen to the answers. And I'd say, if there are any injections, colleagues, I'd ask you just come from me. Think twice before we do, please. Senator Faruqi.
Mr. Setter, what is Live Corp doing to assist the industry in adjusting to the phase-out of live sheep exports?
Can you just add a little bit more detail in terms of description of the industry? What do you mean by the industry?
Well, the live sheep export industry is going to be phased out.
Yeah, yes. So what are we doing to support the exporters? To support,
yes, that's right, the phase-out.
The registered exporters that are impacted. We have taken direction from them. They're our members, and at this stage we are not doing anything to help them with their phase-out. The trade's still got several years to go.
Okay. I want to ask you about shipping capacity and the impending issue with the ageing livestock carriers. An opinion piece published by Dr. Tony Breitling in Sheep Central in June this year suggests that the live sheep trade is in terminal decline, with or without the legislative phase-out, due to commercial reasons and a pending lack of shipping capacity. Have you read that article?
I did read it at the time. I can't remember the exact details, but I have read Tony's article.
Okay. I mean, he basically says that there are currently only 7 large livestock ships that could potentially load in Australia, and then 5 of them are over 30 years old, and will almost certainly stop servicing Australia within the next 2 years due to an inability to comply with AMSA requirements. So this will only leave 2 large livestock vessels to service Australia, if they are available at all and not contracted elsewhere. He says he's not aware of any new livestock carrier bills that would replace this loss of capacity. Are you aware of this issue?
I'm aware that there is a large number of livestock vessels that don't trade Australia. There's significantly more live export vessels that trade outside of Australia. Some don't have AACLs to trade Australia because they don't want to. South America or Europe trade is more lucrative for them. I respect Tony's opinion as a veterinarian, but I think he's been out of the industry for a long time in terms of ships. In terms of rebuild of ships and trade of ships, we know of several quotes being put around shipyards at the moment for new ships. So.
But Dr. Breitling has worked in the industry for over 30 years.
When did Dr. Breitling last stop working for a live export company as a licence holder, though?
You're not asking the questions. I am.
No, but I need clarification before I can say is his opinion valid or not. I'd like to know the last time that he actually traded the industry.
He has 30 years' experience.
Yeah, but when?
I don't know that.
Yeah,
but I'm asking you, are you aware of the issue of the ships?
Tony and I worked together for 10 years, so I know
I'm
Tony
asking
really
you,
well.
are you aware of the issue that Dr. Breitling has highlighted?
Yeah, I said yes, I am, but I also know of new ships being built, and I know of a significant number of ships that don't trade Australia that could.
So how many new ships are coming on board, let's say, in the next 5 years when these large ships retire?
You would need to request that from the commercial operators. That's commercial in confidence. They wouldn't
Why
share
I'm
with us.
asking you these questions is because you're saying you're doing nothing at all to support the live sheep exporters when we know that it is going to be phased out, and when we know that ships will, there might not be enough ships. That's the reason I'm asking you these questions.
I'd like to just reflect on that question, just to be clear. Are you asking me whether I think we should use taxpayers' money to fund live exporters to set up operations in other countries using live corp levies that are a mix of government and industry levies collected by the government? Should we use those levies to fund Australian live exporters to set up their exporting operations in other countries?
I am asking you, based on what Dr. Breitling has said, if there are going to be very few ships, and he has said the trade is in decline and it is being phased out by the government, have you informed sheep exporters that this is going to happen, and how are you supporting them?
So the sheep exporters charter the ships, they own ships, they control shipping companies, and they have leases with shipping companies. LiveCorp does not. Their commercial information about shipping, ship availability, market availability is better than LiveCorp's will ever be.
So as an industry service provider, you have not provided any support to sheep producers and exporters?
We do not represent sheep producers.
Okay, so to the sheep exporters because of this pending decline in the trade?
So our sheep exporters have not asked us to develop support packages or support information for them. They're working with the federal government for that, would be my understanding. But again, I would struggle with us using levy payers' money that's matched with Australian taxpayers' money unless we were given clear approval.
I'm not asking you that question. I'm not asking
to set up
you.
markets
You're interpreting and providing information, not really answering my questions, but that was it, Chair, for me.
Okay. All right, thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Senator, can you just give us a snapshot? There's a lot of people, including the Senator who just spoke, who keep talking about declining industry. Can we have a look at the last 12 months, please, in terms of what the industry is actually doing?
In terms of cattle, 23-24 up 28%. Of exports. Sheep is down 25%, but again, if there wasn't tension in the Middle East, there would be considerably more sheep would have gone into the Middle East. We're at 70,000 head under test shipments to Saudi Arabia in the last 12 months. They import circa 8 million live animals a year, predominantly small livestock, and in previous years we've exported over 2 million livestock to them annually.
Now remind me, of the 8 million head, where are they currently coming from mainly?
Quite a few are coming directly from Europe, North Africa and South America.
Coming from how do they get to Europe from Europe to Saudi Arabia?
don't know the exact number to Saudi Arabia for that are coming from Europe, but there is large numbers of sheep and cattle coming out of places like Portugal and Spain by ship that are going into the Middle East.
By ship?
By ship.
So how potentially big is the Saudi market for Australian live exporters?
Look, I think it could be, if the sheep supply was there, could easily be, get back to somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million sheep.
So
that's my view.
So far from being a dying industry, this is the potentially significantly growing industry. The cattle component is currently growing very strongly. It's fair to say, though, that the Australian people have a chance to have their say on this policy issue. Sorry, that's not a question for you, Mr Senator. We'll just take that one as a comment.
I was going to go with that, Senator.
I'm happy to leave it there, Chair, in the interests of time.
All right, thanks very much. And I know Senator Canavan has stepped out the room, but I think I'd safely say that the opposition questions are... Okay, thanks very much. Mr Senator, thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. And we'll now call Inspector General of Animal Welfare and Live Animal Exports. And as we're doing that, Minister, I shall pass on the good news to you that I believe we have agreement from the committee that RIDIC, the Rural Industries Research and Development Corporation, are not required.
If that's come from Senator Canavan?
It's actually come from Senator Wilson, and Senator Canavan has ticked off on it.
Okay.
So I shall just do that. Yeah. Were you? Not by me, you weren't. The committee secretariat. Well, no one has put that to me. Hang on.
Sorry?
Yeah, you were going. Yeah, but I didn't say that was going to happen. Sorry? Right, hang on. So is Mr Fennessy around?
Well, this is only the first time I've done this. My understanding is that they normally leave once we start on.
Yeah, okay.
So I don't think so.
Here?
I don't believe so, but I can check.
Yeah, if you can check, okay. Yeah. All right, so now can I welcome the Inspector General of Animal Welfare and Live Animal Exports. Would you like to make a brief opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. And
sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't have one. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. I'm Dr Catherine Clift, and I am the recently appointed Inspector General for Animal Welfare and Live Animal Exports. I commenced my role on the 30th of September this year, and my role is to monitor, investigate and report on the implementation of animal welfare and live animal export legislation and standards of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. And the intent of that is to promote continual improvement in the regulatory practice, performance and culture of the department, provide an additional layer of accountability and assurance of the regulation of Australia's livestock exports, ensure livestock export officials consider the welfare of animals when performing functions and exercising their powers, and increasing the accountability, regulatory compliance and transparency with Australia's livestock export legislation and standards. I'm currently formulating the plan for my reviews for this financial year, and since being appointed, I've undertaken meetings with a number of stakeholders to inform the development of that work plan. And thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Thank you very much.
It wasn't put down.
Dr. Big, congratulations on the recent appointment. I understand you're currently conducting reviews of the Independent Observer Program and the implementation of the Inspector General of Live Animal Export Recommendations 2019-2023 review. Is that correct? So those were reviews undertaken by my immediate predecessor. Those reviews were completed and have now been published and are available on the website of the Inspector General. Okay, and when were they uploaded? I believe the 20th of August. Oh, my apologies. Okay, so the Independent Observer Program was on the 20th of August. It's uploaded. What did you find? So in terms of the... because we actually, when I was Agriculture Minister, we sort of didn't put them on every boat because
we took more of a risk-managed approach, which seemed more sensible from industry's perspective.
Yes, so in terms of that report, my predecessor made a number of recommendations around the Independent Observer program. The first recommendation goes to that point around the department should implement a revised deployment policy to enable it to enforce the deployment of at least one independent observer per exporter per year, regardless of their risk statement. The second recommendation was around developing an ongoing evaluation program to assess whether the Independent Observer program is achieving its objectives. And the third recommendation was around clearly defining the measurements and parameters used to assess animal health and welfare, with the intention to provide a basis to test the capability of modern technologies to supplement the tools used. And the department agreed with all of those recommendations.
Okay, so how many recommendations with the Inspector General of Live Animal Exports recommendations, how many recommendations have been implemented to date?
So in terms of to date, the department has closed 13 of 48 recommendations that have been made by my predecessor Inspector Generals.
Okay, and do you have a timeline for implementing all the recommendations?
So within the scope and remit of my role, I do not set a timeline for that. That's a question for the department in terms of the progress and implementation against recommendations.
Do they consult with you about setting that timeline?
I understand they do, yes.
Okay, and have they consulted with you?
Not yet.
Okay, excellent. I'll have some questions on notice going forward on that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. So I was told, Minister, that the Secretary of the Department would be here at this time because the live exports services, which were supposed to be in outcome 2, somehow happened in outcome 1. And I wasn't able to ask those questions. There has been like some kerfuffle here. So what I'm going to do is I might put some questions to you now, if you could respond to them. Otherwise, I'll put them on notice, and I might have some for you as well.
I'll do my best.
Yes. Minister, do you have any updates on when the phase-out transition advocate will be appointed?
No, we did cover that, though, today, and I believe it'd be fair to say that discussions have been taking place, and that I do know that the Minister is keen to ensure that appointment is made as quickly as possible.
Okay, so there isn't a timeline at the moment?
No, I don't think they had a timeline, but certainly the department detailed some work that they've been doing.
Okay. And to you, Inspector General, there have been a lot of independent observer reports which are outstanding. So, for example, not a single independent observer report for voyages of live sheep have been published for 2024. Is that, like when you did your review, is that something that you found was troubling?
So you'll be aware that obviously it was my predecessor who completed that review. They did make some comments around the availability of the information from the independent observer reports in the recommendation in the report.
And Minister, I might ask you that same question. Like in 2022, just 16% of eligible voyages had independent observers present. Then between 1 January and 2nd November 2023, just 12% had an independent observer. Between 2nd November 2023 and 30th May 2024, only 4% had eligible voyages had an independent observer. But if you go back to 2019, we had 149 independent observer deployments. And then in 2023, there was just 12. Is that something that concerns you?
I don't know the history of those, unfortunately. Sorry, Senator Faruqi. So I'd have to take it on notice and provide a more considered response.
Yep. I think I might have to put these questions on notice. If the department's not here, it'll be really difficult for me to ask. And if I could just plead with the committee and the department to make sure that whichever witnesses are supposed to appear in whichever outcome, that's how it happens. This is the one mechanism we have for accountability and transparency, and it is pretty troubling that that happened today.
Well, thanks, Senator Fruity. Just to clear some air, there was a administrative slip-up, and I'm sure that it won't happen again. Okay, without pointing fingers. Thank you very much. Dr. Redcliffe, I wish you and bid you farewell, safe travels. And we will now call the Inspector General of Biosecurity. I got here. Oh, no, you're here. Hang on, that's done. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, goodness me. Sorry, Dr. Redcliffe. MLA. Thanks, Senator McKenzie. My apologies.
Have we got MLA?
No, we are going to the Inspector General.
No, that was Biosecurity. Yeah.
That's Dr. Clump, Inspector General.
Oh, Dr. Clump. No, so I was right. The Inspector
You were
General of
right.
Biosecurity.
You were
You're the
right.
chair. You're always right.
Yeah,
Oh,
see?
sorry, my bad. I had
Senator
my
McKenzie
Inspector
threw a dozer at me and took me wicket. So, here we are on, that's Dr. Redford, sorry.
There we go.
right.
Hello, Inspector General. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Excellent. Could you just provide us a quick update on the 3 reviews which are currently being conducted? Actually, I might ask that on notice. I might ask that on notice. During estimates hearings in October, Dr. Clump, you stated that you would undertake a review of the implementations of all recommendations, but I note on your website this review has the status of planning. Can you please provide an update as to when this review will be undertaken? And that was the one around the appropriateness of the departments. I think this is about the appropriateness of preparing for incident management and response.
I'm sorry, but I have 3 reviews on the go at the moment, and I'll update you about those if you like. But the implementation of recommendations review, is that the one you're asking about?
I'll have to go back to my record. Sorry, it was something we were talking about in October 24. Just my final question, I guess, then, given there'll be a series on notice from that. But during 23-24 supplementary estimates, it was revealed that the Northern Australian Biosecurity Review was deprioritised. Could you please advise why this decision was made?
Because I came to understand that the Northern Biosecurity strategy was out of scope for the Inspector General of Biosecurity. So the role of the Inspector General of Biosecurity is to conduct independent reviews about how the department performs its functions under the Biosecurity Act 2015. The Northern Australian Biosecurity strategy is a collaborative arrangement between the Commonwealth and the northern states. My scope does not extend to post-border role, and that's largely what that program consists of. So when I first started the role, I naively included that as part of my possible work program. I discovered that it is out of scope according to the Biosecurity Act, and so I took that one off my program.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. We have no further questions.
Thank you, Dr. Clump. We'll let you go, and we'll now call MLA. And just to advise everyone, if you're out the back, head into this room, please.
How are you? Okay, I wanted to...
Sorry, Senator. Mr Beckett, did you wish to make an opening statement?
If I could.
Okay, yes. I was allowing Senator Mackenzie to carry on, but please.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. This is my final appearance before this.
Oh, that's sad.
Well, I don't feel that way, but I'm...
Can I come with you?
But it has been, look, I've been chair on the board now for 10 years and chair for 5, and it's been an absolute privilege and honour to serve levy payers and the government, and we continue hopefully to add value to both parties. Appearance at this meeting is really important for us, and the process is really important. So we believe we've got to be open and accountable, and that's why we're here in person, even though it's Melbourne Cup Day, and we're not all that happy about missing the cup. But MLA team is also very grateful for the opportunity to talk about the incredible red meat and livestock industry and the work that we are doing to support research and development and marketing. This is the first opportunity our new Managing Director, Michael Crowley, is joining us. Michael was with us as an executive in the team up until 12 months ago?
Yeah,
December?
End of 2022. Yeah.
Left, saw the light, went to Herefords, Australia, and then when Mr Strong departed us last Christmas time, he was one of many applicants that applied for the job. And we as a company, the levy payers and the staff are just extremely happy with his appointment, and he's really kicking some goals. So be kind to him, but it's his first meeting. I'm sure there'll be many more.
Thanks, Mr Beckett.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
Sterling, can I just,
yes,
just on behalf of the government, I just wanted to thank Mr Beckett for his years of service. I'm sure it's got no coincidence that I got involved in the RDCs and you're leaving, but we certainly do. I certainly have got an appreciation of the work that you've done, and on behalf of the government, just want to say our thanks for that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
Yes, well, thank you very much for steering this very important organisation for our country, and particularly for those of us that love the regions so successfully. Wish you all the very best on behalf of the Coalition. I just wanted to go to the sheep, and we're upset we missed the cup too. The Chair was very kind earlier today. I just want to understand the outcomes from the sheep producers' intention survey.
Sure.
Yep, could you walk us through that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So, are you interested in the Western Australia component or the survey overall?
Yes, you have been following.
And a comparison between
wool growers and sheep meat producers.
And between the east and the west. That would be helpful.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. So I've got the wool information as well. So the sheep industry. So the survey, the sentiment survey, the wool producer sentiment overall was minus 24. And in WA it was minus 38, so a 14-point difference. From a sheep meat point of view, the national sentiment is plus 4, and in WA the sentiment was minus 64, so a 68-point difference.
So that's east to west coast?
Yeah, so the national sentiment from a sheep meat producer point of view was plus 4, and WA was minus 64.
So that's even more extreme then, if the national sentiment includes WA.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's extraordinary.
So earlier today, we had evidence to this committee that put that differential down to seasonal conditions. Now, I'm confident that while negative seasonal conditions can impact primary producers' confidence, most primary producers, particularly those I've met in WA, ride with the seasons and understand it's a long-term investment for them and their families. And so don't let a couple of seasons get them down too much. Can you please unpack for us, so it's very, very clear given the evidence we got this morning, what does MLA say is behind such a strong differential between the East Coast and the West Coast?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. And there's a combination of factors, I think, with the sentiment. A lot of sheep out of Western Australia, when it does get dry, they also tend to send those livestock into eastern states. And South Australia, the seasonal conditions in South Australia are terrible. So there wasn't really anywhere for those sheep to go.
And as we heard from LiveCorp, some of the supply disruptions on the live export side have also had an impact on sheep availability to take those sheep into some of the live export markets. And as a result, the market in Western Australia has certainly battled, particularly in the first part of this year, as well as we saw across nationally. Prices in 2023 were well back on the highs of 2022. So it's a combination of those factors. And certainly at the time of the survey, the announcement of the cessation of the sheep trade was announced around that time as well. So I think it's a combination of season, the market opportunities and options at the time that producers had, and certainly that combination has impacted the sentiment in Western Australia.
Has that? Will you be doing another survey?
I'm not 100% sure how often we run that survey, but it certainly provides us insights into how we approach our programs and support producers across the country.
Were you able to draw a distinction? I've got AWI, I think, coming in tonight as well, between the meat producing producers, sheep producers, and the wool, specifically wool growers. When you say the sheep industry,
yep.
there's obviously
so
two different products, and they are very specific and unique, and you can't assume, like I think some people have had in this debate, that one sheep is one sheep is one sheep. Have you been able to dig a little deeper into these statistics to unpack that difference?
Not specifically. Every levy payer of AWIs is a levy payer to MLA, but we certainly have been focusing on our sheep production. So from a productivity point of view, our R&D focuses on driving productivity, and our marketing on market access and marketing opportunities both domestically and internationally. We do have collaborative projects with AWI, particularly in feed base.
No, but I'm really interested in this difference in confidence. That's what I'm actually interested in. I understand you collaborate.
So no, I don't have the depth of information around the wool side.
And if you were have you got someone within your organisation that we could ask questions on notice that would be able to dig more deeply into that?
We'd be happy to take questions on notice for any specific questions.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be the point of contact, and I'll work with the organisation.
Just between the difference between the East Coast and the West Coast being 68 points, essentially, difference. And you said it's a combination of season and shutting down the live sheep trade for the West.
And the general market at the time.
And the market.
Yep.
Are you able to quantify impact between those three, or are they a third? It's
difficult because the announcement is separate to the market option, because the live export market is still continuing, and we're continuing to support the live trade while ever it continues. And the demand side is very strong in those market destinations. So it was more the disruption of availability of ships, the seasonal conditions, and then the weight of numbers on the market having an impact on price.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Mackenzie. So, Mr Beckett, all the very best in retirement from MLA anyway, not from life. And we look forward to working with you, Mr Crowley. We'll see you at the next round of estimates.
Okay, thanks very much.
Take care, travel safely, and we'll now call...
We may need to go to the GRDC. Video conference, and then we'll come back.
Oh, good, very good. All right, well, I'm just informed we're going to jump the list, and we're going to, because of some technicalities, but we'll come back. So I believe we have Grains Research and Development Corporation online or in the building. In the building, even better.
For them? We don't have questions for them. We don't have questions for
Oh, no, I'm going to make it easy. Sorry, GRDC.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes.
It's Riddick that I don't think you have any questions.
No,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, that was close. No, Grains Research and Development. Come and grab a seat.
AWI.
Oh, AWI.
Excellent, AWI. Batter up.
Come on down.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're supposed to be next anyway, and I was told that you weren't available. Is that right?
Please take a seat.
You've got a witness on video. Chairman's on video.
A Jock? Oh, good, okay. But Jock's not ready yet. And Mr Laurie's not ready yet.
Do you want to suspend?
No, because we've got GRDC here, I'm told.
Okay.
GRDC? Yeah, come up to the table. Sorry, no, I want to keep going if we
We've got
can.
to work out the technical issue.
Like dating.
Yeah. It's all right. We will get it sorted out. The Taz has never let us down. He was right again.
But he gets paid the big bucks for this, doesn't he?
Okay. I welcome representatives from the Grains Research and Development Corporation. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before questions?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the Senate Estimates Committee. Many of you would know the GRDC Managing Director, Nigel Hart, and I am the incoming Grains Research Development Board Chair, Sharon Starrick. It is truly an honour and a privilege to be the chair of the GRDC. I was appointed to the role of chair at the start of October, and this is the first time that I've presented to Senate Estimates. Before taking over as GRDC Board Chair, I was the GRDC Board Director, a role I held from 2018 to 2024. I also have experience with other boards and farming groups. I am also a grain grower and pork producer from the Mallee region in South Australia. As many of you are aware, South Australia is currently experiencing some tough seasonal conditions after a very dry start to winter and then some severe frosts during spring. I have been farming for 30 years and I understand that variable climatic conditions are to be expected in agriculture in Australia. However, experiencing these conditions does reinforce the need for and value of effective and ongoing research, development and extension in agriculture. Thank you, and GRDC looks forward to working with the Senate Committee and is available to take questions.
Thank you, Ms Starrick. Questions, Senator McKenzie.
Oh, sorry, I was saying that. No, sorry, I've
Senators got mixed up with all the...
we got it, here we go. No, I've got it here, if you're right, I just want to talk about the review of paraquat and diquat.
Yes,
Getting some nods at the table. What would the decision to prevent the use of these two chemicals as a crop desiccant mean to the industry?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Certainly, when it comes to weeds and across the grain industry, we estimate the cost of weeds to the industry per year is around $4.1 billion, or $196 per hectare. Part of our farming system approach is obviously to ensure that we can have world-leading practice in farming systems which ensure that we have good long-term sustainability. And within that, we have a bunch of tools which growers use to manage their farming system in a way in which they want to do things like zero-till, stubble retention, and maintaining the ability to be able to use products like paraquat and diquat in that system to control weeds in that program. The impact of the loss of products like paraquat and diquat, we haven't done a specific economic analysis on the loss of those particular products, but we certainly have been over the certainly the last 10 years, or a core part of our role is really to explore opportunities to look for potential new molecules which can be potentially brought to market to be able to address any changes that may occur around particular chemicals not being available in the market any longer.
So it sounds like you're sort of a passive user of this, the grains industry is a passive user of these chemicals.
No, they're obviously a very active tool in terms of particularly around some weed control. So, they are a weed resistance.
Does something exist to replace them?
Glyphosate is obviously one of those other products which is used in a rotation of chemical use throughout the farming system. So certainly there are other options. There are a combination or mixes of chemicals that can be used in that weed control program.
And so what would industry say? What would growers say if would they want? Okay, so you haven't done an economic analysis. It's important, but there are other chemicals to use. So have you been liaising with APVMA?
Yes, we've been liaising with the APVMA. We've actually made a contribution or a submission to the APVMA process, providing scientific evidence that we produce as a part of many of the research programs and studies that we do around farming systems.
And what did the research say? Is it positive or negative?
Well, certainly we think the information that we're providing, we've received some expert advice from an independent consultant around the same. What we're providing is information around the methodology and the assessment process, and helping to provide information like studies where we've done in terms of studies around mice, information that we've been able to produce as part of those studies with CSIRO. We believe that type of information is relevant to the consideration that APVMA may make around the determination that they're running through around paraquat and diquat.
Okay, that's all for us.
Well, good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Travel
you so
safely.
much for your
Thank you for
time.
coming along.
Thank you.
And we'll now go to Australian Wool Innovation.
There he is.
Geez, you're looking younger there, Mr. Laurie, from the neck down.
I am, there's no doubt about that, Senator.
I wasn't being smart. We could only see you from the neck down. I was being smart. Sorry about that. All right. I now welcome representatives from Australian Wool Innovation. And would anyone like to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions?
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, I'm happy to go straight to questions if that pleases
That
everybody.
sounds fantastic.
That more than pleases the committee.
Okay.
Are we done now?
Thank you. Senator McKenzie.
Great to see you, Mr. Laurie and others. I assume AWI is going well. My questions really, as we've been pursuing today throughout estimates, is the impact of the live sheep ban on primary production, particularly grain and sheep producers in the West. I understand that you worked with MLA. I'm wondering if you're aware of the research that was done on sheep producers and their confidence. And I'm hoping you could sort of talk me probably through in a little more detail than I got out of MLA around the reasons for the confidence, the reason for the differentials, if you have anything to say between the difference between wool growers and sheep meat producers in terms of what may be impacting the industry more broadly. But I'll throw it open for quite a broad discussion, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah, look, happy to address some of those concerns. I think without any doubt the wool industry and the market and the wool industry in the last 3 to 4 years post-COVID has been very disappointing in a lot of ways, and I think in many, certainly in many circumstances, added complications to the market have created real issues. So South Australia, drought. Western Australia, there's been some very dry circumstances over there. I think the live export ban to a certain extent has certainly affected people's confidence, there's no doubt about that. And it's a combination of a whole range of things that are creating a problem. It's not just one or the other, it is a combination of a whole range of things that are creating the problem.
Okay. So has the government's decision to ban live exports had an impact on Australia wool producers?
I don't think there's any doubt that it has had an impact on how people are feeling about the industry at the moment. But the combination of those factors really, it's hard to identify which one is triggering more than the others. Most definitely, the market has been a real problem. There's no doubt about that. And droughts have been a real problem. Dry seasons have been a real problem. But I think when the industry's under intense pressure because of 2 or 3 factors and you overlay another one onto it, it can have an impact. But we don't know how much and we don't know what that impact is, quite frankly. It is. I go back and just say once again, it's a combination of all factors that tend to impact on people's confidence.
So what work has AWI done in terms of modelling the impact or research? And I'm particularly interested in Western Australia. Or are you mainly an East Coast?
Yeah. There's no doubt the Wool Forecasting Committee has done a fair bit of work having a look at the impact it will have on wool production, or where the wool production will be over the next 12 to 18 months, about 2 years. And they're forecasting a reasonably substantial reduction in Western Australia. Now, it all depends who you talk to in Western Australia, what that reduction will be, anywhere from 10 to 15%. Some people talk higher than that. But once again, when you ask them the question as to why that is, it is confidence about wool growing. It's about profitability in wool growing as much as anything else. And it's about being able to find markets for their product at the end, mutton or lamb or whatever it is. They've got to find markets for that. And that's a combination of wool and mutton in the wool industry people rely on. And when they don't have profits in those areas, it concerns them.
Mr Laurie, I understand you ring up a lot of people and it depends who you talk to, but what sort of serious work has AWI done to understand the impact? And I'm getting a sense that there hasn't been any work.
We did some work initially many years ago. There was some work done by the company looking at the impact of live exports, and that document has been around for a considerable number of years. So I'm not sure why that work was done, but I presume on the basis they felt that there was concern done. So we haven't followed up on that. I think
despite the sorry, Mr. Laurie, despite the announcement of the federal government banning the live sheep trade, there has been no. Has it been raised at a board meeting? Do you have any WA growers on your board?
Yes, we do.
Okay, who are they? Just write them. Can you just give me their names?
David Webster was on there initially, and Neil Jackson's on there now.
Neil Jackson's on there now. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I might put a question on notice to Neil Jackson about if he maybe could give us a bit of an update of the impact of the live sheep export ban on wool grower confidence and sustainability in Western Australia. Mr Brockman, Senator, do you have some?
Could I just
follow-up
question? The DPIRD, the State Ag Department's numbers show a decline of 25% in sheep numbers. That must have been reflected in wool deliveries.
I can answer that. It will be, yes. It will be. I think the Australian Wool Forecasting Committee have taken the national flock clip size down from 306 million kilos. They're now predicting it down to about 285 million kilos. I can't tell you the exact impact in Western Australia, but
and given that people have been restocking in the east from the west, the vast majority of that decline would come from Western Australian producers. I mean, that's fair to say, surely.
I think if you look at the numbers, Western Australia was previously the second largest wool producing state in Australia. I think on the forecast going forward, it moves down to the third largest. So yeah, it has been impacted.
So what's the percentage decline? Is that recorded anywhere?
Can I take that on
numbers?
notice for you? I'll get that figure for you. I don't have that figure on me right now.
Okay.
But I think the figures were. I can get that number for you on notice. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, please get it through to us. But, I mean, it strikes me that the figures you're citing show a massive decline in the clip in Western Australia, which is a direct hit on farmers' bottom lines.
Yeah, and you should know that. Okay, thank you so much, AWI. See you next time.
Okay.
On that, Mr Laurie, Mr Roberts, thank you very much, and safe travels. And we will now call Wine Australia.
Thank you.
Sorry?
They should be on here now.
Oh, Wine Australia are on teleconference? Yes, they are. Video conference. My apologies.
We've got Dr Allen.
Dr Allen, are you there?
I am, Senator. For some reason, my video... Oh, there we go.
There you go. You're in life size. We've got you in life size here. That's
How are you, Senator Sterle?
Very well, thank you. So, look, I'd just like to give you the opportunity, Dr Allen, do you wish to make a brief opening statement or any of your team? Tremendous. We'll go straight to questions. Thank you. Yep. Senator McKenzie.
G'day, Dr Allen. How are you?
I'm very well, Senator McKenzie, and how are you?
All the better for seeing you. Now,
Likewise.
yes, can you please give a general, swift update of the wine industry?
The wine industry is not doing so well, Senator Mackenzie. We have 450 million litres in barrels and tanks. Although I do have a glass sitting next to me, I'm trying to help the industry. We have had assistance from Department of Agriculture in terms of helping the inland wineries.
Yeah.
So
Thanks,
the
Dale.
commercial winemakers are probably doing it the toughest of everyone.
Okay, so are we doing any studies or research around that glut at the moment?
Yes, we are. So there was, and I could probably hand to Dr. Waters, who is our Chief Operating Officer on the detail, but there has been a lot of work on looking at market diversification, looking at other markets that we may not have sold into before. And as you will have read, our return to China has taken some volume. We're not sure of the sales offtake at this stage. We're just filling the pipeline. But Dr. Waters might have more information because she's been with us since Australian Grape and Wine RDC.
Oh, wow. There's the corporate history right there. Can I just ask, well, just in terms of getting back into China, obviously we don't want the overexposure that some would argue that we had into that particular market.
Yeah, so we've diversified our market. So we share an office with MLA, so we have a representative in Japan trying to increase our wine sales into Japan, Korea, Washington, Canada. We have an office in the UK. We're looking at the Nordics. We're also looking at Vietnam, Singapore and other Asian markets.
Fantastic. Well, we do make a great product that's competitive at all ends of the market, which is fantastic. So sorry to keep you so late, but yeah, really appreciate that and all the best for our wine growers. Hang on, Matt. Got some questions.
Ask a couple of follow-ups. Obviously, this committee has an inquiry into the grape industry that has begun, established. We will, in weeks ahead, travel to some wine-growing areas, or grape-growing areas, I should say. Can I just get a quick update on the China situation? I mean, there was a lot of fanfare that the Chinese market had reopened. Doesn't sound like that has fixed the issues and glut in the industry. What has been the impact of China reopening and why hasn't it potentially refloated the industry?
It has taken a certain volume, but and Dr. Waters will have more detail than I do, but we've accumulated volume over the years that we haven't been sending wine into China. China is also predominantly a premium market. And as I indicated to Senator Mackenzie, the commercial wine, which is the lower cost wine, is where we have our issues.
Okay. I don't know if your Miss Waters had more information. I suppose then that raises the prospect, did the Chinese ban not actually impact the industry as much as might have been made out? Were we able to find other markets for that premium wine in the interim?
No, we were not able to. And, you know, wine's a value-added product. It takes time to establish in new markets. We're back to, the move back into China's been really pleasing in terms of volume and value, but particularly in terms of value. We're up to 620 million in terms of the value of the shipments. I suppose what we're saying is that it hasn't returned back to the levels that it was several years ago, before the imposition of the duties, but it has actually increased quite substantially over the last couple of months.
And I think too, Senator Canavan, the global market for wine consumption is dropping 10% annually. So we're actually overrepresented in a declining market.
It's dropping 10% annually. What's driving that?
there are alternative beverages being consumed. The low alcohol beer is taking a lot of market, and people, as we saw in Portugal, they're tipping wine down the streets or making hand sanitizer in Europe. So the global consumption of wine is just reducing because people are choosing not to drink good wine.
Not to drink. Is it they're moving away from alcohol, are they? They're not drinking alcohol as a whole? Or?
Moving away from alcohol as a whole, yeah. There is a drive for both health reasons and other, just younger generations moving away from alcohol.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I just want to close on that, doctors, if I may, and just say that I can't pretend that I've been out there consulting heavily with the wine industry, but let's put it this way. We're in a far better position than what we were a couple of years ago when the spat started. I think I get that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's it. All right, onwards and upwards, let's hope. And I'm doing my best to support the Australian wine industry. All right, thank you very much, doctors. Wish you well, and we'll now call Dairy Australia.
From one extreme to the next.
Hey, we've got a friendship group thing here.
I think actually people are switching from wine to milk, I think.
Oh, that's true, we do.
Maryland. Okay, we're on video conference. Can I welcome representatives from Dairy Australia? And if you could just sing out name and rank, if you could, please. Hello, Dairy Australia, you there?
Who's on the line? Is it Dairy Australia?
Is it Dairy Australia?
Hello? Miss Gardner.
No, is that Miss Gardner? Are you there? No. What about Horticulture Innovation Australia? Are you there?
Oh.
Hyle?
Yes, we are.
Hello, Hyle. We've lost dairy, so we'll move to horticulture.
Oh, Julie.
And can I just welcome you, and can I just ask, does anyone wish to make a brief opening statement?
No, thank you. I think we'll go straight to questions, Chair.
Happy to move on. Oh, good day, Julie.
Who's that movie star sitting next to you? Ah, hello, Julie.
Hello, Julie.
All right.
Nice to see you.
Okay, then I'm just going to go straight to questions then. Senator McKenzie.
Great to see you. Horticulture innovation?
No.
Yep, Hort Innovation. Yep, there we go. Could you please provide detail about the labour force issues that the horticulture industry is experiencing?
Thank you, Senator. Obviously, labour is a key driver to the productivity of the Australian horticulture sector and a key driver when it comes to the profitability. A report released recently by the Fresh Produce Alliance showed that labour costs when it comes to growing fresh fruit and vegetables in Australia had increased by 20.7%. And it doesn't really matter which part of the sector you're involved in, access to affordable, efficient and smart labour is a challenge. And it's one that Hort Innovation is investing in to solve, an example being our investments in automation and robotics. And in fact, we've just had a group of growers from across the country return from the United States investigating automated broccoli harvest all the way through to robotics in farm, trying to replace people with robots to ensure that we can bring down the cost of growing the fruit and veg that Australians and consumers around the world enjoy.
Absolutely, and that's sort of the perverse outcome of these sort of shortages, isn't it? That no one's actually working on farm anymore. You mentioned, and that was an AUSVeg survey?
That was a Fresh Produce Alliance survey, AFPA.
Okay, so sorry, I got my hands on the AUSVeg survey that said more than 34% of growers indicated they would consider leaving the industry in the next 12 months because of the labour shortage and the rising costs. Now, you've gone. Has that included growers' understanding and understanding of the industrial relations changes that have gone through federal parliament this year?
Not certain about that. I know that the sentiment report you're referring to, released by AUSVeg several weeks ago, points to the poor retail environment that's affecting profitability, also labour costs, which you rightly point out, are the costs of compliance and meeting the requirements of those when it comes to food safety is another challenge that we're trying to bring down, and also the opportunity to invest in infrastructure and innovation. With inflation, all those costs are increasing, which is leading to survey results like you highlight.
So as a perishable good, what's the sort of refrigeration cost like for horticulture?
It depends on how far you're moving it, to be honest. So moving...
Well, I can buy mangoes in Wodonga.
Absolutely. So they're taking a long road to get there, although they are trialling growing mangoes just out of Mildura, so you might have some...
All right, I just go up the river.
Yeah. So the refrigeration and the supply chain and the cold chain completely a challenge for growers, and we're seeing more move to shortening the supply chain to get to growers more quickly, to consumers more quickly.
So so were energy costs specifically looked at?
As part of the AUSPar report, which was released earlier in the year, yes, it was, and that was a 20% hike. So for protected cropping, which is the fastest growing horticulture sector in Australia, that is a key consideration. We're seeing the transition into solar power, how those were available, but it does come at a cost, and that's the balancing act the sector's playing.
So a 20% increase in your power generation, labour costs going up, compliance costs going up. Is our fruit and vegetables going up at a similar rate?
Not necessarily. So if you look back from October 6th this year and the previous 12 months, fruit and vegetable prices have on average increased by 4.5%. And when prices go up, less is purchased.
Everything's going up. Thank you so much, Horticulture Innovation.
All good. Can I just ask one question?
Yes, of course.
Sorry. Just in relation to the AUSPar report, I know I launched with a good friend Andrew Wilcox, the Parliamentary Friends of Fresh Produce, where we also launched this report that AUSPar did. And just following on from Senator Mackenzie's line of questions, I did note in the report and also in AUSVEG's report that domestic consumption of fresh produce has also declined. Is there anything that Hort Innovation is doing to look at ways of encouraging people to eat more fresh vegetables as part of their daily intake?
Absolutely. So each year we spend more than $20 million for marketing levies to drive an increased demand for Australian fruit and vegetables. We've worked with AUSVEG this year on a baseline study to understand what are the drivers that are impacting consumption, and that found that if we were to increase vegetable consumption by one serve every single